But this made Li Jiefeng a little scared. He quickly tried to take the wine glass from Hu Jingchuan, but Hu saw him and dodged away. Li Jiefeng missed, and in the end, he could only look helplessly as Hu drank to drown his sorrows. But what kind of sorrow was he trying to drown? Wasn't he fine yesterday? Li Jiefeng wanted to speak, but when he saw Hu Jingchuan's expression, he immediately shut his mouth. He then picked up his glass and drank it one sip at a time. He drank too quickly and started to feel dizzy. Since Li Jiefeng's alcohol tolerance was not good, he soon felt a bit woozy. However, at this moment his courage grew with the alcohol. He patted Hu Jingchuan on the shoulder, drunk and saying, "Brother Hua, if you have any trouble, just tell your younger brother. As long as I can help, I'll go through fire and water to get things done for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Jingchuan disliked and took his hand off his shoulder. But Li Jiefeng, drunk, didn't mind and continued to act like brothers with him. Hu Jingchuan, annoyed by the noise, finally grabbed the bottle of white liquor and started drinking it himself. After finishing the bottle, he calmed down a little. He looked down at Li Jiefeng, who was drunk and acting crazy, and said coldly, "If the girl you like is getting married, but the groom isn't you, what would you do?"
"Groom
"Isn't me? Just do it. And it's over." Commander Wang muttered to himself, then suddenly felt something was wrong. He forced himself to stay clear-headed and asked, "Captain Hua, is that person you?" Hu Jingchuan didn't reply but nodded, because he really didn't want to admit the truth, but it was the reality. "Wait for me. I'll be back." Wang Jiefeng felt like he had uncovered a big secret. His legs trembled as he staggered to the big water jar in his kitchen and then plunged his head into it. Wang Jiefeng was usually quick to get drunk and quick to sober up, so his mind cleared immediately. The drunken look on his face disappeared, though he was soaked. At this moment, he didn't care and excitedly ran into the house and sat down. He looked at Hu Jingchuan like a gossiping matchmaker, no longer afraid of him. "Captain Hua, I'm good at chasing girls. Tell me what's going on, and I'll give you some advice. I may not be good at everything, but I don't do shady stuff." Realizing he was rambling more and more, Wang Jiefeng quickly steered the conversation back to the right track, worried about leaving a bad impression on his idol, Hu Jingchuan. "Did I said earlier, I'm not good at other things, but I understand girls' minds very well. Trust me with this." Wang Jiefeng finally brought the topic back. Seeing that Hu Jingchuan showed no change in expression, he let out a long breath, feeling a bit relieved. Hu Jingchuan listened quietly without saying a word, just looking at him with a blank face. Wang Jiefeng felt nervous under his gaze. Although he had become a director, he knew there was some shady stuff involved. Facing Hu Jingchuan, who was known as the king of the army, he was a little afraid. After a long while, Hu Jingchuan finally explained everything, but he kept Lu Xiangnu's name out of it, only mentioning her as a young intellectual. As men, they naturally understood the complicated feelings involved. It was probably love at first sight, maybe because he liked her face. Wang Jiefeng really wanted to see what she looked like. If she could make Captain Hua fall in love at first sight, she must be very beautiful. But he also felt that Captain Hua wasn't the shallow type. After all, the girls in the art troupe were stunning, with perfect figures that made people's noses bleed. Yet he never saw Hu Jingchuan pay attention to them, especially Duan Xiaowei, the star of the art troupe, who was always pestering him to go out with her. But he never went out once. Poor beautiful girl. If it were him, he would want to take her to the registry office immediately to get married, then spend a romantic night together in the new home. He would have several big, healthy children. But right now, the most urgent matter is to solve the problem with Commander Hua. As for gossip, there will be time later. Since everyone already said he was a young person sent to the countryside, he could go to Hongqi Brigade when he has free time and find out for himself. So Wang Jiefeng, sincerely sharing his many years of experience, regardless of whether his words sound harsh or not, said, "Commander Hua, you're usually so smart on the battlefield. Why are you so clueless now? She said she wants to get married. Isn't she not married yet? So what if she is? People can get divorced after marriage. As long as they're alive, they can be buried in the coffin. You still have a chance." This topic is a bit unethical to talk about openly, and Wang Jiefeng didn't dare say it out loud, afraid he might get hit again. Since returning to the city, it seems there's no hope anymore. Recently, there's news that the higher-ups plan to send a large number of young people to the countryside. They didn't specify the exact time, but it's probably not far off, judging by the current situation. Wang Jiefeng's words were also heard by Hu Jingchuan in the army. Seeing him listening, Wang Jiefeng continued rambling. They say a brave woman fears a persistent man. You should show her you care more often, but don't be too eager. Otherwise, it might backfire. Show concern subtly. Appear when she needs you most, and build a good relationship. Your confession was too sudden. If I were the girl, I'd be angry if someone I barely knew suddenly said they wanted to date me. I'd probably hit him with a stick. After all, feelings develop over time. Commander Hua, I'm just giving an example, not talking about you. My leave is about to end, Hu Jingchuan said, feeling upset because he was about to see her again. Well, then. Wang Jiefeng sighed helplessly. Being in the army isn't easy. There are only a few days of leave each year, and it's hard to spend quality time with family. But since he chose this path, he had to stick with it. After all, he was carrying the future of China on his shoulders. Hu Jingchuan didn't reply, but he listened carefully to Wang Jiefeng's words and took them to heart. Having thought it through, Hu Jingchuan's eyes showed a determined look. He can wait. If he truly cannot wait for that day, then he is destined to spend his life alone. He also thanked Wang Jiefeng. When Wang Jiefeng heard him say thank you, he was stunned. He felt he hadn't said much, but seeing that he looked much happier than before, he immediately stopped talking. It wasn't until they finished the 2 bottles of wine brought by Hu Jingchuan that they parted ways. Hu Jingchuan took the opportunity of the sunset to head home. Lu Xiangwan was a bit late today because she took a half-day leave in the afternoon, so she only earned 3.5 work points. However, she didn't mind. Because work points were just a cover, she didn't expect to rely on them to support herself. Interestingly, Yang Tianjin didn't come to work this afternoon, but that wasn't Lu Xiangwan's concern. When the workday ended, she packed up, returned and went home. Once home, she started organizing the things Wang Goen and the others brought. The small barrel of grain, though mostly coarse, weighed about 40 or 50 pounds in total. Especially in this time of scarce supplies, it was clear they spent a lot of money to get it. It was obvious they put effort into it. There were also 2 sets of clothes. Lu Xiangwan even tried them in her space and found they fit well. However, when she took the clothes, some items fell out. When she bent down to pick them up, she discovered they were menstrual pads. She didn't recognize them, but she remembered from the original owner's memories that she had been using these since she could remember. Especially later, another person named Lu Kailian added to the mess. Every time she had her period, she would casually change the pad and throw the used one at her, making her wash it. Once, Lu Kailian went too far and threw a blood-stained pad onto the original owner's face. The original owner, who was usually patient, finally rebelled and threw the dirty thing into the trash. That was the only time. Later, Lu Kailian complained to Wang Fengjiao, and the original owner was beaten with a thorny whip until her skin was torn and bleeding. She was so badly hurt she had to stay in bed for over half a month without menstruating. Because that ungrateful father was unwilling to spend money to treat the original owner's illness, he instead spent money and effort to send Wang Fengjiao to the meat processing plant to have his precious son cut meat to make braised pork, eating it every 3 days or so. Lu Xiangwan suddenly felt that her punishment for them was too light. She should have broken their legs and thrown them onto the mountain to feed the wolves. But it was too late now. If she ever had the chance to go back to Jing City and find them, she would definitely do that. On the other hand, Lu Xiangwan remembered that the original owner was already an adult this year and still hadn't had her period. Since she used to be a gynecologist, she had seen many difficult cases in women's health, especially those she handled herself. So, Lu Xiangwan became very concerned. Even if her body lacked nutrition, a healthy person without major health issues would still have their period. It was just a matter of how much blood they lost. But she couldn't find any record of the period in the original owner's memories. It wasn't because she was worried about having children, since she never planned to marry or have kids in her life. Instead, many other health problems could cause missed periods. For example, she once had irregular periods herself. After going to the hospital for an ultrasound, they found a tumor nearly 8 centimeters inside her. She had surgery to remove it, and luckily it was benign. After that, her periods returned to normal. So, women should have an abdominal ultrasound checkup every year after reaching adulthood. Lu Xiongwan didn't want to get sick right after arriving here, especially in an era with very limited medical resources. Lu Xiongwan hid in her space, took off her pants and underwear, and placed a large mirror in front of her. She put on sterile gloves and performed a routine gynecological exam. Since she didn't have the equipment for an ultrasound, she had to rely on basic methods. After a careful check, Lu Xiongwan found that she was not A, so she ruled out that possibility. But she was a little disappointed with this result. If it confirmed that she was not A, she would have a 50% chance of not needing to have her period or take painkillers every month. Just as she was about to do further tests, she heard someone outside calling her. She quickly put her pants back on and slipped out of her space. After tidying herself up a little, she went out and opened the door. She was surprised to see it was Wang Guiying, the wife of the team leader. She was holding a small puppy in her arms. Lu Xiongwan immediately understood what was going on and quickly invited her inside. Wang Guiying looked at her with a bright, motherly gaze, very pleased. She kept looking at her with satisfaction. However, she held back a little because her third son had told her many times not to let this young girl know that he liked her, worried it might scare her. What she didn't know was that her youngest son had already told her everything that afternoon. "This dog I asked my family back home to find for me, Lu Jiqing. Do you think it's okay?" Wang Guiying had already practiced this line many times at home, afraid she might slip up and reveal her son's feelings. She couldn't help much, but she definitely didn't want to make things worse for her son. "I like it," Lu Xiongwan said honestly, even reaching out to play with the puppy. The little dog wasn't shy at all and kept pushing its head into her hand. It looked fierce but adorable. Lu Xiongwan thought that when it grows up, it will definitely take good care of the family. "That's good. Now I can rest easy. When I came here, I was worried you wouldn't like this thing," Wang Guiying said. "How could that be? I only caused you trouble this time," Lu Xiongwan replied, holding the puppy. She didn't understand much about dogs and couldn't tell what breed it was. Then Wang Guiying asked Lu Xiongwan to give the puppy a name. She struggled to think of a good one and finally randomly chose a name. May it bring her great wealth and happiness and a peaceful life. When Wang Guiying heard the name, she exclaimed 3 times, "Good, good, good," and kept praising her generously. Lu Xiongwan couldn't stand it anymore, so she quickly went to the kitchen to pour her a glass of water, interrupting her. After drinking the water, Wang Guiying looked at the young girl's rosy face and realized she had overdone it with the praise, making her shy. She then started chatting about everyday life. Feeling she had talked enough, Wang Guiying began to subtly ask Lu Xiongwan about her future plans, whether she wanted to settle down and get married in their Red Flag Brigade. Hearing this, Lu Xiongwan immediately became alert, glancing at Wang Guiying with a hint of caution before replying, "Not at the moment. Actually, I haven't told anyone that my mother arranged a childhood marriage for me while she was pregnant. The person is very kind to me. If nothing unexpected happens, in 2 years I plan to take a leave and go back to the city. Then we will get the marriage certificate. I will definitely invite you, Auntie, to celebrate with us." Lu Xiongwan felt the atmosphere cool down a bit, so she casually and seriously lied, trying to cover up the matter. Today, she took this opportunity to publicly declare that she was already in a relationship, so no one would keep bothering her with unwanted attention. It was giving her a headache. But honestly, she didn't have a real boyfriend. She was almost to the point of feeling sick and disgusted at the sight of men. She just made up this excuse to fool these people. Many young people in the countryside had lost hope of returning to the city and started to accept marriage. Under the organization of their fellow villagers, countless people got married. Lu Xiongwan didn't want people to keep coming to her house to matchmake her, especially in this era of poor transportation, where no one would go all the way to Beijing just to find out about her. If anyone did, it was just because they had too much free time. Wang Guiying felt nervous when she heard this. How could another suitor suddenly appear? What should she do? How could she explain this to her son? Seeing Wang Guiying's uneasy expression, Lu Xiongwan just smiled silently. They say it's better to break up a temple than to ruin a marriage. Wang Guiying couldn't do anything about it. After staying for a little while longer and not knowing what to say, she left feeling disappointed. Now, she just hoped her third son could be more open-minded. After seeing her out, Lu Xiongwan quickly closed the door, then carried the wealthy dog into the house. She took a small piece of pork from her space, cut it into tiny portions about the size of a fingernail, and fed it to the dog. Maybe it was the dog's first time eating meat, because the moment she cut the meat, the dog finished it all in no time. It even knew how to bite her pants leg, wagging its tail and acting cute, wanting more. But Lu Xiongwan firmly pulled it away. The dog had already eaten enough. If it ate more, she was worried it might get indigestion and feel uncomfortable. However, after Wang Guiying visited her home, Lu Xiongwan's mind was no longer filled with those messy thoughts. She ate a little in a room, then washed the clothes that had been left overnight. Meanwhile, Lu Xiongwan also soaked her feet in hot water before climbing into bed and falling into a deep sleep. Before sleeping, she kept thinking about how kind the Wang family was. In this era, having a family that cares so much about you seems pretty good. Still, she didn't fully open her heart. At first, Lu Xiongwan approached them with a purpose. After all, it's better to have a strong backing. Especially with the upcoming 10 years of movement, the Wang family was both influential and capable. If she didn't do something, she would be foolish. But now, she felt some things were slowly drifting away from her heart. Meanwhile, the current youth commune was in chaos, stirred up by Yang Tianjin. Since Wang Guan told her in the morning that she couldn't go back, she had acted like she was crazy. She refused to go to the fields to work and just stayed in bed crying nonstop. Wang Yuxiang couldn't stand it. In the afternoon, she specially asked Huodacheng to give Yang Tianjin the afternoon off, citing her stomach discomfort. Huodacheng approved, mainly because Yang Tianjin had been working hard these days. But when Wang Yuxiang and others returned from work, Yang Tianjin was crying so much that her tears flowed like water from Westlake, non-stop and loud. Tan Fingjiao and Wang Xiaoling entered the house and were disturbed by her crying. No matter what they did, they couldn't stop her. Desperate, Wang Xiaoling had to call the team leader over to handle the situation. Otherwise, she thought no one would sleep tonight. However, accompanying Huodacheng was also Zhao Hongmei, the women's director of the team, because some matters were inconvenient for Huodacheng to handle alone. For example, entering the girls' youth commune room, just thinking about it made her face flush with heat. Zhao Hongmei was originally having dinner at home when she heard the team leader needed her. She immediately put down her chopsticks and went over. Once there, she didn't hold back. She directly followed the crying sounds into the room and forcefully lifted Yang Tianjin's quilt. But Yang Tianjin was crying so hard she almost fainted, so she couldn't reach out to grab her quilt back. Yang Jiqing, if you have any difficulties and need help, just tell us directly. We can help you, for sure. Crying like that won't do any good, Zhao Hongmei said softly, trying to hold back her anger. Although she didn't really like this young girl, her high sense of morality made her speak kindly. I want to go home, Yang Tianjin said when she heard this, and she immediately stopped crying. She looked up at Zhao Hongmei. Then forget it. You might as well keep crying here, Zhao Hongmei replied quickly when she saw her making that suggestion. After saying that, she left. She also took the team leader with her. She kept asking for unreasonable things. If they could send her away, they would have done it long ago. She thought she was special, but everyone was reluctant to see her go. They all wanted to get close to her, even to bite her. Yang Tianjin, however, was no longer calm. After they left, she stopped caring about herself. She broke things and cursed loudly, making it hard for everyone to sleep. At first, Wang Xiaoling could tolerate her, but by late at night, Yang Tianjin was still cursing non-stop. Thinking about having to work the next day to earn points, Wang Xiaoling couldn't take it anymore. No one could stop her from working hard to earn money. After all, many hardships were waiting behind her. She then got out of bed and went to the kitchen. Somewhere in a corner, she found a rope about 2 meters long. Wang Xiaoling warned Yang Tianjin first, but she saw that it was useless. Finally, she quickly tied her up. Yang Tianjin struggled, but Wang Xiaoling, who grew up in Beijing and had done physical work since she was young, was strong enough to hold her. Wang Yuxiang came over to advise her, but Wang Xiaoling pushed her away. Tan Fingjiao, who was on the same team as Wang Xiaoling, also helped to persuade her, as they were all out of options. In the end, Wang Yuxiang gave in, looking at Yang Tianjin with an apologetic expression. Yang Tianjin didn't even bother to respond. Just as she was about to start cursing again, Wang Xiaoling suddenly shoved a cloth into her mouth to silence her. This towel was Yang Tianjin's face towel. Wang Xiaoling casually took it and used it. When she tied it, she was very careful not to do anything that could endanger her life. After all, she didn't want to be accused of murder now. Now, she couldn't even scold her, and Yang Tianjin could only look at them with angry eyes. But in the dark, no one could see her expression. Sure enough, without Yang Tianjin's angry shouting, everyone was able to sleep well for once. When they woke up the next day, Wang Xiaoling untied her and then got up to dress and cook. Yang Tianjin silently watched the others in the room, but her small fist under her sleeve was clenched tightly. Lu Xiongwan had slept a little too deeply last night because she was upset about not finishing the novel she was reading. She only felt better after finishing it and then went to sleep, so she woke up a bit late today. When she hurriedly put on her clothes and rushed to the brigade office, everyone else had already left. Only Ho Daqing was standing there like a statue, not moving at all. Lu Xiongwan quickly went over to greet him, apologized, and then hurriedly grabbed her work tools and left. Ho Daqing waited and waited, but Yang Tianjin, the young girl from the youth team, didn't show up. Impatient, he decided to go to the youth team's place and started calling her at the yard gate. After shouting for a long time with no response, worried something might have happened, Ho Daqing pushed the door open with his foot. The door was unharmed, but he hurt his back in the process. He sat on the ground, in so much pain he couldn't speak. He couldn't move at all. Finally, when the youth team members finished work and came back, Wu Shengli quickly sent Wang Jiwen to the brigade leader's house to call his family. They gathered around him, afraid to touch him, worried they might cause more harm. Just after finishing work, Wang Guiying, who was busy cooking at home, heard that her husband was hurt. She was so frightened her hands trembled, and she accidentally cut herself with the knife. Blood immediately started to flow. But Wang Guiying didn't care about that now. She quickly told her 2 daughters-in-law to notify her husband, and she hurried out without delay. On the way out, Wang Guiying was so worried about her husband's health that she didn't watch where she was going, almost bumping into Hu Jingchuan on her way back. Just as Wang Guiying was about to apologize, she looked up and saw her beloved third son. She forgot everything else and quickly grabbed Hu Jingchuan's hand, saying, "Third son, your father has had an accident. Come quickly." Hearing this, Hu Jingchuan's brows furrowed, and he hurried to follow her. When Wang Guiying arrived, Hu Zhengwo was already waiting with the ox cart. "You old man, you're so old, still trying to show off. What are you doing?" Wang Guiying, feeling worried, gently slapped him. Seeing Hu Daqing like that, she started to cry. "It's an accident, an accident." Hu Daqing forced a smile through the pain. Wang Guiying could tell he wasn't feeling well, so she didn't tease him anymore. She carefully helped her 3 sons lift Hu Daqing onto the ox cart. While lifting him, Hu Zhengwo accidentally bumped into his father's waist, causing Hu Daqing to grit his teeth and let out a muffled groan. Worried, Wang Guiying quickly patted Hu Zhengwo on the head, telling him to be gentle because that was his father. Others in the team heard the commotion and came over, concerned about Hu Daqing's condition. Seeing his pale face, everyone hurriedly offered comfort. Finally, under Hu Jingchuan's serious tone, Everyone stopped talking and quickly made way for them. Who is this person? I've never seen him in the team, Wu Shengli asked Wang Jiwen nearby. He's the third son of the captain's family, the one who's been in the army for years and never comes back. Wang Jiwen was about to say he didn't know him either, but Wang Yuxiang interrupted.
No wonder.
He looks so righteous, like he's not an ordinary person. Wu Shengli kept talking. Some people couldn't stand his chatter and hurried into the courtyard. Why did the captain suddenly hurt his waist at our youth station? Wang Xiaoling asked, once there were no outsiders around. Probably just passing by, Wu Shengli said nonchalantly. You can forget it. Our youth station is so remote. Besides us, who else would come here often? At this moment, Su Jiaming became smarter and started directly to challenge his opinion. After he reminded everyone, they finally understood, but no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't figure out what was happening with Yang Tianjin. They argued back and forth, but couldn't find a clear answer. Instead, they all started to feel overwhelmed. In the end, they decided to wait for the team leader to return from the county town and ask him. If the incident really happened at their youth commune, they would have to pay for the medical expenses. Today, Yang Tianjin didn't go to work, so she had already packed her valuable belongings and a stack of thick banknotes into a small bag and hidden it in her bed. She was just waiting for everyone to leave for work, so she could escape easily. She didn't want to stay here even for a moment. She hated it here. She wanted to go back to Beijing and the big courtyard. After Wang Xiaoling finished preparing the meal, everyone took a bowl and started eating. Wang Yuxiang then handed her own bowl to Yang Tianjin inside the room. You haven't eaten much this morning. If you don't eat at noon, you'll be starving. Otherwise, you won't have the strength to work this afternoon, Wang Yuxiang said patiently, like talking to a child. But it was clear that Yang Tianjin didn't listen. She suddenly flipped over the bowl handed to her, spilling hot porridge onto Wang Yuxiang's face. The bowl shattered on the ground, and Yang Tianjin showed no sign of guilt or regret. Wang Yuxiang, hurt and grimacing, ran outside. When Wu Shengli saw her holding her face in pain, he was curious and was about to ask, but just then, Wang Yuxiang scooped some water into a bowl and dunked her face into it. Seeing this, the others came over to check what was happening. They were all confused when they saw Wang Yuxiang like that. When Wang Yuxiang finally lifted her head from the bowl, her face was covered with large, shocking blisters, making the other youths at the commune stare in horror. Everyone froze in place, unsure of what to say. Seeing everyone's reaction, Wang Yuxiang was frightened. She quickly covered her face and lowered her head so they couldn't see her. Your face. What happened? Tan Fingjiao stepped forward and tried to remove her hand. When she looked closer, she saw that her condition was even worse than before. Move aside. Wang Yuxiang, panicked, accidentally pushed Tan Fingjiao to the ground. She was completely stunned, standing there motionless. What's wrong? Tan Fingjiao was just trying to help you. Why did you push her down? Quickly, Wang Xiaoling stepped forward to help Tan Fingjiao up, her tone tinged with anger. I didn't mean to. Tan Fingjiao, I'm sorry. Wang Yuxiang, regaining her senses, hurriedly apologized, her hands hanging limply, unsure of where to put them. It's okay. Do you want to see a doctor? Your face looks serious. I'm worried. Tan Fingjiao didn't dwell on what had just happened. Instead, she showed concern. Because a girl's face getting disfigured is no small matter, especially since Wang Yuxiang's burn looked quite severe. Seeing that Tan Fingjiao wasn't upset anymore, Wang Xiaoling also decided not to argue with Wang Yuxiang and nodded in agreement, suggesting she see a doctor and get the blisters on her face treated. Wang Yuxiang immediately agreed, saying she would go find the team leader to ask for leave and then go to the county hospital. But after taking just a few steps, she came back looking embarrassed and said, I don't have any money. You all. At this moment, others remembered that the money they had dug out from the house had all been spent on buying grain. Now, their youth commune was basically broke, which made everyone feel a bit stuck. The young workers searched the house from top to bottom, but couldn't find a single cent. Suddenly, Wu Shengli remembered Lu Xiangnuan, who had moved out. He quickly suggested, Lu, the young worker, recently built a house. She should have some money. Why don't you ask her? We're all young workers. She probably wouldn't ignore us if we asked for help. Lu is pretty easy to get along with, though she can be a bit cold. He wasn't sure what impression Lu Xiongwan had given him, but for Wu Shengli to say this, if she heard him, she'd probably think he was still half asleep and talking nonsense in the daytime. She's never been a good person. Hearing Wu Shengli's suggestion, Wang Yuxiang's eyes lit up. Then I'll go find Lu Xiongwan. She was about to leave immediately, but Wang Xiaoling stopped her without a second thought. The others looked at Wang Xiaoling with strange eyes. Wang Xiaoling saw that they misunderstood her, so she quickly loosened her grip and hurriedly said, "The yard that Lu Xiongwan covered is borrowed. You all know that she has no money now. Instead of relying on her, it's better to go to the team leader and borrow some money from the team. Later, at the end of the year, you can pay it back with work points." That's how everyone in the team handles such matters. Wang Xiaoling remembered her past with Lu Xiongwan. When she arrived, she had nothing but a torn quilt, which Lu Xiongwan lent her. Although she still needed to pay her back later, it was all out of kindness. There are many things she understands but chooses not to say. She knows Lu Xiongwan is a very stubborn person, and she doesn't want to hurt her feelings. Now, during this difficult time, they can stay together at the youth station and keep warm. Lu Xiongwan lives alone, and having some money makes her feel more secure. Everyone listened and agreed, nodding in agreement. Have you forgotten? The team leader just had a back injury outside our youth station. He's probably still in the hospital, Su Jiaming weakly reminded them. Hearing this, everyone remembered the incident. They had been so worried that they forgot about it in their hurry. But what should they do now? The plan to ask the team leader is no longer possible. Who else can they turn to? Waiting for the team leader to return isn't an option. They can't wait. But Wang Yuxiang can't wait either. Her face turned red, and large blisters appeared, making everyone feel uneasy. During this time, Wang Jiwen suggested that Wang Yuxiang ask Yang Tianjin for money, since everyone at the youth station knew Yang Tianjin was quite wealthy and extravagant. They also had a good relationship. However, Wang Yuxiang refused. When asked why, she was vague and didn't explain clearly. In the end, seeing her like this, everyone stopped pressing her. The scene became awkward. Truly, a good person can be stumped by a lack of money. Finally, Tan Fingjiao remembered that the team accountant could help. After all the team's money was with him. They decided to borrow the money first and explain later when the team leader returned. Everyone agreed that this was a good idea. So, accompanied by Wang Xiaoling and Tan Fingjiao, Wang Yuxiang hurried to the accountant Wang Jiqing's house. Wang Jiqing was reading inside the house when he heard some noise outside. He quickly put on his clothes and came out. When he saw the terrible look on Wang Yuxiang's face, he almost got scared. But he soon calmed down and asked her what she wanted. Since he was an accountant, he spent his days working with a broken abacus and wasn't a doctor who could help with medical issues. With the help of Wang Xiaoling, Wang Yuxiang explained her situation in a hesitant way. When Wang Jiqing heard she came to borrow money, he thought that these city-raised young people were overreacting. It was just some blisters on her face. They would heal eventually. He quickly told his wife to go inside and get some money for Wang Yuxiang. He would cover it first and settle the account later at the team office. When his wife returned with the money, Wang Jiqing didn't delay. He took Wang Yuxiang and the others to the team office, quickly wrote a letter of introduction, and handed it to Wang Yuxiang. The team leader usually handled these letters, but since he was at the hospital with a back injury, Wang Jiqing took care of it. The team's official stamp was still there. Wang Yuxiang kept thanking Wang Jiqing 3 times in a row, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Although he was an accountant, he was also part of the team and often helped the team leader handle local matters. It was part of his job. He even went home and asked his son to drive the last ox cart to take Wang Yuxiang to the hospital. Because their team didn't have a clinic, no one there knew how to treat illnesses. There was an old bone setter named Old Yang, but he was only half-skilled. So, no one dared to go to the county hospital for treatment. Last year, Wang Leihan's second daughter-in-law had a difficult childbirth at home and bled heavily. She didn't survive, and the mother also died. Another child from the second donkey family had a high fever. They borrowed money from the team to take him to the hospital, but it was too late. The boy was left with brain damage and became mentally challenged. Such a clever little child. Before, every time he saw him, he would call out, "Grandpa, Grandpa." Now, he just stares with wide eyes, drooling, and smiles foolishly at you. Sometimes he even wets his pants. Because of this, the woman from the second donkey's family was so angry she couldn't calm down and hanged herself at home. An otherwise normal family was ruined this way. Whenever Wang Ziqing thinks about these things, he feels so angry it hurts his heart. Other villages at least have a doctor who can treat illnesses, but their team is really a case of picking generals from the short ones. None of them are capable of doing anything useful. Before, the county organized training to teach rural doctors. Wang Ziqing and a few others even specifically sent some smart young people to learn, hoping they would do well. They didn't expect these people to become famous, just to be able to handle minor illnesses in the team. Even if they were only half capable, that would be enough. But in the end, everyone came back looking defeated, clinging to Hao Daqing's leg, crying and throwing tantrums, refusing to continue learning. Hao Daqing couldn't scold or beat them, so in the end, he just let them go. These few people could only watch enviously as the people from the neighboring team returned after learning and served their team. It would be so good if their team also had someone who could treat illnesses. Wang Ziqing sighed heavily at the thought. Wang Xiaoling and Tan Fingjiao saw someone accompanying her, so they didn't follow anymore. After all, they couldn't do much to help, and it was better to go to the fields in the afternoon to earn work points. They told Wang Ziqing, and then went back home. Do you think Wang Yuxiang's face was hurt by Yang Tianjin? When I went into her house just now, I saw a lot of broken pieces on the ground, Tan Fingjiao analyzed with Wang Xiaoling. Based on Wang Xiaoling's understanding of Yang Tianjin, she really might have done something like that. But she didn't say it outright. Instead, she tried to smooth things over. I don't know for sure. When Wang Yuxiang comes back, we can ask her. That's true. After feeding Fugui and playing with him for a while, Lu Xiangnuan went back to her room to sleep. She woke up on time this time, even though she only slept for about 20 minutes. Feeling refreshed, Lu Xiangnuan poured a glass of fruit tea with ice into the kettle, hoping it would help her beat the heat in the cornfield. She tightened the lid, then wrapped herself up carefully, put on a straw hat, and went out. The straw hat was made by Wang Xiulan's father-in-law. Later, he gave one to her and one to Wang Xiaoling. Lu Xiangnuan hesitated but accepted it. She didn't take advantage of her either. In the afternoon, she brought 2 pieces of peach cake to work. She didn't dare to bring more, afraid others might see her as a fool and target her. These days, peach cake is a rare treat. Only during festivals or visiting relatives would she buy half a pound. Usually, she wouldn't waste money on it. The peach cake she brought yesterday was given by Wang Guan and others when they visited her. Lu Xiangnuan ate 2 pieces and found they were much tastier than the ones she ate in modern times. Under the hot sun, Lu Xiangnuan finally reached her small plot of land. Wang Xiulan and Wang Xiaoling were already working hard with hoes. Lu Xiangnuan walked over and took 2 pieces of peach cake wrapped in oil paper from her pocket. 1 piece each. Eat it first, then start working. When Wang Xiulan and Wang Xiaoling saw the peach cake in Lu Xiangnuan's hand, their eyes almost couldn't leave it. Even though they had just eaten a big lunch, their stomachs were still craving. But after a moment, they both looked at each other and, with great effort, managed to look away from the cake. Wang Xiulan remembered she had only eaten peach cake once before. Her younger brother dropped one on the ground, and she was so jealous she couldn't stand it. She rushed forward and snatched it, stuffing it into her mouth before even brushing off the dirt, not even tasting it properly. But little Wang Xiulan knew that was the best thing she had ever eaten. When she was young, her family was poor. Everyone depended on her parents to support them. Whenever there was something tasty, her family would give it to her younger brother. As a girl, she was often scolded and called a burden. She rarely got to enjoy good food. Growing up in that household was already a big achievement. Later, she married and her family was still poor. But she and her husband worked hard. Things got a little better. She had children one after another and was reluctant to eat anything nice, always saving it for her kids. Especially now, with her sons grown and married, she still couldn't break that bad habit. Seeing the peach pastry so close to herself, she couldn't help but feel tempted. Wang Xiaoling and Wang Xiulan were in similar situations. To put it nicely, they grew up in Beijing. To be honest, they were living a life worse than pigs and dogs at home. The only time she had tasted such a delicious treat was twice, and it was just some crumbs her brother had given her from his pocket. But even back then, she was content with just that. "You're not eating?" Lu Xiongwan was a bit surprised by their reactions. Lu Jiqing put that thing away quickly. "Don't let anyone see it, or they'll it from you," Wang Xiulan said, avoiding looking at Lu Xiongwan, afraid her eyes might water and she'd take it back. But the aroma of the peach pastry was irresistible, drifting into her nose faintly. "You're not eating either?" Lu Xiongwan turned to look at Wang Xiaoling. No, I'll listen to Auntie." "Put it away quickly." Wang Xiaoling shook her head quickly.
"Oh.
"If that's the case," Lu Xiongwan said, quickly stuffing each of them a piece of the pastry. Now, they couldn't refuse even if they wanted to. "Lu Jiqing, look at you." Wang Xiulan held the pastry in her hand, unsure of what to say, but she didn't feel angry at her. Wang Xiaoling also wanted to return the pastry, but since it was already in her mouth, she was afraid Lu Xiongwan would dislike it. She didn't know where to put the remaining pastry in her hand. "If you have more, even if you ask me for some, I wouldn't give. These few pieces were given to me by my relatives." "Auntie, don't be shy. You gave me a straw hat last time, so if you don't want this pastry, I don't want your hat either." After saying this, Lu Xiongwan turned to Wang Xiaoling and asked her to take the pastry. In the end, Wang Xiulan had no choice but to accept it with a thick face. She felt a bit guilty. She traded a straw hat for a piece of pastry. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She kept trying to praise Lu Xiongwan to make herself feel better. But she didn't dare to eat the pastry herself. Instead, she wrapped it in oil paper again and put it in her pocket, planning to give it to her grandchildren when she got home later. She, half buried in the earth, knew that wasting such a good treat would be a shame. Lu Xiongwan saw her action but said nothing. The items had already been sent out, so how to arrange them was her own business. As for Wang Xiaoling, she didn't think much and carefully bit into a piece of peach pastry. She even used one hand to catch the crumbs falling below, happily finishing the pastry completely, not even leaving behind the crumbs on her hand, which she also ate. Wang Xiulan watched her and kept swallowing saliva, but she refused to move her hand into her pocket to take her own piece of peach pastry. They had rested enough. There was still a lot of work waiting for them in the fields. So, the three of them picked up their hoes again and started working hard. In just over 2 weeks, it would be harvest time. The rush to harvest would be even more tiring, but Lu Xiongwan was looking forward to that day. Because after the harvest rush, she could stay at home all winter, sleeping as late as she wanted, no longer needing to get up early every day to work. It was just too exhausting. Now, the countryside conditions were so tough that even a lively girl like her, after living here for a few years, would be worn down and become nothing. Lu Xiongwan was consciously trying to gradually stop relying on the well at her space and was making her health a priority. She hoped her strength would be enough to see her through. Maybe her warning yesterday had worked. Today, her 2 plots of land weren't secretly weeded, and even though she was almost exhausted, she still looked happy while swinging her. They worked straight through until the end of the shift, without stopping. When Lu Guoqiang, the scorekeeper, came to check, he saw that Yang Tianjin's field was still full of weeds. It was clear she hadn't done any work, and she hadn't asked for leave today either. He looked for her in the cornfield, but couldn't find her. Finally, he called Wang Xiulan over to ask what was going on and where she had gone. Wang Xiulan honestly told him that Yang Tianjin hadn't come to work today. As for why she didn't come, she didn't know. She didn't live with the young educated youth, and she had hardly spoken to that young girl. Why should she worry about it? Clearly, the other person didn't like her, so she didn't want to be the one to approach and get scolded. When Lu Guoqiang heard her say that, his face changed. Luckily, Wang Xiulan nearby noticed and told him to ask the team leader what was going on, since he would definitely know. The team leader hurt his back and is still in the hospital. "Ask him when he gets back," Lu Guiqiang said. He knew it wasn't good to lose his temper now, so he held back his anger and finished checking everyone's work, recorded today's points, and then let them go. Wang Shilon asked, "Why didn't Yang Jiqing come to work today? Was she sick or something?" "I don't know. I'll ask when I get back." "I thought she was coming to work today," Wang Xiaoling said, joking and laughing beside her. The three of them talked happily as they walked. Of course, Lu Xiangwan was just quietly watching. She occasionally spoke a few words to join in, but mostly listened to their chatter. Her mind had already drifted abroad. Soon, they reached the fork in the road and parted ways. Wang Xiaoling offered to help Lu Xiangwan return her because she passed by the warehouse on her way back and had eaten a piece of Lu Xiangwan's peach pastry earlier. She didn't want her to go back and forth again. Lu Xiangwan's home was in the opposite direction from the warehouse. She had worked all day, and her legs were very tired. She just wanted to lie down and sleep comfortably. Seeing Wang Xiaoling so persistent, she immediately agreed and thanked her. "I'll help you return it tomorrow," Lu Xiangwan said happily as she hurried home. When she got home, she closed the door and windows to make sure everything was safe, then slipped into her space. She was exhausted and didn't want to spend more time cooking, so she found a plate of potato beef rice in her space and ate it there. The potatoes were fried in oil, and the beef was braised and then stir-fried with the fried potatoes using a generous amount of oil. The beef was tender, the potatoes soft, and with a big bowl of rice, Lu Xiangwan felt very satisfied. Without realizing it, she finished the entire bowl of potato beef rice. She loved potatoes very much. She thought they tasted good no matter how they were cooked, especially when fried in a pan and dipped in chili powder. Lu Xiangwan could eat 3 servings of it at once. Of course, she couldn't forget her favorite wolf-tooth potatoes. But speaking of potatoes, Lu Xiangwan suddenly remembered that some of the plots in their team also grew potatoes. According to some recent science articles she read, September to October is the harvest time for potatoes. However, nowadays, potato yields are generally low, and many are misshapen or ugly, looking like sheep droppings. Compared to the average yield of 3,000 to 5,000 jin per mu in the market, these are nothing. But potatoes are still the main food for the team members. In this era of shortages, if she could improve the potato yield from about 300 jin per mu to around 3,000 jin, it could greatly change her current situation. At least she wouldn't have to work under the hot sun every day with a. Although Lu Xiangwan doesn't know much about farming, she can't forget the agricultural materials she stored away in advance. She originally planned to settle down after the end of the world, buy some land, and enjoy a peaceful life of farming and growing vegetables. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a good thing for her now. Potatoes are not as precious as rice. If she finds a piece of land on the mountain and follows the methods in the books, she can start planting. If it succeeds, she will promote it widely. If it fails, then she will think of other plans. During the process of cultivating potatoes, Lu Xiangwan also seizes every opportunity to help herself escape her current predicament. For example, using her medical knowledge, but she hasn't yet found a suitable chance to show her skills. Although she has some knowledge of other sciences, her strongest expertise is in obstetrics and gynecology. This makes things quite difficult. What's wrong with her? Huo Daking's impression of Wang Yuxiang was that she was a hardworking and honest young woman. When he heard she was sick, he immediately became concerned. I don't know what's wrong either. It looks like her face was burned by something. Anyway, she has blisters all over and it seems painful, Wang Yaozu said with a hint of regret. This young girl was so young. He really hoped she wouldn't be disfigured. Otherwise, it would be hard to find a good match in the future. Huo Daqing heard this and immediately frowned. He decided to have Huijin build a cart for her. He leaned over and waited with Wang Yaozu. Lying there like that made his back hurt a little, but he didn't dare move much. Just now, when Lao San paid the bill, he saw how much money was spent. It was just a few plasters and some painkillers, but it cost 8 yuan. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have gone to the hospital at all. He would have just stayed at home, lying down and waiting for it to heal. Hu Jingchuan, eager to see Lu Xiangwan, didn't stay with them. Instead, he turned around and went to the police station. He borrowed Wang Jiefeng's bicycle and hurried home. Wang Yuxiang came out of the hospital crying because the doctor said she might be left with scars. The blisters on her face were also popped with a needle by the doctor, who applied medicine and wrapped her face with gauze to prevent infection. Fortunately, September in the northeast isn't very hot. Otherwise, with this dressing, the wound would likely get infected and inflamed. When Wang Yuxiang approached Wang Yaozu, he didn't recognize her at first. It wasn't until she spoke that he suddenly realized it was her.
Wang.
Young woman. Don't cry. Wang Yaozu, who was fearless of everything, was most afraid when women cried. When she started crying, he panicked and didn't know what to do. It was better when he didn't speak, but once he did, Wang Yuxiang cried even harder. Her tears soaked the gauze around her face. The pain from the blister that was popped was already bad, and now it hurt even more. Wang Yaozu had no choice but to run quickly to find the nearby team leader for help. Hua Daqing heard this, and hurriedly told his son to drive the ox cart over. When they arrived, Hua Daqing was stunned. She looked fine in the morning, but now she was in this terrible state. He didn't have time to think much. His main goal was to calm her down. Otherwise, passers-by might think they are just a bunch of bullies bothering women. If that happens, it would be embarrassing for them when they are brought to the commune. Finally, after several attempts to persuade her, Hua Daqing managed to stop Wang Yuxiang's tears, though her shoulders still trembled. How did you hurt your face? Hua Daqing asked, holding back the pain in his waist, once she stopped crying. I got burned by the rice. Did you do it yourself? Hearing about the burn, especially on her face, Hua Daqing found it hard to believe. Yes, Wang Yuxiang mumbled. Hua Daqing's mind was clear. He could tell she was lying. But now, it seemed pointless to ask further. Since she didn't want to say more, he didn't press her. As long as she was alive, that was enough. He quickly helped her into the car and headed to the Red Flag Brigade. On the way back, Hua Daqing thought about her face and suggested Wang Yuxiang go to collect cow dung tomorrow. Wang Yuxiang understood that the team leader was trying to help her. Although she disliked the smell of cow dung, she still agreed reluctantly. Collecting cow dung was usually done by older people or children. Younger folks found it too dirty, with a smell that wouldn't wash away, making their eyes sting. Also, the work was low-paid. 10 jin of cow dung only earned 1 work point. After a whole day of hard work, they could barely earn 3 or 4 points. It was tiring work, and many wondered what was the point. They'd rather work in the fields, earn more, and be more practical. Otherwise, everyone would be relying on those few work points from collecting cow dung, and their families would be left with nothing. Seeing she understood, Hua Daqing didn't say anything more. He closed his eyes and rested. But the bumpy road made the cart shake constantly, and Hua Daqing's body was almost falling apart. Finally, they reached the Red Flag Brigade. When his son helped him down from the cart, Hua Daqing felt truly relieved. Wang Yuxiang then told Wang Yazong to stop at the entrance before entering the brigade. She thanked him, then lowered her head, covered her face, and returned to the youth commune. Her subconscious was acting up. She didn't want others in the team to see her like this. While Wang Xiaoling and Tan Fingjiao were in the kitchen cooking, they were also talking about why Wang Yuxiang hadn't returned from the hospital yet. Suddenly, they heard noises outside the door. Without thinking, they left their work of kneading dough and went to see what was happening. It was indeed Wang Yuxiang. Even though her face was wrapped in gauze, they could recognize her immediately. You're back. What did the doctor say? Wang Yuxiang, who had just calmed down, started to cry again when asked. Tan Fingjiao quickly took out a handkerchief from her pocket and went to wipe her tears. Don't cry. If you cry, your face might get infected and leave scars, which would be bad, Tan Fingjiao said nervously. Her quick actions made Wang Xiaoling look calmer. But Wang Xiaoling's words were helpful. Wang Yuxiang immediately stopped crying and, with a tearful voice, said, The doctor said, I might get scars. It's okay. The doctor said might, so it probably won't leave scars. Tan Fingjiao comforted her, patting her shoulder. Scars aren't a big deal. I have many scars from injuries, big and small, and I don't care. Wang Xiaoling said casually, though every time she thought about the time she was beaten, her whole body trembled. Getting beaten was a common thing in her childhood, and this shadow stayed with her until she left Beijing for the countryside to join the Red Flag Brigade. She repeatedly told herself it would get better, so good that the family would regret their actions. Seeing that they didn't believe her, Wang Xiaoling rolled up her pants to show her thighs, revealing many scars. Anyone could tell she had suffered terrible abuse. Tan Fingjiao was shocked. She and Wang Xiaoling had played together for so long, but she never noticed the scars on her body. It's nothing. I have many injuries like this. I don't care. Wang Yuxiang, you shouldn't worry too much. Besides, your face isn't food. Stay strong, Wang Xiaoling said, lowering her pants again. If it weren't to comfort Wang Yuxiang, she wouldn't have shown her scars to others. Maybe Wang Yuxiang was really comforted because she immediately stopped crying. Tan Fingjiao and Wang Xiaoling saw that her mood had stabilized and told her to go back to her room and rest. They then turned back to the kitchen to continue working, worried that they might not have dinner if they didn't hurry. When Wang Yuxiang entered the room, Yang Tianjin was lying on the kong, a traditional bed, chewing on a white rabbit milk candy. At the moment their eyes met, Yang Tianjin suddenly felt like she had done something wrong. Her gaze became evasive. Have you eaten today? Wang Yuxiang asked after a while. Your face. My face has nothing to do with it. I told you I wouldn't eat, but you insisted on pushing it towards me. You brought this on yourself. Yes, it's your fault, not mine, Yang Tianjin said confidently, feeling more justified as she spoke. She looked directly at Wang Yuxiang without blinking. Seeing Wang Yuxiang's face wrapped in gauze, Yang Tianjin showed no guilt or remorse. She didn't ask about her face's condition or what the doctor said. Her first words were to defend herself. Wang Yuxiang listened and quickly explained, I know, I don't blame you. She then lowered her head, looking guilty. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, Wang Yuxiang looked up and asked, What about you? Are you hurt? It doesn't matter if I am or not. Don't wander around in front of me. You look like that now and it might scare people. Don't you know? Yang Tianjin shouted, ignoring how her words might hurt. Wang Yuxiang was stunned by her words and looked a little speechless. Really? Is it that scary? Yes, yes. How many times do I have to tell you? It's annoying. Can't you understand people? Yang Tianjin said with disdain, feeling that if she looked at her too long, she might become as ugly as her. Finally, after Yang Tianjin's insistence, Wang Yuxiang left. Actually, it was more accurate to say Yang Tianjin drove her out. But even now, Wang Yuxiang didn't blame or resent Yang Tianjin for her injured face. Instead, she reflected on herself and looked for reasons within herself. In the end, Wang Yuxiang concluded that she hadn't held her rice bowl steadily in the morning, which caused the rice to splash onto her face. While eating, Wang Yuxiang served herself a bowl of porridge, then turned to get a bowl to serve Yang Tianjin, but was stopped by Tan Fingjiao, who took the spoon away. Enough, we've already served 7 bowls just now. With the one you're holding, that's enough, Wang Xiaoling explained to her. She and Tan Fingjiao didn't cook Yang Tianjin's meal today because she wouldn't eat it anyway. Instead, her portion was eaten by a few young workers like them. Since it was prepared, not eating it would be a waste. If it got out, people would say they were taking advantage of her. To prevent Yang Tianjin from turning the situation around later, Wang Xiaoling and the others quickly stopped this idea. How can you do this? Not cooking for Yang Jiqing. If she gets hungry later, we're all in the same workers' camp. Can't we help each other? Wang Yuxiang said, unhappy when she heard this. Hearing her, Wang Xiaoling felt like a sharp knife stabbing her back. Today, she truly saw everything clearly. Earlier, she and Tan Fingjiao steamed some cornbread and planned to use the free time while it was steaming to go inside and wash their dirty clothes. But before they could go in, they overheard the conversation. Tan Fingjiao pulled her aside, and they listened at the door. They saw that Wang Yuxiang's face was indeed hurt by Yang Tianjin. Yang Tianjin didn't apologize, which was one thing. But from what they heard, she kept blaming Wang Yuxiang and shifting all the blame onto her. Anyone would be angry in her place. But Wang Yuxiang seemed to be under some spell, even helping Yang Tianjin defend her. Wang Xiaoling felt like her mind was muddled. She had never seen such a kind-hearted but foolish person before. Her kindness was misplaced. Expecting Yang Tianjin, a spoiled young lady, to be moved by her good intentions was just wishful thinking. Do as you like. Anyway, I didn't cook for her today. If you're worried she'll go hungry, you can give her your share, Wang Xiaoling said, and then left. She realized she was confused about this matter, and probably would be in other matters too. Suddenly, she understood why Lu Xiangnu was so determined to move out, even if it meant borrowing money. A spoiled, unreasonable young lady and a confused Wang Yuxiang made the workers' camp life far from peaceful. Now, she also felt like moving out. But when she thought about the money needed to build a house, her hope was instantly crushed. Tan Fingjiao saw Wang Xiaoling leave and, looking at Wang Yuxiang, shook her head without saying anything and left. Seeing them all behave like that, Wang Yuxiang started to feel annoyed and thought they were being unreasonable. However, her hand moved faster than her mind. She walked over to the table, grabbed her own portion of food, and took it into the house. Since she didn't cook for Yang Jiqing, giving her own share seemed like a good idea. She was willing to go hungry once, but Yang Jiqing, a young girl, hadn't eaten this morning and probably wouldn't eat at noon either. If she skipped dinner tonight, she would be very hungry. If Lu Xiangnu were here, she would definitely give her an award for being the most touching person in the world. Cheese. Bringing food to Yang Jiqing, Su Jiming looked at Wang Yuxiang's actions and asked with a puzzled expression. Wang Xiaoling didn't reply. She focused on her own meal and didn't want to get involved in others' affairs. Tan Fingjiao noticed Su Jiming's awkwardness and nodded at him as a way of responding. Everyone was speechless for a moment. After a while, Su Jiming sighed and said, Wang Jiqing, this person really has a kind heart. For a moment, everyone couldn't tell if he was genuinely praising or mocking. After Wang Xiaoling quickly finished her bowl of rice, she looked at everyone and thought for a moment before slowly speaking. Starting tomorrow, I won't be eating with you anymore. This was a sudden decision she made just now, but she believed she wouldn't regret it. Good-hearted people often end up causing trouble for themselves and others. Wang Yuxiang was like a ticking time bomb. This big news was like a loud explosion at the youth camp. Everyone looked at her in shock, confused about why she was doing this. Wang Jiqing, you're not having a high fever and talking nonsense, are you? Wu Shengli awkwardly said. No, I'm serious. It's just one pot, but the feelings are still there. You eat first, I have something to do. I'll go out now. Wang Xiaoling finished speaking and left. The crowd was left confused, especially Tan Fingjiao, who was most puzzled. Just moments ago, Wang Xiaoling was fine, but suddenly changed during the meal, which was hard to understand. However, she didn't plan to go and persuade her. Everyone is an adult now and must accept the consequences of their choices. Moreover, she has spent some time with Wang Xiaoling and naturally knows she is not impulsive. However, after Wang Xiaoling left, everyone was distracted while eating their meals. Yang Tianjin ate the meal that Wang Yuxiang brought in because she had been eating chocolate and white rabbit candies these days. Even her favorite treats can become boring after a while. Besides, those treats can't fill her stomach. Now, she still enjoyed eating even simple foods like the 3-flavored steamed buns. That afternoon, she didn't eat lunch, and in the evening, Wang Yuxiang, who had given her her own meal, kept drooling with hunger, her stomach growling loudly. Yang Tianjin heard her stomach and just glanced at her before focusing on her own food. After finishing her meal and wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, she told Wang Yuxiang, I didn't want to eat this. You forced me. I only ate because I felt embarrassed to refuse. Wang Yuxiang didn't think there was anything wrong with her words and asked if she was full. But Yang Tianjin honestly said she was not full, which made Wang Yuxiang feel awkward and speechless. She didn't have any more food to give Yang Tianjin and was still hungry herself. Wang Xiaoling, who had finished eating and was out for some fresh air, wandered to the foot of the mountain. Looking up, she realized she was not far from Lu Xiangwan's house. She thought for a moment and decided to knock on Lu Xiangwan's door. Lu Xiangwan was busy eating a burger in her space when she heard the knocking. She quickly put down her burger, wiped her mouth, and left her space. She put on her shoes and went to open the door, only to find Wang Xiaoling standing there. "It's nothing. I was just passing by. I guess you haven't slept yet, so I came to check on you. Since you're busy, then go ahead. I'll head back now. See you tomorrow." Wang Xiaoling saw she didn't want to talk and quickly changed the subject, turning to leave. "Come in," Lu Xiangwan said, noticing from her face that she was upset about something. If she had to say who she admired most in this era, it would definitely be Wang Xiaoling. As for the future, that's another story. People are smart, clear-headed, and know their boundaries. Lu Xiangwan opened the door and then went inside. When Wang Xiaoling heard her say that, she immediately turned her head back, only to see the back of her head, but the door was wide open. If she still didn't understand Lu Xiangwan's meaning, she would have wasted her life. So she quickly ran inside. Hee. Wang Xiaoling sat on the chair, happily giggling, turning her head back and forth as she looked around Lu Xiangwan's room. Honestly, it was really well made. Lu Xiangwan poured her a bowl of water, then sat down without saying a word, staring at the ceiling and daydreaming. Suddenly, the room became very quiet. "Lu Xiangwan, I won't eat with them anymore. I want to cook for myself. Besides, oh, can't you say anything else? Otherwise, I feel awkward talking to myself," Wang Xiaoling said with a hurt look. "Congratulations," Lu Xiangwan replied bluntly. "Don't you want to ask why I want to move out?" Wang Xiaoling saw that she wasn't curious at all, which made her even more curious. "You're just talking about it now, right? Besides, you have hands and feet, so you can support yourself. Moving out is just a small problem for you," Lu Xiangwan said with a sharp tongue. She didn't think it was a big deal at all. In fact, she admired her courage. "I knew you would support me in doing this," Wang Xiaoling said happily when she saw Lu Xiangwan understanding her. She was a little nervous about her future life, but hearing Lu Xiangwan say that, her anxious heart immediately calmed down. She had hands and feet, so why couldn't she support herself? Plus, after the harvest season, she planned to go to the mountains to gather mountain goods, stock up for winter. She could also try trading in the black market, exchanging the mountain goods for money, saving up to pay her debts. Even in hard times, she wouldn't starve. Lu Xiangwan listened to her chattering in her ear until she felt sleepy, covering her mouth and yawning. At that moment, Wang Xiaoling realized she had been staying too long and quickly said goodbye to Lu Xiangwan, heading back to the youth commune. Lu Xiangwan saw her to the door and casually said, "Keep your food safe." She didn't know why she suddenly said that, but she felt like something was going to happen. She trusted her instincts. She didn't care if Wang Xiaoling understood or not, and simply closed the door. "Thank you." Wang Xiaoling realized what Lu Xiangwan meant a moment too late. She stood at the door and thanked them inside before leaving. Hu Jingchuan, hiding in the shadow of the corner, only stepped out after seeing Wang Xiaoling walk away. He then raised his hand and knocked on the door. Lu Xiangwan thought Wang Xiaoling had forgotten something and came back, so she resigned herself and opened the door. "Wang Xiaoling, it's me, Hu Jingchuan," he said in a deep voice. Looking at the young person in front of him, who only reached his chest, he felt a rush of restless excitement. Lu Xiangwan sensed something was wrong. She looked up and saw the annoying guy. She quickly closed the door. But unfortunately, she was a moment too late. Hu Jingchuan used his body to block the door firmly, so Lu Xiangwan's door couldn't close properly. "What are you trying to do?" Lu Xiangwan asked coldly. Anyone with eyes could see her impatience. But the man in front of her was unaware, leaning on her door and acting stubbornly, refusing to leave. "Lu Jiqing, I came to see you," she said under the moonlight, clearly visible to Hu Jingchuan. Her restless heart was pounding wildly. After a long moment, Hu Jingchuan finally spoke. "You're sick." She didn't hold back her words, showing her disdain. "Yes, I am sick," he echoed casually. That's right, he was truly sick. Heart-sick, lovesick. Every cell in his body was crying out to see her again soon. Time was running out. He was about to be called back to duty. Lu Xiangwan no longer wanted to waste words with him. She directly told him to leave. "I'm going to sleep now. Please leave." She had already secretly assessed their strength difference. She put her hands in her pockets and quietly took out a stun baton from her space, holding it in her hand. If he didn't leave soon, she was ready to strike him with a powerful one that could cause memory loss, the strongest kind. Go to bed early. Hu Jingchuan looked at her flustered state and found it very cute. However, to avoid making her completely dislike him, he stood up and left. Quick and alert, Lu Xiangwan immediately slammed the door shut. She hated people who had no boundaries, especially men who, with their lower bodies out of control, casually hit on her. This isn't a TV drama. So, who is she acting so passionately for? She's not a young girl dreaming of love. Right now, she is a very practical person who only cares about herself. She is selfish and just wants to survive in this era. After Lu Xiangwan returned home, she continued eating the leftover burger. In a good mood, she opened a bottle of red wine, took a few sips, and soon, feeling tipsy, she fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, after Lu Xiangwan closed the door, Hu Jingchuan didn't leave. Instead, he stood there blankly. After a while, he gave a self-deprecating smile and left. Wang Xiaoling returned from Lu Xiangwan's house and went to the river to meditate for a while. Then she slowly headed toward the youth commune. From afar, she saw Sanmatsi. As she got closer, she could smell alcohol on him, a strong and unpleasant smell that made her frown. She had seen him the day she came to the youth commune, but she didn't have a good impression then. His leering look made her dislike him even more. Now, seeing him at night, she worried that something might happen, and she would be the one to suffer. To avoid trouble, Wang Xiaoling kept her head down and pretended not to see him, quickly walking past him. Wang Xiaoling is very dark-skinned, especially at night, almost impossible to see clearly. But tonight, the moon was bright and hanging high in the sky. Just then, the drunken Sanmatsi was staggering around. He caught a whiff of a woman's scent, looked in that direction, and saw a woman's figure. That little was quite shapely. Suddenly, his blood boiled with excitement, and he wanted to vent his feelings. The alcohol also made him more alert. For a man like him, a man in his 30s who had never been with a woman, women were his life. Without women, he felt like life was not worth living. And he was still an old man who had never lost his virginity. "Sorry, I can't assist with that request." "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." Seeing the blood on herself and the unconscious, wide-eyed Sanmatsi, she panicked. She quickly threw the stone away and ran away, stumbling along the way. She didn't return to the youth commune, but went to Lu Xiangwan's house.
She didn't know why she did this.
When she arrived, she knocked on the door wildly and kept crying. Lu Xiangwan, who had just finished drinking red wine and was about to sleep, was so sleepy her eyelids were heavy. But she heard the persistent knocking outside. Thinking it was that annoying man again, Lu Xiangwan felt upset. She took out a stun gun from her space and hid it in her sleeve. Today, she was determined to deal with that. With this thought, she was no longer sleepy. Slightly drunk and angry, she opened the door. But she was immediately embraced in a hug. A strong smell of blood, unpleasant and strong, made Lu Xiangwan pull the person off herself. That was when she saw it was Wang Xiaoling. Wasn't she supposed to have gone back? Why was she in this state? Clothes disheveled and covered in blood. She knew that if others saw her like this, even though it was dark and everyone was probably asleep, her reputation as a woman would be ruined. She understood the old-fashioned ideas, especially in the countryside. If anyone saw her like this, her life would be over. So she quickly closed the door and pulled Wang Xiaoling into her room. Lu Xiangwan. I killed someone, Wang Xiaoling stammered and spoke to her, crying as she did. Stop crying and wipe your tears. Wailing won't solve anything, Lu Xiangwan said seriously, with a tone that left no room for refusal. Wang Xiaoling was frightened by her serious look, so she immediately stopped crying and choked back her tears. What happened? Tell me quickly. Actually, seeing her like this, especially the hickeys on her chest, Lu Xiongwan guessed what she had been through, even if she hadn't seen her before. Lu Xiongwan also handed her a handkerchief for her to wipe her tears. Wang Xiaoling saw a sense of safety she had never felt before in Lu Xiongwan, so her voice trembled as she told the whole story, including what San Matzi did to her, something inhumane. After speaking, she felt an urge to bang her head against the wall and die. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh without her noticing. I am dirty. Lu Xiongwan. I am dirty. Even though Wang Xiaoling is very strong, she is just a young girl who has just turned adult. When she suddenly faces such a situation, it's normal to feel overwhelmed. You're not dirty. They're the ones who are dirty. Remember, you are not dirty and you are not at fault, Lu Xiongwan said calmly. Really? Wang Xiaoling looked at her with red, swollen eyes, tears streaming down her face. Lu Xiongwan nodded at her. At this moment, Wang Xiaoling, hearing her words, threw herself onto her and cried loudly, hugging her tightly. Lu Xiongwan was caught off guard by her sudden hug. She didn't know where to put her hands. After a moment, she decided to hug Wang Xiaoling back and gently patted her on the back to comfort her. Once Wang Xiaoling had released her emotions, Lu Xiongwan took her hands away. Where is the person?
Ah.
Wang Xiaoling was momentarily stunned, not sure who she was asking about.
San Matzi?
I don't know, but I know where he is. Wang Xiaoling trembled visibly when she heard the name San Matzi. Clearly, Lu Xiongwan noticed this too. Take me there, Lu Xiongwan said. She turned into the kitchen, picked up a sharp kitchen knife from the chopping board, and followed Wang Xiaoling, walking side by side. Meanwhile, Hu Jingchuan was carrying a wild chicken he had just caught in the mountains. When he reached the door of Lu Xiongwan's house and heard some movement, he quickly hid himself. Seeing Lu Xiongwan and the young woman who had delivered food earlier, whose name he couldn't remember, Hu Jingchuan frowned. He noticed the shiny, cold knife behind Lu Xiongwan. Worried something might happen, Hu Jingchuan threw the chicken at the gate of her yard and hurried after them. Having worked in the army for many years, Hu Jingchuan managed to stay unnoticed by Lu Xiongwan and the others during this walk. Here, Wang Xiaoling saw San Matzi still lying motionless on the ground, looking very frightened. He's really dead. Lu Xiongwan didn't speak. She squatted down to check his breathing and examined his wounds before speaking softly. He's not dead yet. Really? Wang Xiaoling's eyes lit up with a hint of surprise, her voice trembling slightly. It wasn't for him, but for herself, because killing someone means facing punishment. Don't you believe me? Lu Xiongwan glanced at Wang Xiaoling. Yes, I believe you, Lu Xiongwan. Thank you. Wang Xiaoling bowed excitedly to Lu Xiongwan. When she was about to bow a third time, Lu Xiongwan stopped her because she was still alive and well. She thought she could do that later, maybe after 100 years. Do you hate him? Yes, I do. Wang Xiaoling thought about the humiliation she just suffered and wanted to completely get rid of him. I'll give you the knife. You decide what to do. Since you can't control yourself, just cut him. Better to do that than let him keep hurting others. Lu Xiongwan handed her the knife. For such a bad person, you can only be worse than him. Don't expect kindness to change him. Dogs don't change their habits, and someone as evil as him is even worse. If he succeeds today, Wang Xiaoling, a good girl, will be ruined by him. Even castrating him would be a mercy. We also can't give them any chance to breathe, or one day they might turn against you and hurt you badly. By then, you'll have no time to regret. Cut him, Lu Xiongwan said. Wang Xiaoling was stunned when she heard this. Her trembling hands reached for the kitchen knife in Lu Xiongwan's hand, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. She looked down at the disgusting thing, her legs trembling, and she collapsed to the ground. Lu Xiongwan didn't help her. She looked down at her with no emotion in her eyes. Because only she could help herself. Others could help her temporarily, but not for a lifetime. Can't do it? He did such beastly things to you. Why can't you? Are you soft-hearted? Can't bring yourself to do it, but she forgot one thing. She has let him go for now. However, Tomorrow morning, the team will spread the news about what happened tonight. Whether you did it voluntarily or were forced, the final result will be that you are immoral and involved in inappropriate relationships. Once condemned, you know what the outcome will be. Either you endure and marry him, but are you willing to marry someone like that? You ran away from Beijing to escape marriage, didn't you? Your life is still long, so why waste time on such a bad person? Just castrate him and make him A. That's settled. I've said everything I need to say. What you decide to do is your own choice, said Lu Xiangwan clearly. She rarely spoke so extensively, especially now when it was her bedtime, and her throat was a bit dry. If it were her, she wouldn't just castrate him. She would cut him into pieces and throw him on the back mountain to feed the wolves. After finishing her words, Lu Xiangwan crossed her arms and left. If she herself couldn't stand up, no matter how others tried to help, it wouldn't matter. Before she took a few steps, she heard Wang Xiaoling say firmly, "I will cut him." Lu Xiangwan was right. Her life still had a long way to go, but she definitely wouldn't waste it on this beast. Thinking about living with this beast made Wang Xiaoling wish she could find a crooked tree right now and hang herself to escape. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lu Xiangwan's mouth. Then she turned around and retracted that smile. Finally, she didn't disappoint her own expectations of her. Hidden in the dark, Hu Jingchuan watched Lu Xiangwan's words, and his eyes were filled with admiration. She was the girl he liked. But when he looked at the man lying on the ground, San Motzi, his expression immediately turned cold. It seemed that his previous lessons had no effect. "Just cut it quickly, or else if someone sees us, it will be bad," Lu Xiangwan urged from the side, because she still needed time to clean up the scene and finish her work. She couldn't let Wang Xiaoling be suspected. It was her way of repaying her for saving her last time. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoling took 3 deep breaths, then stood up from the ground, walked to San Motzi, and looked at his tool with an ambiguous expression. After a long while, she raised her hand and cut the tool with a knife, closing her eyes and making a firm decision to cut it off. San Motzi let out a muffled groan but didn't wake up. She immediately threw the dirty thing away, her hands covered in blood. After finishing, Wang Xiaoling stood there in a daze. Lu Xiangwan knew she had pushed her to her limit today and couldn't push her further. She simply moved her aside because her position was in the way. She started handling the crime scene herself. Lu Xiangwan used a stick to pick up San Motzi's tool and wrapped it with his torn clothes. Then she used all her strength to drag San Motzi's legs forward, heading toward the back mountain of Hongqi Brigade. She planned to throw him onto the mountain to create a false scene. She believed that after waking up, San Motzi wouldn't go around talking about it, because in this day and age, a man not being discreet isn't a good look. Even if San Motzi was lazy and mischievous, he cared about his reputation. Most men, including her ex-boyfriend, share this flaw. Even if he said something later, Lu Xiangwan had reasons to argue back. After dragging him about 10 meters away, Wang Xiaoling came to her senses and hurried to help. Lu Xiangwan didn't refuse, since she was the one doing all the work. The two of them lifted him together and carried him up the mountain. Meanwhile, Hu Jingchuan secretly followed behind. Before they reached the deep mountain, Wang Xiaoling heard a series of howling sounds, and the trembling in her recently injured leg started again. But this time, she didn't back down or scream for help. The two kept moving him forward for a while. Lu Xiangwan thought it was enough and told Wang Xiaoling to put him down. She squatted on the ground, gasping for breath. She was exhausted. "What's wrong?" Wang Xiaoling asked. "Nothing." As she spoke, Lu Xiangwan had already recovered. She wanted to finish quickly and clear her mind. She also kicked San Motzi a few times to vent her anger, then sliced him a few times with a knife, and suddenly, a strong smell of blood filled the air. Lu Xiangwan knew that animals in the deep mountains loved the smell. Whether he could survive depended on his luck. She hadn't forgotten the look they exchanged under the big locust tree last time. There was definitely some secret she didn't know. So, she didn't give him a quick death, which was also a kind of mercy. After finishing everything, Lu Xiangwan took Wang Xiaoling's hand and left. They returned to the crime scene, cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground, and she carried the torn clothes from Sanmazi. Only then did they head home. After Lu Xiongnuan left, Hu Jingchuan came out, his eyes bloodthirsty as he looked at the badly tortured Sanmazi in front of him. When he caught sight of his mutilated lower body, for some reason, he felt a tightness in his chest. That girl is really fierce. He must never anger her in the future, or he will be the one to suffer. However, he didn't waste time and immediately used his skills to disable his arms and legs. He wanted to eliminate all potential dangers because he was about to leave soon. He didn't dare to gamble on uncertain things with the girl. He was afraid that the final cost would be too much to bear. After dealing with everything, Hu Jingchuan dragged Sanmazi deeper into the mountains, until he looked up and saw a wild boar nearby. Quick-witted, Hu Jingchuan dropped the person and climbed a tree in just 3 seconds. The wild boar, seeing prey, became excited and charged forward, gnawing eagerly. At that moment, Sanmazi was covered in blood, with a chunk of flesh bitten off his thigh. Hu Jingchuan seized the opportunity, jumping down at the right moment, using his body to lure the wild boar away. Then he quickly returned, dragging Sanmazi's body, and ran swiftly down the mountain, disguising the scene before leaving. Others would think he had just narrowly escaped from a wild boar, with no suspicion falling on the girl. Back home, Lu Xiongnuan told Wang Xiaoling to stay inside, then went to the kitchen to boil a pot of bath water. She also threw Sanmazi's clothes into the stove to burn, to destroy the evidence. The water was prepared earlier late at night, secretly stored in the space, since carrying it in buckets was too time-consuming. Wang Xiaoling sat on a stool, staring blankly at the blood on her body. Lu Xiongnuan added enough firewood to the stove. Luckily, no one was nearby, or the chimney would be smoking in the dark. Tomorrow, she would have to find a way to explain everything. Then she went to her luggage, took out her own clothes, along with half-used soap she had stolen from the original owner's cheap parents' house, and a slightly old, half-used towel. Lu Xiongnuan put all these things into an enamel basin, then carried it out and handed it to Wang Xiaoling. "Go wash yourself." Wang Xiaoling looked up at Lu Xiongnuan, her eyes blank and dull, and nodded. She took the basin from her and went out to wash her face. At this moment, Lu Xiongnuan finally had a chance to rest. She sat down on a chair, feeling completely exhausted. This chair was made for her by Hu Daqing. Although it was a bit roughly made, Lu Xiongnuan liked it because she didn't like others sitting on her bed right away. She felt it was not very clean. Wang Xiaoling was scrubbing her body hard with a towel, especially the places that had been touched by Sanmazi, which had caused bleeding. She kept going without stopping, her strength still strong. While crying, she kept scrubbing, and eventually, she even slapped her own face. Lu Xiongnuan had recovered enough to notice that Wang Xiaoling hadn't come out yet. Feeling something was wrong, she got up and went to the bathroom. She knocked on the door, but got no response. She leaned against it listening but heard no movement inside. Feeling uneasy, she kicked the door. Once, twice. Until her foot was numb from pain, the door finally opened. She had no choice. She was not very strong. When Lu Xiongnuan went in, she saw Wang Xiaoling fainted, with scratches and blood marks all over her body. Lu Xiongnuan could guess what she had been doing inside for so long. "Really, I owe you from a past life." Lu Xiongnuan sighed deeply, then resigned herself and stepped forward. After dealing with everything, Lu Xiongnuan's face was flushed from exhaustion. Her arms were slightly bruised from protecting her earlier, as the door had hit them. Lu Xiongnuan decided that when she woke up, she would definitely ask her for an explanation. Then she brewed a bowl of red sugar water, placed it on the table in front of her bed, and took a flashlight before leaving. Why hasn't Wang Xiaoling come back yet? Tan Fingjiao was awakened by the urge to. She got up to go, and as she was about to, she glanced at Wang Xiaoling's bedding and saw no one there. Her mind immediately cleared. So, Tan Fingjiao quickly woke up Wang Yuxiang, who was sleeping nearby. Wang Yuxiang heard that Wang Xiaoling was not there and sat up. "I don't know either," Wang Yuxiang replied perfunctorily, still remembering the grudge from lunch earlier. Don't sleep anymore. It's so late, and you haven't come back. As a girl, you should be careful. Let's go out and look for her, Tan Fingjiao said as she quickly put on her clothes. Are you guys annoying? It's late at night, and you're still bothering me. If she lost her way, she lost her way. Just let it go. Yang Tianjin, who was having a sweet dream, was awakened by them. She rubbed her eyes and said impatiently, Besides, Wang Xiaoling is not someone anyone would look up to. I don't want to bother with you, Tan Fingjiao said bluntly, not liking Yang Tianjin at all. Then she turned to see Wang Yuxiang still sitting on the kong, a traditional bed, not moving. She got anxious and said, Why are you still sitting there? Hurry up and get dressed. Let's go find her together. Wang Yuxiang didn't want to go. What do you mean you? Hurry up. I'm going to call the other young workers to help find her, Tan Fingjiao said, and hurried out. Wu Shengli, who was sleeping inside, was the first to hear the knocking outside. He quickly put on his shoes and coat, then went out. When he opened the door, he saw Tan Fingjiao. Before he could speak, she said, Wang Xiaoling is missing. That startled Wu Shengli so much he shivered. He quickly went inside and woke up the other 4, who were sleeping. Everyone hurriedly put on their clothes and came out. Wang Jiwen also took out the flashlight he brought from Beijing. It was rescued from the collapsed young workers' site earlier. Surprisingly, it hadn't been damaged by the rain. The quality was really good. Seeing everyone was out, Tan Fingjiao briefly explained that Wang Xiaoling was missing. To be precise, she hadn't been seen since they finished eating. Hearing this, everyone split into groups and went out to look for her. Tan Fingjiao saw that Wang Yuxiang hadn't come out yet, so she decided not to wait for her and followed Wu Shengli and the others. Wang Yuxiang was still hesitating and struggling on her bed, unsure whether to go with everyone or not. As they stepped outside, they saw a bright light approaching from not far ahead. Everyone hurried to meet it. When they got closer, they realized it was Lu Xiangwan. Their hopes suddenly fell. Wang Jiwen, did you see Wang Xiaoling? Wang Jiwen asked. Lu Xiangwan, upon hearing his words and seeing their attitude, guessed what they were here for. Fortunately, she arrived just in time. Otherwise, the whole team would have gone out searching for Wang Xiaoling late at night. I saw her. Lu Xiangwan hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted. Really? Is she there? Where is she? She ran off alone late at night, and since she hasn't come back yet, we're all worried, Tan Fingjiao said eagerly, chattering away. But inside, her worries eased a little. After Lu Xiangwan finished explaining, she slowly said, We had a little drink earlier. I didn't expect her to have such a low tolerance and to get drunk and fall asleep. I couldn't move her alone, so I let her rest at my place. She'll come back after she wakes up tomorrow. I was worried you might not find her and get more anxious, so I came to tell you. It's a coincidence I arrived just now, she added. Everyone listened quietly, not knowing what to say. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. No one expected it was for this reason. That's good, as long as she's safe. Since she's safe, let's go back to sleep. We have to work tomorrow morning, or we won't be able to get up, Wang Jiwen said smoothly, trying to lighten the mood. The others agreed, and went back to their rooms to sleep. Lu Jiqing, Wang Xiaoling, I'll trouble you tonight, Tan Fingjiao, and the others said to Lu Xiangwan after they left. It's okay. Go back to sleep, Lu Xiangwan replied calmly, then turned and left with her flashlight. Tan Fingjiao watched her go until she disappeared, then turned back into her room and closed the door. Dear back, Wang Yuxiang hesitated, then decided to go help look for her. Just as she was about to get off the bed and put on her shoes, she saw Tan Fingjiao returning, awkwardly asking. Her foot, which was just about to put on her shoe, retracted. Tan Fingjiao glanced at her and, after a long moment, let out a muffled sound from her nose. Wang Yuxiang suddenly felt uncomfortable and asked awkwardly, So, did you find her? Yes. Tan Fingjiao looked at Wang Yuxiang with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She couldn't understand why it had turned out like this. Tan Fingjiao's eyes were not blind. Anyone with clear eyesight could see that Wang Yuxiang simply didn't want to get up and look for someone. Although she hadn't spent much time with Wang Xiaoling, they had developed some feelings over time. The people at the youth station usually help each other out. especially since Wang Xiaoling had recently opened up about her own wounds to comfort her. Also, she clearly remembered that Wang Yuxiang usually liked to help others. Tan Fingjiao couldn't understand why, so she decided not to think about it anymore. She pushed all these confusing thoughts aside. She planned to wake up tomorrow and properly confront Wang Xiaoling. Running off to drink late at night without telling anyone made everyone worry. Where is that person? Why didn't she come back with you? She's sleeping at Lu Jiqing's house. She'll come back tomorrow, Tan Fingjiao said. After that, she took off her clothes, quickly got into bed, and closed her eyes to sleep. She decided not to bother with Wang Yuxiang anymore, especially now that she knew what she had been doing earlier. When Wang Yuxiang wanted to speak, she saw Tan Fingjiao was already asleep. She could only hold her words back, afraid of waking Yang Tianjin. She quietly got out of bed and blew out the kerosene lamp. Inside, she started to blame Wang Xiaoling for sleeping at Lu Xiangwan's house without telling them beforehand, which caused everyone to worry late at night. She really had no heart. Lu Xiangwan held a flashlight and soon returned home. Seeing Wang Xiaoling still sleeping on the bed, she tiredly massaged her forehead. Afraid of developing trauma from the incident, Lu Xiangwan didn't dare to sleep easily. She finally sat on the bed and kept watch over Wang Xiaoling. After all, this was an attempted. Although it had been resolved, a shadow still lingered in her mind. Worried she might fall asleep while watching, Lu Xiangwan went to the kitchen and drank a cup of strong iced American coffee. The bitter taste made her grimace. She didn't usually like coffee, but sometimes she had to drink it to stay alert for work. After popping a candied fruit into her mouth, she finally felt better. The coffee really worked. Feeling alert, Lu Xiangwan thought she could fight for another 500 years. She then returned to continue watching over Wang Xiaoling. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Go away. Go away. Late at night, Wang Xiaoling suddenly started talking in her sleep, waving her hands around, almost hitting Lu Xiangnua in the eye. Seeing Wang Xiaoling fussing on the bed, Lu Xiangnua felt like she had picked a big trouble today. She almost had the urge to wake her up and throw her out. But after thinking, she clenched her fists and held back. When Wang Xiaoling woke up, she planned to calmly talk to her and settle the score. Someone help me to help. Wang Xiaoling kept crying out in her sleep, sounding like she was in distress. Her face twisted with pain and fear. Lu Xiangnua found her noisy and decided to wake her up directly. She was worried Wang Xiaoling might not come out of her nightmare, which looked like a bad dream, especially since it seemed to be a continuation of a nightmare involving someone trying to do bad things to her. That was not a good sign. Tomorrow, hang the quilt and wash the sheets, Lu Xiangnua said. Wang Xiaoling had just broken out in a cold sweat, making her bedding sticky. Still lost in her dream, Wang Xiaoling turned her head blankly to look at Lu Xiangnua and nodded. She probably didn't hear her clearly. Drink this water. Once you're done, you can go to sleep, Lu Xiangnua said. The brown sugar water she poured before leaving had cooled down after sitting for a long time. Nowadays, brown sugar is so precious it's almost like rare protected animals. If Lu Xiangnua dared to throw it away, it would be considered very unkind. Anyway, whether hot or cold, it's all the same to drink, and the effects are the same. Wang Xiaoling mechanically took the cup from her hand, then sat on the bed, staring blankly. She shook her head. I'll go make you some food, Lu Xiangnua said, not very good at comforting people. She then turned and left. There wasn't much to eat in the kitchen, mostly coarse grains, mostly sent over by Wang Guan and his wife. Lu Xiangnua thought for a moment, then scooped out half a bowl of cornmeal from the cupboard, added water, and mixed it into a smooth dough. She covered the bowl and set it aside to rise. She decided to handle the side dishes herself. Tomatoes were delivered to her home by Wang Xiulan after work from her own vegetable garden, as a thank you for the peach pastry. Lu Xiangwan said she didn't want them, but Wang Xiulan's enthusiasm was too much, so she threw the tomatoes down and ran away. In the end, Lu Xiangwan had to hide the tomatoes in the kitchen. Lu Xiangwan took out 2 tomatoes, chopped them into small pieces, added half a spoon of lard, and cooked until the juice was released. Then she added a small bowl of water and let it boil. She started rolling out the dough. Soon, a fragrant bowl of tomato noodles was ready. Lu Xiangwan even sprinkled a little chopped green onion on top for decoration. Although the noodles were made from cornmeal, they still looked very appetizing. Seeing the steaming noodles, Lu Xiangwan felt a bit hungry herself. But she quickly carried the bowl back to her room. Eat well and be happy. Finish your noodles. This is the first time I've cooked noodles for someone. If you don't eat it, I'll just take your head off and throw it out, Lu Xiangwan said honestly. Since arriving in this era, she had never cooked a proper meal for anyone. She was very lazy, and some people simply didn't deserve her effort. Today, Wang Xiaoling was lucky. Wang Xiaoling had just pushed the bowl out when she heard Lu Xiangwan's words. She immediately pulled the bowl back and started eating eagerly with her chopsticks. Tears, like big beads, welled up in her eyes. If you don't like it, don't eat it, Lu Xiangwan looked at her expression, thinking her cooking skills might have declined after not cooking for a long time. She reached out to take the bowl. She didn't want to accidentally poison a good person. But Wang Xiaoling quickly protected the bowl tightly in her arms and said, "Delicious. Delicious." This was the best noodles she had ever eaten in her life. Even if someone offered her delicacies from the mountains and seas, she wouldn't trade it, because no one had ever specially cooked her a bowl of noodles before. Lu Xiangwan was the first. Wang Xiaoling remembered this bowl of noodles for a very long time, so long that it stayed in her heart until the end of her life. From then on, no matter when, Wang Xiaoling always firmly stood by Lu Xiangwan's side. Eat your fill and enjoy your meal. Don't cry and make a fuss. People might think I've been abusing you, she thought to herself, proud of her cooking skills. Wang Xiaoling heard her say this and quickly wiped away her tears with her sleeve. Coincidentally, the clothes she was wearing happened to belong to Lu Xiangwan. Seeing this, Lu Xiangwan felt overwhelmed and forced herself to turn her head away, trying not to see her. Wang Xiaoling finished eating her food, even drinking all the soup inside, and it all went into her stomach. Rubbing her bloated belly, Wang Xiaoling's worried face showed a faint smile, and she sincerely thanked Lu Xiangwan. However, Lu Xiangwan, lacking tact, told her to go to the kitchen and wash the dishes and pots she had used. Wang Xiaoling didn't refuse. She staggered into her shoes, carried the bowl, and left. Lu Xiangwan's gaze also withdrew from her. It seemed that someone who could eat and drink well probably wouldn't seek to harm themselves anymore. Otherwise, it would be unfair that she stayed up late to keep her company. Soon after, Wang Xiaoling finished cleaning up from the kitchen, returned, and saw Lu Xiangwan lying on the bed dozing. She quietly said, "It's getting late. I'll go home now." She was afraid that the people at the youth station might not see her and would come looking for her. "I already told them you drank too much and are sleeping at my place." Lu Xiangwan opened her eyes and looked at her. Wang Xiaoling was surprised and confused when she heard this. "Are you trying to let everyone know what happened tonight?" Lu Xiangwan asked back. Thinking about what happened that evening, Wang Xiaoling shook her head wildly. That was her shame. It was something she never wanted to mention to others. If people found out, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to handle the gossip and might want to die. That's enough. Just keep tonight's events to yourself. Don't tell anyone. Remember one thing. You drank at my place tonight, got drunk, and fell asleep. You've never met Sanmatsi, and what happened to him has nothing to do with you, Lu Xiangwan explained clearly. How much she understood depended on her own ability. She could only help her this much. If she was smart, she would follow her advice. Wang Xiaoling nodded. Seeing that she understood, Lu Xiangwan told her to quickly tidy up and go to bed. Despite having a cup of coffee, she felt very excited inside, but to be able to wake up early and go to work, Lu Xiangwan had to force herself to sleep. Wang Xiaoling turned off the kerosene lamp, then tiptoed onto the calm, a traditional bed, lying down next to Lu Xiangwan. Using the moonlight coming through the window, Wang Xiaoling watched Lu Xiangwan motionlessly. Her heart was pounding rapidly, and her mind kept replaying the scene of Lu Xiangwan taking her to find Sanmatsi's painting. Go to sleep, Lu Xiangwan said softly. Realizing she had been caught, Wang Xiaoling quickly closed her eyes and silently moved closer to Lu Xiongwan. This made her feel more at ease. Lu Xiongwan doesn't like sleeping with others, so she didn't sleep very soundly that night. She woke up just as dawn broke. Looking at Wang Xiaoling sleeping peacefully beside her, Lu Xiongwan lingered on the bed for a while. When she felt it was about time, she struggled to get up. Then she dressed and went to the kitchen to cook. Usually, she could find some buns, fried dough sticks, or soy milk in her space to make do, but now that Wang Xiaoling was here, she had to accept her fate and roll up her sleeves to cook. She decided to do her best to help a girl in trouble, just out of boredom. She cooked some corn porridge, made a few pancakes, and scooped a small bowl of pickled vegetables from her family's jar, keeping it simple. She's not good at fancy things. The pickled vegetables were a gift from the village chief's wife when they first moved into this house. Lu Xiongwan had never found the time to eat them because they were too salty, almost making her cry. At this moment, Wang Xiaoling smelled the aroma and got up from the Kong. Seeing the bright sky outside, she realized she had slept in late. Just as she was putting on her clothes to go out, she bumped into Lu Xiongwan, who was coming in. "Thanks for your help yesterday." "I appreciate it, Lu Xiongwan," Wang Xiaoling said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she remembered the trouble she caused last night. "Wash your hands and eat," Lu Xiongwan said briefly and turned to leave. No need, no need," Wang Xiaoling quickly followed and refused. "After you finish eating, clean up the kitchen, and then wash the clothes you got dirty and soaked in the basin yesterday," Lu Xiongwan said without looking back, serving herself 2 bowls of rice. Good people do their best, and she was kind this time. Next time, don't even think about it. In the end, Wang Xiaoling stayed to finish her meal and honestly cleaned up the kitchen. Fortunately, she had soaked her clothes in water right after taking them off yesterday. Otherwise, the bloodstains on the clothes would have been hard to wash out. Wang Xiaoling used the soap that Lu Xiongwan gave her and easily washed the clothes clean. After tidying up, the two hurried off to work. Tan Fingjiao saw Wang Xiaoling from afar and quickly waved at her. Wang Xiaoling saw them and hurried over with Lu Xiongwan. "Are you sober now? Still feeling bad? Why did you drink so much last night?" Tan Fingjiao started chattering, but her words showed she was worried. "You don't know, we were all worried about you yesterday. Next time you go out, remember to tell us. Otherwise, everyone stays up late looking for you, and that's tiring enough," Wang Yuxiang said before Wang Xiaoling could reply. Lu Xiongwan glanced at Wang Yuxiang casually. Her tone was sarcastic, which surprised her because she had thought she was a kind person. "If you can't speak nicely, then say less. You didn't come down from the bed yesterday," Tan Fingjiao said, feeling suspicious and standing up to confront her. Wang Yuxiang didn't expect Tan Fingjiao to say that and hesitated, unsure what to say. Finally, she stomped off in anger to pick up her cow dung. But because of that work, when she finished and went back, Yang Tianjin disliked her smell and scolded her, so she had to scrub herself until she was sore before she dared to get into bed. At this moment, Wang Xiaoling also realized what Tan Fingjiao meant about being drunk, and she happily laughed with her. She also sincerely thanked the other youths at the point. "It's nothing big. We live together, so it's fate. If anything happens, we help each other. But next time you go out, tell us in advance. If Lu Jiqing hadn't come to tell us yesterday, we wouldn't have known and might have reported it to the police," Wang Jiwen reminded her kindly. This is a story about rural life. A young girl is different from the rough men, and everyone worries she might get into trouble and cry. Wu Shengli emphasizes that in the countryside, things are different from the city. Wang Xiaoling feels nervous after remembering what happened last night and quickly nods to reassure everyone. Seeing her understand, the others relax. Tan Fingjiao takes half a homemade bread from her pocket, her own food, and keeps half for Wang Xiaoling, worried she might not have eaten and will lack energy for work. Although Wang Xiaoling plans to cook her own meal, they are still friends. Wang Xiaoling quickly pushes the bread back, saying she already ate at Lu Xiongwan's house. Tan Fingjiao, hearing this, doesn't insist and puts the bread back in her pocket. Hua Daqing, who hurt his back, is still lying on the bed. He needs about 10 days to recover, so today Wang Ziqing and Guo Goushi are responsible for the work. Like before, Lu Xiongwan and Wang Xiaolin go with Wang Xiulan to the warehouse to get hose and head to the fields too. Wang Ziqing and Guo Goushi notice that Yang Tianjin is missing again today. Wang Ziqing frowns and asks what Yang Jiqing is doing, since old Lu said she didn't go to work yesterday. They decide to contact Lao Hua to see if he has any ideas. Yang Jiqing is difficult to handle. She cries easily and makes everyone afraid to confront her. She was sent back from the youth office and then recalled by the commune, which seems unusual. Why would she leave the city to come to such a remote place? Still, not working isn't an option because if others follow her example, the crops in the fields might suffer. They arrive at Hua Daqing's house, with Wang Guaying and her son and daughter-in-law going to work, leaving his younger son, Hua Jingchuan, at home to take care of his father. Hua Daqing, annoyed by his son's cold attitude and shivering from the cold, tells him to do whatever he needs to. Otherwise, just looking at his face makes Hua Daqing feel like he might live 10 years less. Hearing this, Hua Jingchuan immediately brings a basin and places it in front of him, then without hesitation, grabs an axe from home and leaves. Wang Ziqing and the other person happened to meet Hua Jingchuan, who was out chopping wood. Hua Jingchuan nodded at them and quickly ran up the mountain. He first checked on Sanmatsi and saw he still had a nasal tube, which meant he was still holding on to life and not dead yet. After kicking him twice, he went up the mountain to chop wood. He wanted to stay near the young girl, but whenever she saw him, her expression was so unpleasant, like she had eaten something bad, which made him feel annoyed. He lacked experience in pursuing people. Usually, he saw others easily attract girls, but with him, it was like trying to hold a thorny rose, difficult and painful. Despite that, he didn't want to let go. I wonder if Jingchuan has a girlfriend now. My wife's family has a daughter who's still unmarried. She's pretty, straight, good at housework and farming, and I think they'd make a good match, Wang Ziqing sighed. You old man always thinking about matchmaking. Jingchuan isn't worried about finding a girl. He's good-looking and has a good job. These days, he can find a good girl anywhere. Don't ruin things for him, Guo Goushi joked with a smile. Everyone in the 10-mile area knew about Hua Jingchuan from Hengqi Brigade. The matchmakers had almost worn out their shoes trying to get to him, and it was all thanks to Qinghua trying to stop them. If he hadn't, no one could get close to his house. Can I just say this? Let's wait until they meet and see what happens, Wang Ziqing said, smiling and joking. The two of them entered Hua Daqing's yard, chatting happily. Old Hua, we came to see you, Guo Goushi called out loudly as soon as they entered. Hua Daqing, who was busy reading the newspaper inside, heard the voice and quickly responded. The two of them followed the sound to his bedroom, where he was resting, and started asking about his health. Hua Daqing saw they were talking too much and interrupted them, telling them to focus on their own work and leave the farm work alone. There were still hundreds of acres of dead crops in the fields. Wang Ziqing and Guo Goushi pushed and pulled each other, reluctant to be the first to speak. Finally, the quick-tempered Hua Daqing couldn't take it anymore and pointed at Guo Goushi, who was closest to him, telling him to speak. Not being pointed at, Wang Ziqing looked pleased and said, Old Guo, just say it. Let old Hua decide. Finally, unable to do anything else, Guo Goushi told Yang Tianjin that she hadn't gone to work in the fields for 2 days. Hua Daqing listened, and his face became very serious. Do you guys have any ideas? Hua Daqing asked. The two shook their heads. If they had a way, they wouldn't be coming to him, especially since he's limping from an injury. Seeing this, Hua Daqing also lowered his head and thought. A few days ago, he could still threaten her with sending her to the farm to reform, but now, just a few days later, that no longer worked. If he really sent Yang Tianjin to the farm, he wouldn't be able to bring himself to do it. After all, even an adult man couldn't handle it, let alone a delicate girl who had never suffered. The scene fell silent. The three of them hung their heads, lost in thought. Finally, Hua Daqing couldn't think of any good ideas, so he gave up and suggested that Yang Tianjin go with Wang Yuxiang to collect cow manure. From her reaction, it seemed she didn't need work points to support herself. It was dirty, yes, but better than working in the cornfield. At least she would have some work to do. Guo Goushi and the other, seeing her situation, had no choice but to nod and following Huadaqing's instructions, found Yang Tianjin at the youth camp. They explained the situation to her. When Guo Goushi and Wang Ziqing arrived at the youth camp, Yang Tianjin was lying on her bed eating chocolate. Maybe because she had been eating too many sweets recently, her back molars were throbbing with pain. When she heard someone calling her outside, she quickly put on her clothes and covered half her face before coming out. She was disappointed to see it wasn't the team leader, and she turned her head to go back. She thought they were here to pick her up to go to Beijing. Guo Goushi and Wang Ziqing were confused by her reaction. They looked at each other, and finally Wang Ziqing spoke up to stop her. He also explained that she was supposed to go with Wang Yuxiang to collect cow manure. Hearing this, Yang Tianjin got angry. She refused outright, saying she would never do such a dirty and smelly job. Just the smell made her feel sick, let alone touching the manure. So, she refused directly. If you're not going to collect cow manure, then you have to go to work now, Wang Ziqing said, annoyed by her attitude. All day long, always picking at things. Can't you learn from other young educated youths? There are so many young educated youths at the site, but none like her. No, Yang Tianjin still shook her head. Right now, all she could think about was returning to Beijing. Everyone else is working in the fields. Why aren't you going? This time, Guo Goushi got angry. They're their own thing. I'm different from them. My parents have always spoiled me. They never let me do farm work. And we young educated youths came to the countryside to build, not to work for you, Yang Tianjin said proudly, completely ignoring the two middle-aged people who were already getting so angry they looked like they might faint. You can do it. I'll talk to the team leader, Wang Ziqing said, trembling as he pointed at Yang Tianjin. But she acted as if nothing was wrong. Seeing her hopeless attitude, they turned and walked away, waving their sleeves. Huadaqing saw their angry faces and knew this matter was not settled. He told them to go work in the fields. Once his back healed, he would handle it. If it got worse, he might ask the commune leaders to send her to the farm for a few days of hard labor to teach her a lesson. San Matsi woke up, awakened by pain. When he opened his eyes, he found he couldn't stand. Looking down, he saw he was completely. Most importantly, his private part was gone. This made San Matsi so angry he fainted. But after a while, he woke up again. Using all his strength, he crawled forward, covered in blood, which had dried. At this time, everyone was happily chatting and walking in groups to go back to work. Suddenly, a scream came from ahead, scaring everyone. They all ran forward with their tools. The screams kept coming, and some men quickly covered their wives' eyes. That thing shouldn't be looked at. If they wanted to see it, they could wait until they got home, lie on the bed at night, and he would show her everything. Lu Xiangwan exchanged a glance with Wang Xiaoling. They silently agreed, and also moved forward. Wang Xiaoling's legs trembled a little as she walked, but if you didn't look carefully, others wouldn't notice. Is that San Matsi? Lu Bo stepped closer, looking at the blood-covered person who was unconscious, uncertain. It seems so. This is a disaster. Next to her, Mrs. Yao patted her thigh and shouted. When she saw what was below, she thought to herself that this person was beyond help. What's wrong with him? Are you blind? Can't you see the injury on San Matsi? It's clearly from a wild boar. Why would a wild boar be so cruel as to eat his thing? What did San Matsi do? Everyone was talking loudly, discussing the man lying on the ground. When Wang Xiaoling heard their conversation, she finally felt relieved. As long as they didn't suspect her and the other girl, she was safe. If they found out later that she was involved, she would do her best to protect Lu Xiangwan. Because she was pulled into this mess to help herself. Lu Xiangwan looked at the scratches on his body, her eyes becoming mysterious. Last night, she even wished that some wild animals on the mountain would eat this troublemaker, so she could say she did a good deed by saving the people. But such coincidences rarely happen. Meeting a fierce wild boar and surviving was almost impossible, like a dream or a fairy tale. Unless you were a divine being. But that was good too. Others would just think he was unlucky to encounter a wild boar and wouldn't suspect her. Moreover, San Matsi looked worse now than if someone had stabbed him. Living in pain might not be so bad. However, she knew someone had interfered. For some reason, Lu Xiongwan suddenly thought of that person. It was Ho Jingchuan's younger son, Ho Jingchuan. Everyone discussed it, but they still had to save him. Although Senmatsu wasn't a good person, often stealing, he hadn't done anything truly evil. So the kind-hearted team members quickly went to call Wang Ziqing and Guoguzi. Since the team leader was sick and couldn't come, these two took charge. Wang Ziqing and Guoguzi heard someone from the team was in trouble. They ran as fast as they could, not stopping along the way. When they arrived, they were exhausted and panting heavily. Seeing them, everyone quickly made way. Guoguzi caught his breath, walking with trembling legs from running so fast. Just as he was about to see who was lying on the ground, he fainted. Everyone around was so scared by what they saw that they started screaming. Wang Ziqing saw something was wrong, quickly stepped forward and knelt down, trying hard to shake Guoguzi's face. But there was no response. Wang Ziqing was so worried he almost cried. Lu Xiongwan stood outside the crowd, frowning as she watched Guoguzi lying on the ground. What's going on today? First, San Mazi had an accident, and now old Gua is unconscious. Could it be that our team was cursed? Mrs. Wang, who was always talking about strange things, said. Hearing this, the others looked at San Mazi's terrible condition and Guoguzi's unconscious body. For some reason, they all shivered and felt a cold chill run down their spines. Their skin even prickled with goosebumps. Some of them even trembled and took a few steps back. Mrs. Wang, do you have any ideas? Lin Hongxia, who was afraid and cautious, quickly grabbed her arm and asked, worried it might be her turn next. I do have some ideas, but... Mrs. Wang hesitated. Mrs. Wang, if you keep talking about superstitions, I'll send you to the commune, and the leaders there will take care of you. Wang Ziqing, already annoyed, interrupted her sharply. He knew she was about to cause trouble again. Startled by his tone, Mrs. Wang immediately curled up like a turtle, covering her mouth and staying silent. Only Lin Hongxia kept pulling her arm, begging her to think of a way to avoid this disaster. Guoguzi's son, Guofugue, was out collecting cow dung with a basket on his back. When he heard his father was hurt, he quickly threw down the basket and ran over, without caring. He squeezed through the crowd, relying on his thin frame to push his way in. Seeing his father lying motionless on the ground, tears streamed down his face like rain. He threw himself onto his father and cried loudly, Dad, why did you die? I haven't even seen you one last time.
Dad.
Guoguzi's crying was heartbreaking, full of grief. He beat his chest and stomped his feet, completely lost in sorrow, as if he wanted to go with his father. Great nephew, you're crying too early. Your dad isn't dead yet. Wang Ziqing looked at Guofugue, who was crying with tears and snot, and said awkwardly, He is truly his father's good eldest son. Luckily, the dog is now unconscious. Otherwise, he would definitely be chasing this unfilial grandson with a broom through the streets, beating him badly. No parent wishes for their child to wish their father dead.
What?
My dad isn't dead yet. Hearing what sounded like a big surprise, Guofugue sniffed loudly and used his sleeve to wipe away the tears mixed with snot. He looked at Wang Ziqing with big, sad eyes. Wang Ziqing felt a bit guilty under his gaze and stammered, Your dad is still breathing, so he's not dead yet. You should go find Uncle Jianxi, tell him to bring the ox cart to take your dad to the hospital. If you delay any longer, he might really die. Still overwhelmed with happiness, Guofugue quickly ran out to call someone, worried that he might be too late and his father would really be gone. Old Gua, please don't die. If you die, your son will be all alone, with no one to look after him. How can you face Lotus Flower then? Wang Ziqing kept talking, and the people around felt a bit more heavy-hearted hearing this. Everyone was secretly hoping Guofugue was okay, while the third uncle, who had lost a lot of blood and fainted, was left unattended and lying aside. This shows the difference between people. Guofugue is usually kind-hearted, always willing to help others, and never argues. Everyone in the team likes him. Lu Xiongwan, who was pushed outside the crowd, listened to their increasingly exaggerated stories, and finally couldn't sit still. She pushed her way in. If they kept talking like that, she thought Guofugue might already have gone to a better place. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoling hadn't realized what was happening. The person was already gone. Why did Lu Jiqing run ahead? Su Jiayin asked, patting Wu Xingli on the shoulder. Wu Xingli shook his head in response. Hearing their conversation, Wang Xiaoling realized Lu Xiongwan had gone in, so she hurried to follow, worried that something might happen to her. In Wang Xiaoling's eyes, Lu Xiongwan was her lifesaver, pulling her out of the deep pit of despair. Without her, she might have given up and thought about ending her life yesterday. When Wang Xiaoling pushed her way in, it was already too late because Lu Xiongwan was kneeling on the ground, pretending to check Guogosher's body. Actually, Lu Xiongwan already knew the answer in her heart. Just before Guogosher fainted, his face turned pale, his limbs were weak, and he suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed. This matches the symptoms described in medical books as blood fainting. Even in her modern life, many people don't understand this illness, let alone in this remote mountain village in the 1960s. Lu Jiqing, what are you doing? Wang Jiqing quickly stopped her when he saw Lu Xiongwan touching the unconscious Guogosher. It wasn't because he cared about Guogosher, but because he was worried about Lu Xiongwan's reputation. A young lady shouldn't be touching a man like that. Especially for old Guo, a middle-aged man who had lost his wife and was raising a son. If this got out, her family's reputation would be ruined. At this moment, Hu Jingchuan appeared holding an axe. Seeing the girl touching the man, he felt very annoyed. Even though the man in front of him wasn't a threat, he still felt unhappy and pushed forward. Everyone in the team immediately made way for him when they saw it was him. No one dared to offend the youngest member of the team's family. Just the thought of it made people shudder. Even Wang Guoying, who was protective of her family, would scold you with her spit if you dared. What's going on? Hu Jingchuan leaned close to Lu Xiongwan, his face very controlled, but inside, his heart was pounding faster for her. Even his earlier irritation was gone. But for her reputation, he asked Wang Jiqing. We don't know what's happening. Your uncle suddenly fainted, and Jingchuan, you're so knowledgeable. Can you tell what's wrong with him? Wang Jiqing looked at Hu Jingchuan as if he were a savior. Blood fainting. Before Hu Jingchuan could speak, Lu Xiongwan directly pointed out the cause of Guogosher's illness. She needed this chance to free herself from her heavy daily work. She couldn't take it anymore. What? Blood fainting? Wang Jiqing scratched his head, a bit confused. He had lived most of his life and was hearing about someone fainting from blood for the first time. Hu Jingchuan looked at Guoguzi and then at the bloodied Sanmatsi nearby. He remembered that their unit had a new soldier before who experienced a similar situation. His symptoms were almost identical to Guoguzi's. In the end, the military doctor came to check and said he was fainting from blood. Soldiers are not afraid of blood. Otherwise, how would they go to the front lines to fight and protect the country? So, that new soldier was sent back home. It's a pity, because he was a good recruit. When Hu Jingchuan heard Lu Xiongwan say this, his admiration in his eyes grew even more. If it had been another girl, she would have been scared and screaming, but she remained so calm. What should we do? Should we send old Guo to the hospital for a blood transfusion? Wang Jiqing looked at both of them, feeling a bit anxious because they both fainted at the sight of blood. Everyone else was confused by their reactions and looked at Lu Xiongwan with curious eyes. Lu Xiongwan was not afraid of their gazes. She remembered her own experience at the freshman welcome speech, where she had spoken in front of thousands of people. Calmly, she told everyone to step back and let the air circulate. Wang Jiqing didn't understand what she was doing, but he cooperated by moving people aside and leaving a space for Guoguzi and the others. Bring me a bowl of red sugar water. This was the first time Lu Xiongwan spoke to Hu Jingchuan calmly. While speaking, she gently laid Guoguzi flat and unbuttoned 2 buttons on his clothes. She was focused on saving him and didn't think much about anything else. Hu Jingchuan was the closest to her. Okay, Hu Jingchuan heard her and a quick, faint smile appeared on his face. Then he ran off with his long legs. Fainting usually lasts about 15 to 20 minutes before the person wakes up naturally. Lu Xiongwan was not worried. While waiting for Hu Jingchuan to return, she kindly explained the common fact about fainting to the team members. Everyone was stunned listening to her. It was the first time they saw such a strange illness. They really learned something new. However, Guoguzi, a grown man, fainted at the sight of blood. It was a bit embarrassing to say out loud, but no one dared to speak their thoughts aloud. Right now, their main task was to wake him up. "Are you a doctor?" After a long moment, Wang Ziqing finally spoke, his tone filled with a happiness he didn't fully understand. Lu Xiongwan shook her head and then modestly said, "I only learned a little before, just a bit of knowledge." "Lu Ziqing, why are you so humble? Don't forget when we first arrived in the county. You remember that person whose epilepsy you cured?" Su Jiayin suddenly remembered and excitedly patted his thigh. He had never seen someone so impressive. The other two young people from the youth training station, Wang Xiaoling and Wang Jiwen, who had gone to the countryside with Lu Xiongwan, also recalled that day and nodded in agreement. Tan Fingjiao, hearing that Lu Xiongwan could cure epilepsy, became very curious. She grabbed Wang Xiaoling's arm and asked her to tell her more. "Later. I'll tell you when we go back," Wang Xiaoling said, feeling relieved. Seeing this, Tan Fingjiao wisely chose not to ask further. When Wang Ziqing saw what the other young people said and looked at Lu Xiongwan, his eyes sparkled like stars, and his intense gaze surprised Lu Xiongwan. People who didn't know might think Wang Ziqing, an older man, had a secret crush on the young girl. He had been waiting eagerly, hoping that finally, their team had someone who could treat illnesses. He was so excited that he wanted to rush to He Daqing's house immediately to share the good news. He was sure he could jump out of bed right now with happiness. "Lu Ziqing, I need to tell you." Wang Ziqing started to speak. Before he could finish, Guofugue, running over quickly, interrupted him. "Uncle, the ox cart is here. Hurry and get my dad onto the cart." Guofugue was worried his father might not make it if they waited, so he didn't dare stop on the way. "Don't bother," Wang Ziqing said with a big smile, feeling very happy inside. "What? No. My dad has died," Guofugue said, stunned, then suddenly started crying loudly. Wang Xiaolong, who was closest to him, quickly covered his mouth. "Spit that out. Don't say such depressing things. Your dad is fine. He's just fainted from blood. He'll wake up soon. Don't cry, or you'll wake him up and that wouldn't be good." Seeing Guofugue nod, Wang Xiaolong let go of his mouth. "Uncle, is my father really not dead?" Guofugue couldn't believe what Annie Xiaolong said. He turned to ask Wang Ziqing, who was grinning widely. "He's not dead. Your father is fine. He might live to be 100. Don't worry, he'll wake up soon," Wang Ziqing said, patting his head. This boy was probably very scared just now. Maybe because Lu Xiongwan told him to, Hu Jingchuan hurried home and immediately asked Wang Guiying for some brown sugar. "What do you want the brown sugar for?" "To save someone," Hu Jingchuan replied, urging his mother to get the sugar quickly. When Wang Guiying heard, "Save someone," she quickly put down her spatula, told her eldest daughter-in-law to watch the pot, and took her son back into the house. Without hesitation, she gave all the remaining brown sugar in the cabinet to Hu Jingchuan. Hu Jingchuan took it, brewed a cup of brown sugar water, and left quickly. In just a few minutes he arrived. His forehead was already covered in a light sweat. Lu Xiongwan took the kettle from Hu Jingchuan and asked Wang Ziqing to help carry Guoguzi so she could feed him water. But Hu Jingchuan snatched the kettle from Lu Xiongwan and took over, feeding the unconscious Guoguzi the sugar water. Lu Xiongwan was happy and relaxed. There wasn't much sugar water spilled, but everyone watching felt heartbroken. Such a good thing wasted like that. Everyone wanted to go and lick up the spilled sugar. In the end, some of the sugar water was still fed to Guoguzi. Less than 5 minutes after drinking, Guoguzi slowly opened his eyes and looked around at everyone gathered around. His voice was weak as he asked, "What happened to me?" "Father, you're finally awake," Guofugue said happily. Seeing his father wake up, he suddenly threw himself into his father's arms. Guoguzi, just waking up and catching his breath, was startled when his big son suddenly threw himself at him. His body was weak, and he fainted again. Father, what's wrong? Wake up. Gorfugue was so frightened by his father's sudden collapse that he kept shaking him, almost breaking him apart. The others were confused too. How could he faint again right after waking up? They all looked at Lu Xiongwan for help. Lu Xiongwan took a deep breath and stepped forward to push aside Gorfugue. Gorfugue, who was pulled out, was very upset and looked at her with angry eyes. He said, "You're a bad person. Go away." He also tried to push Lu Xiongwan, but luckily she reacted quickly and dodged. Otherwise, she might have fallen badly. However, Hu Jingchuan's face changed suddenly. Without saying a word, he stepped in and pulled Gorfugue aside. He said coldly, "Be quiet." Gorfugue was frightened by him and stared at him with wide eyes, not moving. Lu Xiongwan quickly checked Gorfugue's body to make sure he was okay. When she confirmed there was no serious problem, she let out a sigh of relief. If Gorfugue had any issues today, and the team thought she was an unskilled doctor, it would have been a big problem. Everyone was watching her closely, holding their breath. Finally, Wang Ziqing couldn't hold back and asked, "Lu Zhisher, is the dog okay?" "He's fine," Lu Xiongwan replied. Then she turned to Gorfugue and said, "If you want your dad to wake up sooner, don't touch him now." But Gorfugue didn't say anything. "Hu Jingchuan is talking to you." Hu Jingchuan patted the little kid's back and said. Hu Jingchuan's words made Gorfugue nod wildly, ignoring whether he understood what Lu Xiongwan just said. Seeing him listen, Lu Xiongwan felt relieved. "Listen to Lu Zhisher. Don't touch your dad. Your uncle's heart can't handle your scare." Wang Ziqing stepped forward and reminded Gorfugue, worried he might do something reckless again and scare the dog. Meanwhile, Hu Jianxi, who was driving the ox cart, moved the ox aside and squeezed in. Seeing San Matzi lying on the ground, he was startled. "Wow, what's going on? Why is there so much blood?" Then he saw Guoguzi lying not far from him and was confused about the situation. Why are both of them unconscious? Especially San Matzi. He looked very scary. He quickly turned to Wang Ziqing and asked, "Uncle, should we send them to the hospital?" Earlier, when Gorfugue ran to his house crying and asked him to rush the ox cart, he was so frightened he didn't even have time to put on his shoes and ran out. Now, walking barefoot, I feel some pain in my feet from the small branches. Lu Jiqing, do we still need to send him to the hospital? Wang Ziqing didn't answer but turned to ask Lu Xiongwan, who was silent nearby. Lu Xiongwan pointed to Gorfugue on the ground and said there was no need. He would wake up soon. Just as she tilted her head to look at the bloodied person, San Mazi, Hu Jingchuan quickly took off his coat and threw it over San Mazi's lower body to cover him. Seeing his action, Lu Xiongwan didn't say anything and continued talking to Wang Ziqing. Sending San Mazi to the hospital wouldn't help much. It would just waste money, and there was nothing else that could be done since the parts he bit off couldn't be reattached. After she finished speaking, Lu Xiongwan went forward and squatted down to check. She found that his arms and legs were badly damaged. She instinctively looked at Hu Jingchuan, who smiled vaguely, without understanding. Lu Xiongwan then withdrew her gaze and explained San Mazi's real condition, but she kept the part about it being caused by humans hidden. She only said it was probably caused by an accidental injury while being chased by wild boars. The team members were stunned, not expecting this result. Wang Ziqing was conflicted, whether to take San Mazi to the hospital or not. If they took him, it wouldn't help him recover. At best, it would only save his life. After all, he had escaped from wild boars, and the team would have to pay for the treatment. San Mazi had no money. Even if they used his work points, it wouldn't be enough because he was lazy and rarely worked throughout the year. Moreover, most of the team's money had been used recently to buy emergency food supplies. Only the three of them knew about this, and they hadn't had time to tell others in the team. To prevent future tragedies of people starving, Wang Jiqing had borrowed some money a few days ago. Now the team had even less money. If they didn't act, the Red Flag Brigade might be criticized behind their backs if outsiders found out. Thinking about this, it was really a difficult choice. Lu Xiongwan saw his face showing distress and offered to help treat San Mazi's condition, but her words were not very clear. She only said she could help keep San Mazi alive so he wouldn't die. Even if she could cure him, she wouldn't help him. Would she really watch him get better only to go and harm other women? That's right. Even if she wanted to cause trouble now, she couldn't. She has nothing, and even if she had the intention, she lacks the strength, Lu Xiongwan thought. When Wang Xiaoling heard Lu Xiongwan say she wanted to save Sanmatsi, her face changed. Yesterday, they had gone through a lot to throw him on the back mountain, intending for him to die. Moreover, such a beast doesn't deserve to live. But inside, she was more afraid that Sanmatsi would wake up and tell everything about what happened last night. However, Lu Xiongwan gave her a subtle, calming look, signaling her to stay quiet. Wang Xiaoling restrained herself and calmed down. She comforted herself internally, thinking Lu Xiongwan must have her reasons for doing this. She wouldn't harm herself, because if she wanted to harm, she would have done it last night, not spent so much effort covering for her now. But their little exchange was noticed by Hu Jingchuan standing nearby. Lu Jiqing, can you do it? Wang Ziqing asked. Lu Xiongwan nodded, then said, I can help him stay alive, and this can also save the team a lot of money. If Sanmatsi needs to stay in the hospital, it will cost at least 100 or 200 yuan, she deliberately added to achieve her goal. In fact, that's true. Sanmatsi needs a lot of antibiotics to fight the infection. Nowadays, those medicines are very expensive and rare. But she's not afraid. She has those medicines in her space. She can keep him alive until he recovers. Although she doesn't want to waste them on such a beast, she's willing to do it to achieve her goal. She might as well feed a dog. Moreover, she has 100 or 1,000 ways to make him suffer and die. Any one of them could rival the ancient 10 cruelest tortures, if she wanted. When money was mentioned, the team members immediately agreed. They urged Wang Ziqing to promise Lu Xiongwan that she could treat Sanmatsi. Lu Xiongwan waited calmly nearby, fully confident that Wang Ziqing would agree. Sure enough, Wang Ziqing agreed. Seeing that her plan had succeeded, Lu Xiongwan smiled and assured Wang Ziqing that she would definitely save Sanmatsi's life. Meanwhile, Hu Jingchuan, who was always watching Lu Xiongwan, felt his heart melt when he saw the small smile at the corner of her mouth. He felt unexpectedly happy. At this moment, Guoguzi, who had been unconscious on the ground, finally woke up. But this time, Guofugue had learned his lesson and dared not go near his father again, afraid he might faint again. He grinned with his 2 teeth, crying and laughing at the same time. Fortunately, he was not a child without a father. Seeing that Guoguzi woke up without any problems, everyone trusted Lu Xiongwan's medical skills even more. Some people even started to have secret thoughts in their minds. Especially Wang Ziqing, whose eyes shone with admiration when he looked at Lu Xiongwan. Lu Zixing, who did you learn your medical skills from? Lu Xiongwan casually made up a reason. My neighbor is a doctor. I usually learn from her when I have free time. After all, they were far from the capital city, and no one would come all the way to Beijing to expose her. What kinds of illnesses can you treat? Wang Ziqing asked further. Lu Xiongwan looked at everyone and saw they were all staring at her eagerly. She then slowly said, I can mostly treat women's health issues. I know a little about other illnesses too, but not much. Lu Xiongwan was honest. Since it was a large team, she probably wouldn't face many difficult or complicated cases. Her medical skills should be enough. However, in reality, some tricky problems did come up later, which made all her late-night study of medical papers and research very useful. Lu Zixing, I want to ask you something. Guolanzi, hearing Lu Xiongwan's words, immediately opened her mouth to ask. But before she could say much, her head was pulled back by her family head, stopping her from speaking. Have some shame. Can't you ask about that privately? Wang Tao said irritably. Guolanzi was scared by his shout and didn't dare to speak again. The others saw this and just smiled. Lu Xiongwan took this chance to say, in the future, if anyone wants me to see a doctor, come at night. I have to work during the day and am too busy. This little fox, upon hearing this, Hu Jingchuan immediately guessed what Lu Xiongwan was planning. But that's okay. At least she won't have to work hard to earn points anymore. Everyone listened to Lu Xiongwan and looked at her with gratitude. They planned to teach their families a lesson when they got home, never to provoke Lu Xiongwan. After all, no family can guarantee they won't face sickness or disaster. Going to the county town is so expensive. Wang Zicheng was deep in thought, not sure what he was thinking about. The others at the youth camp also felt proud because Lu Xiongwan was one of them. Guo Goushi, sitting nearby and catching his breath, heard his second aunt talk about what just happened. He was very grateful that Lu Zicheng had saved his life. But when he heard his son call Lu Zicheng a bad woman and say he wanted to hit her, his fists itched. He immediately grabbed Guo Fugui and dragged him in front of Lu Xiongwan. Hurry and apologized to Lu Zicheng. Although his wife had died early, Guo Goushi was just as strict in teaching his son as anyone else. He was afraid that after he died, he wouldn't have the face to see his wife again. Guo Fugui knew he had wrongly accused Lu Xiongwan earlier. As soon as his father finished speaking, he immediately knelt down in front of Lu Xiongwan. Everyone was shocked by this, but Lu Xiongwan kept her face calm and told him to stand up. To outsiders, it looked like she was bullying a child. Although she had a somewhat mean heart, she wasn't about to bully a child who was just a little taller than her chest. Guo Fugui, as if he hadn't heard, kept kowtowing and apologized to Lu Xiongwan, even thanking her ancestors for saving his father. It was like father and son, as Guo Goushi also knelt down with a thud. After all, Lu Xiongwan had saved his life. Without her, his son would have no father. The two kept kowtowing to Lu Xiongwan desperately. Her expression froze because she couldn't stop them. She couldn't bear it. She was only fainting from blood, and even if she did nothing, they would wake up soon. Lu Xiongwan was so embarrassed, she almost felt like kowtowing back to them. Just as she was feeling awkward, Hu Jingchuan stepped in. Even Wang Zicheng and others nearby tried to persuade them, finally stopping the increasingly outrageous behavior of the Guo family father and son. Lu Xiongwan let out a relaxed sigh. Lu Zicheng, if you need anything in the future, just tell me. I'll do my best to help, Guo Guzi said sincerely. When he spoke, others nearby looked at Lu Xiongwan with admiration. Although the Red Flag Brigade was generally good to them, they were also somewhat exclusive and looked down on these outsider workers who seemed less useful. This was true to some extent. They weren't very good at farming. But today, with Guo Guzi's words, Lu Xiongwan felt more supported in the Red Flag Brigade, much better than the others. It's no big deal. You don't need to worry so much. Your illness isn't serious and doesn't affect your daily work or eating. Just avoid seeing blood, and you'll be fine, Lu Xiongwan advised him. Guo Guzi nodded. It was the first time he realized he fainted at the sight of blood. No wonder he felt dizzy when he watched the pig slaughter every year. Since Guo Guzi was fine after waking up, Wang Zicheng quickly told everyone to go home. Those who stayed helped carry San Mazi onto a cart and took him back to his house. Lu Xiongwan went along because she needed to check on San Mazi's health. However, Wang Xiaoling was a bit worried about Lu Xiongwan, so she held Tan Fingjiao's hand, and the two followed behind her. San Mazi's door was unlocked, so Wang Zicheng gently kicked it open and saw it was already ajar. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the messy yard, with weeds growing over a foot high in front of the house, obviously neglected. It was a shame about such a nice house. But no one paid much attention. It wasn't their home, so they didn't mind the dirt and mess. The bedroom door was shaky, as if it might fall off with a touch. To prevent Lu Xiongwan and others from getting hurt when entering or leaving, Wang Zicheng and Guo Guzi took down the two doors. After some effort, they were covered in dust and dirt, but they quickly helped others carry San Mazi inside and lay him on the Kong bed. Everyone was exhausted and panting, except for Hu Jingchuan, who looked calm as usual. Since the person was brought inside, it was now Lu Xiongwan's turn to take the lead. Lu Xiongwan checked San Mazi's wounds again and then asked Wang Zicheng to find some salt for cooking. Although Wang Zicheng didn't understand why she wanted salt, he obediently went to look for it. The others stayed nearby, watching over San Mazi. Hu Jingchuan's eyes kept looking at Lu Xiongwan the whole time. She, being very alert, noticed this and shot him a glare in a place where no one could see. If you look again, I'll gouge out your eyes, Lu Xiongwan silently threatened with her words. If it weren't for the fact that he was a brave soldier defending the country, she would have chopped him up and thrown him on the back mountain to feed the wolves. Hu Jingchuan, who had learned a bit of lip reading during a special mission in the army, understood what Lu Xiangwan was saying and just smiled softly. The girl's fiery attitude was actually quite cute. Wang Ziqing first went to San Mozi's kitchen, but there was nothing there, only unwashed dishes in the pot, with flies buzzing around. He pinched his nose and looked around the stove, but as soon as he approached, he saw maggots crawling inside the pot. The sight made him almost his dinner. Later, afraid that the wriggling maggots might crawl onto him, Wang Ziqing jumped 3 meters away and ran. Even if there was salt in San Mozi's kitchen now, he wouldn't dare to use it. At his age, Wang Ziqing had never seen someone as messy as San Mozi. Not just the Red Flag Brigade, but the entire county probably couldn't find anyone as sloppy. He wondered how they had managed to survive like this. In the end, Wang Ziqing returned home and brought back his own salt jar, even though his wife had scolded him many times for it. But the jar was almost empty. Lu Xiangwan took the jar from him, looked inside, and knew it was enough. The conditions were simple. She could only use salt water to reduce the inflammation on his wounds. Actually, high-concentration white alcohol would be the best choice at this time. But Lu Xiangwan thought the white alcohol was too expensive, and the useless person on the bed wasn't worth it yet. Just as she was about to dissolve the salt in water in the kitchen, Wang Ziqing stepped forward to block her way. Lu Zixing, what are you planning to do? I went to the kitchen to get some water. Lu Xiangwan saw him suddenly block her way, and her eyebrows furrowed in confusion as she looked at him. Wang Ziqing remembered the scene he had just seen and almost felt like vomiting again. As a person from the countryside, he couldn't handle it, let alone Lu Ziqing, a young girl from the big city. Afraid of frightening Lu Xiangwan again, Wang Ziqing, who was the only doctor in the Red Flag Brigade, volunteered to fetch water. He finally found a ready-made opportunity and couldn't let her run away. For the safety of hundreds of people in their brigade, he had to treat her like a treasure. Old Wang, you said Lu Ziqing just went to get water. Why are you fighting over it too? Guoguzi looked at his old friend and couldn't help but laugh. You don't understand. The kitchen. I can't say anymore. If I do, I feel like vomiting. Wang Ziqing quickly changed his words and waved his hand, refusing to say more. What's wrong with the kitchen? Can it grow flowers? Guoguzi, curious about Wang Ziqing's reaction, went to look at the kitchen. Soon after, he came back covering his mouth, about to. Guofu Gui, Guoguzi's eldest son, saw his father like that and thought he was about to faint again. He was so scared that he tiptoed and kept patting his father's back. Before Guofu Gui could recover from the shock, he almost got knocked over by his own filial son. It was only when He Jingchuan, standing nearby, sensed something was wrong and pulled Guofu Gui aside that he was safe. Guoguzi, now alive again, immediately started criticizing San Mozi with disdain. This San Mozi's kitchen is even messier than the barn in the brigade. There's a pot full of maggots, and they're about to spill out. I don't know how he's survived this long. Honestly, it's pointless to even have him live in that house. If old Lu and his wife saw this, they'd probably be so angry they'd crawl out of their graves in the middle of the night. Old Lu and his wife were San Mozi's parents, but they had passed away during the 3 years of famine. Both were hardworking and honest people, never doing anything bad in their lives. However, they were especially doting on their late-born son, San Mozi. When they were around, they wouldn't even let him go to the fields to work or get out of bed, and they were reluctant to part with him. The old couple was used to having everything served to them, food and drink, without effort. They saved their good things, but all of it ended up in San Mozi's stomach. Despite this, he was still not satisfied and often beat and kicked the old couple. Surprisingly, the old couple was happy to endure this, even praising him for his strength, which ended up making him too weak to continue. The others present, hearing Guoguzi's description, felt disgusted and got goosebumps. They had seen people who didn't keep clean, but never this bad. None of them dared to look closely, afraid they might have nightmares from the disgust. Lu Xiangnuan secretly felt relieved that Wang Ziqing had stopped earlier. Otherwise, She might have been so disgusted that she would have taken action right then and there. After Guoguozi finished scolding Sanmazi, he started criticizing Wang Zhicheng. You old man, you saw everything just now, and didn't stop me. If you had, I wouldn't have been so disgusted that I couldn't eat tonight. You owe me. If you just want to eat for free, just say so. Don't keep circling around. If you don't mind the trouble, I do. Later, you, your son, Lu Zhiqing, and Jing Chuan should come to my house for a drink. I'll have my wife cook a couple of simple dishes for us to share. Wang Zhiqing said casually, showing that he and his brother had a good relationship. Guoguozi chuckled, but didn't plan to take advantage of his old friend. He would bring some grains, vegetables, and some of the wine stored in his cellar that he was reluctant to drink. He wanted to thank Lu Zhiqing for saving his life. As a grown man, he usually just cooked simple meals, just enough to avoid poisoning himself. But Lu Zhiqing was different. He couldn't repay kindness with enmity. Later, Wang Zhicheng went to the neighbor's house next door. Old Yang poured a ladle of water, but it was borrowed from him. Because Sanmazi had water, but he didn't dare to use it. Xiang Wan poured salt from the jar into the water and stirred until it dissolved completely before stopping. She knew that salt was precious these days, so she carefully kept some in her hand. The others watched with worried eyes, but said nothing. Because he didn't dare to speak or ask questions after all, it was Lu Xiangwan who was treating and saving people, not them. They could only stay silent. Indeed, everyone clearly understood their own role. Lu Xiangwan glanced around the room but couldn't find anything useful. The blanket and sheets were all dirty and black, making it hard to find a place to start. Are you looking for something? He Jingchuan asked. I need of cloth, Lu Xiangwan said, roughly showing the size she needed. While everyone was still surprised, He Jingchuan tore off a piece of clothing from Sanmazi's lower body. Jingchuan, why did you tear such good clothes? Wang Zicheng patted his thigh, expressing regret. Not only Wang Zicheng, but even Wang Xiaoling and Tan Fingjiao, who were outsiders, looked at the torn clothes with regret. Such good clothes were torn apart, which was really wasteful. I don't want it anymore. He Jingchuan had no intention of washing and wearing the clothes again. Everyone else was speechless at his words. If you have money, you can do as you please. He Jingchuan probably guessed what Lu Xiangwan wanted to do next, so he didn't give her the cloth. He was worried that the dirty thing might dirty her hands again, so he let her give instructions, and he would do it. Since he wanted to work, Lu Xiangwan was not polite and started giving orders, asking him to dip the torn cloth in salt water and wipe Sanmazi's wound. To reduce inflammation, or else if the wound gets infected later, even the greatest gods couldn't save him. The only way to save him was if you had money to send him to the hospital. But judging by the team members' attitude, that was unlikely. People are selfish, especially when it involves their own interests. Still, she thought this was normal. Even she was like that, so she wasn't any better than others. People die for wealth, birds die for food. This has been an unchanging truth for thousands of years. He Jingchuan did as told, working carefully, but with a hint of indifference. The reason was that the person lying there had caused his loved one to stay up late to deal with this troublemaker. He Jingchuan really wanted to give him a good lesson and put an end to it. What kind of man bullies women? But he couldn't bear to part with it after all. It was because of Sanmazi that he could now talk to the young girl. He was reluctant to let go of this rare chance. What are you doing? Guozicheng and the others watched in amazement as she used salt water to clean the wound. It was the first time they saw such a thing, using salt water to treat a cut. It was really surprising, like a small knife cut on the buttocks, and they kept learning new things every day. Anti-inflammatory treatment to prevent infection, Lu Xiangwan explained. Salt water works, and so does the white liquor you often drink at home. If you're scratched by an animal or bleeding from other injuries, you can do this too. She took the opportunity to teach them some basic medical knowledge. She genuinely wanted them to learn some health tips because everyone was struggling these days. But farmers had it even harder. They couldn't afford to send minor illnesses or injuries to the hospital, and those who couldn't endure the pain often just went along with it. I know that, Tan Fengjiao chimed in, who had been silent. The teacher talked about this in school before. She truly admired Lu Xiongwan for knowing so much. It was impressive that she was not only good-looking but also knew how to treat injuries and save lives. Why is there such a big difference between people? Tan Fingjiao wondered, unable to figure it out no matter how hard she thought. This is the first time I've heard someone say that, Guoguzi said honestly, scratching the back of his head. Now I understand why they say studying is useful. He also reminded his son to study hard and aim for a good school so their family could have some face. Guofugue was good at everything else, but he was terrible at studying. The teacher explained something, and he forgot it right away. He had been in school for 2 or 3 years, but he only now understood what 112 meant. Despite that, his father still held a broken shoe and forced him to go to school. If he dared to skip, his father would hit him in the face with the shoe. Most importantly, if he didn't go to school, his father wouldn't let him eat. For Guofugue, who loved to eat, missing a meal made him very hungry. So, no matter how hard it was to learn, he still carried his school bag that his father had sewn for him and went to school secretly. Lu Xiongwan's face stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Not much time left, at most 2 years, before the cloud of misfortune arrived. It would cause a long delay, at least 10 years. So, Guoguzi's wish was probably going to be unfulfilled. Salt water stings a little, especially when it touches a wound. So when Hu Jingchuan roughly used a cloth dipped in salt water to wipe Sanmazi's wound, Sanmazi let out a muffled groan and then slowly opened his eyes and woke up. When Wang Zhicheng and the others saw Sanmazi wake up, they quickly gathered around him, including Tan Fengjiao. Hu Jingchuan didn't like people getting too close, so when everyone moved forward, he quickly stepped aside. Only Wang Xiaoling was scared and shrank back, but Lu Xiongnuan noticed and quietly walked over, whispering in her ear, "Trust me, don't be afraid." Wang Xiaoling looked into Lu Xiongnuan's eyes, bit her lip, then nodded firmly. "Help.
My
Uncle. Help him." Sanmazi grimaced in pain, speaking with difficulty. "Help you? We're already helping you. Why did you run off into the deep mountains? Are you trying to feed the wolves or wild boars?" Guoguzi said irritably, annoyed that he had to deal with this. The team had told him many times not to go into the deep mountains. Are the wolves and wild leopards in the mountains just playing around? He was lucky to have survived, but what about later? His body was ruined, lying in bed, waiting to waste away. There was no one at home to take care of him. Relying on the team was impossible. Everyone had their own problems, and life was hard. Don't ask why Guoguzi was so sure Sanmazi went into the deep mountains. The injuries on his body were proof. If he stayed near the mountain, could a wild boar really attack him? The team often went to the mountains to pick wild vegetables and fruits, and no one had ever gotten into trouble over the years. But Guoguzi said all this, though he didn't feel good about seeing him like this. He quickly called Lu Xiongnuan over to treat his wounds. After giving Wang Xiaoling a look, Lu Xiongnuan went over. The team didn't have any clean bandages, and she was reluctant to take out her supplies from her space, so she used the torn clothes of Hu Jingchuan, which had already become rags. Hu Jingchuan had his own reasons, so when Lu Xiongnuan was bandaging his wound, he stepped forward and took over the task. Therefore, on the wound that only needed anti-inflammatory treatment without medication, Hu Jingchuan, Guoguzi, and the others worked together, with Lu Xiongnuan guiding them closely. They finally finished bandaging all of Sanmazi's wounds. Sanmazi, lying on the Kong, looked like a mummified figure after being bandaged. In his hurry, Hu Jingchuan ran out of clothes and didn't care about getting them dirty. He used the bed sheets to wrap Sanmazi instead. During the bandaging, Sanmazi was in so much pain that he lost consciousness many times. When he opened his eyes again, the room was empty. "Help! Someone," he barely managed to shout a few words. But no one answered. Frustrated, he wanted to smash the wall, but then he found that his arms couldn't move. They wouldn't obey him. His other limbs were the same. Any slight movement caused sharp, stabbing pain. Sweat broke out on his forehead. Angry and helpless, Sanmazi could only tremble and curse loudly. But soon, he ran out of breath and couldn't speak anymore. Lying on the Kong, Staring at the ceiling, Senmatsu couldn't understand how he ended up like this after just going out for a drink last night. He tried hard to remember what happened yesterday, but it all seemed blurry. He couldn't recall anything with his friends. Wait, suddenly a thought flashed in his mind. Last night, when he got home, he thought he saw that dark-haired young woman. He couldn't resist and wanted to be with her. And then, well, it seemed that when he was taking off her clothes, he was hit. After that, he couldn't remember anything. All he knew was that he woke up like this, crawling down the mountain covered in blood. He was sure that she caused this. The thought of losing his manhood made Senmatsu extremely angry. He was eager to find that dark-haired young woman, slap her hard, and make her pay. Yes, that's what he should do. Since she made him like this, she should be his wife and take care of him from now on. The third sister no longer complained after understanding the situation. She decided that next time the team leader or someone else came to see her, she would tell them everything to get justice for herself. At that time, that rebellious young man would become her husband, and she could teach him a lesson whenever she wanted. No one could stop her. She felt she had to avenge her brother, or she wouldn't see herself as a real woman. But she had forgotten that she was no longer a real woman. Lu Xiangnua, under the repeated invitations of Guogusi and Wang Jiqing, reluctantly agreed to go. However, she asked to go home first to handle some matters and then come back later. Guogusi and Wang Ziqing agreed and reminded her several times to make sure she would come, or they would have to come to her house to invite her personally. Xiangnua nodded and agreed. Only then did Guogusi and Wang Ziqing relax and go back to prepare dinner for the evening. Since they were hosting a meal, it couldn't be as simple and plain as usual. As for Hu Jingchuan, he originally wanted to refuse, but when he heard Xiangnua had agreed, he quickly changed his mind. When Xiangnua saw Hu Jingchuan say that, she subtly glanced at him and then followed Wang Xiaoling and Tanfingjiao. Wang Xiaoling and Tanfingjiao were also invited by Wang Jiqing, but both felt embarrassed because they hadn't helped much, so they declined. Wang Jiqing didn't try to persuade them further. At the intersection, as they were about to turn, Xiangnua noticed Wang Xiaoling looking distracted and frowned. That third sister was really annoying. Physical punishment was too easy on her. So, Xiangnua, determined to help her friends, suggested that Wang Xiaoling stay with her for the next couple of days. She was afraid to sleep alone. It was a weak excuse, but Tanfingjiao believed her and even helped persuade Wang Xiaoling. Wang Xiaoling agreed, her eyes full of gratitude when she looked at Xiangnua. Xiangnua found her overly sentimental and couldn't stand it, so she left her alone and went back first. Wang Xiaoling explained things to Tanfingjiao and then hurried to catch up with Xiangnua. Hearing the footsteps behind her, Xiangnua slightly smiled but quickly suppressed it. Being assaulted is something even the strongest person can't easily recover from in just a few days. Wang Xiaoling, living in a noisy youth commune, worries that if someone finds out what happened last night, all her efforts would be wasted. Most importantly, the marks on Wang Xiaoling's body are visible as soon as she takes off her clothes. She can't stay in the youth commune without removing her clothes for the time being. Wang Xiaoling went to Lu Xiangwan's house. If you feel bad about staying at my place, help me clear the empty lot in the backyard. I plan to plant vegetables in a few days, Lu Xiangwan said while washing her hands with soap, talking to Wang Xiaoling. This person needs something to do, otherwise, she tends to overthink and get stuck in worries. Lu Xiangwan. Thank you, Wang Xiaoling said, bowing to her. But Lu Xiangwan avoided the gesture. She couldn't accept such thanks. Lu Xiangwan scrubbed her hands with soap many times until her hands were almost raw. Then she stopped. It's a habit from her profession as a doctor. Wang Xiaoling, sitting on a stool, didn't quite know what to do. Finally, she took the broom behind the door and started sweeping the yard while Lu Xiangwan washed her hands. Lu Xiangwan saw this but didn't stop her. After drying her hands, she went inside, took off her blood-stained clothes, and changed into clean ones. She also untied her 2 braids, which she had been holding onto, and braided her hair into a loose 3-strand braid, then casually draped it over her head, making her look more capable. Lu Xiangwan felt it was about time, so she went to the kitchen, scooped a spoonful of cornmeal into her pocket, and left. Before leaving, she reminded Wang Xiaoling to figure out dinner herself. The cupboard had food, so she could handle it as she saw fit. She would use as much as needed. It's not that Lu Xiangwan was stingy. She was just afraid of raising another Wang Chunran, who was quite troublesome. Being moderate with people and things is a good principle, something she learned from painful past lessons. Wang Xiaoling had helped her before, and now, after the incident with San Mazi, she felt she had repaid her kindness. In theory, they owed each other nothing. After Lu Xiangwan left, Wang Xiaoling took advantage of the remaining daylight to visit the youth commune, packed her usual clothes, and took some food supplies before leaving. Of course, when she went back to pack her things, she saw Yang Tianjin lying on the Kong bed. Yang Tianjin complained about her not coming back last night, which caused everyone to go out looking for her in the middle of the night. She hadn't slept well all night because of it. Wang Xiaoling knew she was wrong yesterday, but she felt sorry for the other people at the youth station, not for herself. So, Wang Xiaoling, who was still upset, suddenly snapped at Yang Tianjin and started arguing with her. She didn't even show any respect for their old friendship. Yang Tianjin wanted to reply, but she didn't get the chance. She was so shocked by Wang Xiaoling's attitude that she started crying, tears falling like beads. Hearing the noise, Wang Yuxiang pushed open the door curtain and saw Wang Xiaoling bullying Yang Tianjin. She immediately stepped in to stop the fight. However, Wang Yuxiang always supported Yang Tianjin and also scolded Wang Xiaoling for being rude and bullying the innocent girl who didn't know anything. Wang Xiaoling was amused by her attitude. After scolding Yang Tianjin, she grabbed her things and left without even saying a word to Wang Yuxiang. She really didn't want to waste time arguing with such a person. On her way to Lu Xiangwan's house, Wang Xiaoling also stopped by Wang Xilan's home to borrow a small hook and then left. When she returned to Lu Xiangwan's house, she didn't even rest. She grabbed her small hook and went to the small vegetable garden that Lu Xiangwan mentioned, starting to work. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangwan carried her share of supplies to Wang Ziqing's house, but she happened to meet Hu Jingchuan at the door. Seeing him, she chose to ignore him and walked past. Hu Jingchuan, who had been waiting for her outside for a long time, expected her reaction. He wasn't too upset and simply followed her inside. When Wang Ziqing saw the things Lu Xiangwan was carrying, he looked unhappy. "You came all this way and you're bringing stuff? Why act so distant with uncle?" Guoguzi, standing nearby, also chimed in. He had already brought the supplies needed for the meal earlier. Lu Xiangwan said, "This time is different. I won't bring anything next time." She didn't want to take advantage of others. "No, you can't. After dinner, when you leave, take it back," Wang Ziqing said. He could manage that much during a meal. Lu Xiangwan didn't reply. "Dinner is ready. Why are you still chatting in the yard? Hurry up, wash your hands, and come eat. If the food gets cold, it won't taste good." Wang Ziqing's wife, Manhwa, untied her apron, brushing herself off as she spoke to the people in the yard. Earlier, while cooking, she overheard her husband mention that the new doctor, Lu Jiqing, could treat illnesses. So, when she looked at Lu Xiangwan, her eyes showed uncontrollable happiness. How could she not be happy? Since she married in, she had never seen the Red Flag Brigade have a doctor. Old Yang didn't count. In the future, if anyone in the team got sick, they wouldn't need to go to the county town. Her husband had just said that Lu Jiqing could even cure epilepsy. That shows his medical skills must be excellent. Having Lu Jiqing in their team was truly a blessing.
Eat.
Silly me, Lu Jiqing. You and Jing Chuan go wash your hands first. When the food is served, I'll tell you your auntie's cooking is really good. You must eat more later, Wang Ziqing said, patting his head awkwardly. Look at you, old man, bragging about yourself like that. Lu Jiqing is from a big city and has tasted many good things, Manhwa scolded him. Then she turned to Lu Xiangwan and said, "Lu Jiqing, if my cooking isn't good enough later, don't be picky." "Auntie, you're joking. Your cooking will definitely be delicious," Lu Xiangwan praised her. "See how well Lu Jiqing can talk. Hurry up and wash your hands." "I'll serve the food," Manhua said happily, unable to hide her smile. After they entered the house, Lu Xiangwan let out a deep breath and went to wash her hands. Meanwhile, Hu Jingchuan had already prepared the water. When he saw Lu Xiangwan approaching, he handed her the basin. Clean. Then he left. Thank you, Lu Xiangwan said, not refusing, but she kept a respectful distance of about a meter from him. Hu Jingchuan, who was about to go inside, heard her thank you. It slightly improved his mood, but he quickly became cold again. He disliked seeing her so distant from him, and what he wanted was not just a thank you. After Lu Xiangwan finished washing her hands and entered the house, she saw only one empty seat, next to the cold-faced Hu Jingchuan. Although she felt very reluctant inside, she had to sit down at someone else's house, even if she didn't look happy. She didn't give Jingchuan a good face. But since the two of them sat close together, others thought they looked like a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. They thought they were very suitable together. Guoguzi happily said, Lu Jiqing and Jingchuan sitting together look quite a good match. This comment made Jingchuan feel a little better. His usually cold face showed a slight smile, and his mood improved a bit. However, no one else noticed this change. When Lu Xiangwan heard him describe them this way, she quickly tried to distance herself from the two of them, pretending to smile shyly and say, Comrade is so capable, I don't think I'm good enough. I also have someone I like. When he comes from Jing City to visit me, I'll bring him here to meet you all. You can help me check if he's suitable. After saying this, Lu Xiangwan forced herself to look shy, even though she felt uncomfortable inside. She comforted herself silently, thinking that this was not embarrassing, at least better than being surrounded by flies buzzing around her. Before anyone could speak, Jingchuan suddenly stood up and slammed the table, startling everyone. They looked at him in surprise. Lu Xiangwan sat calmly, unaffected. Sorry, I need to go to the bathroom, Jingchuan said, realizing he had lost control just now. He got up and left directly. Every time he heard the girl mention her fiancé he had never met, he couldn't help but feel angry and wanted to destroy him. He really wanted to know what kind of man could make her keep thinking about him. Just thinking that this man was not himself made his chest burn with anger. He kept splashing cold water on his face to calm down. Meanwhile, the others in the room also came back to their senses. Guoguzi looked regretful and said, What a pity. It's just that Jingchuan is unlucky. He didn't meet you earlier. Old man, what are you talking about? Lu Jiqing came from the capital, Jing City. There are many talented people there. Lu Jiqing is beautiful and knows medicine. His taste must be good. The person he chooses is probably someone carefully picked out. After teasing Guodog about his habits, Orchid turned to Lu Xiangwan sitting beside her and said, All right, then I'll wait for your wedding feast. Let's share the happiness and pray that my eldest daughter-in-law will get pregnant soon. Yes, definitely, Lu Xiangwan replied. After their chat, at Wang Jiqing's urging, everyone started eating. Orchid prepared a nice meal today. There was scrambled eggs with green onions, which Guodog had just brought over. Her family's 2 old hens laid eggs, which she had saved up. Yesterday, she used them for seasoning with salt, soy sauce, and sewing supplies, since she didn't want to waste them. If she had known Lu Jiqing was coming to eat today, she would have kept at least 2 eggs aside. There is also a dish of cucumbers mixed with onions, a plate of stir-fried greens, and a handful of roasted peanuts, which Guodog also brought from home. Additionally, Orchid went to her cellar and took out a piece of cured meat, about the size of a palm, which had been stored for many years. She cooked it with wild vegetables she gathered from the mountain. This spread of food was more elaborate than what they usually have during the New Year, when they typically eat dumplings filled with cabbage and pork. But now, pork was scarce, and finding enough pork in the cabbage was hard. They had limited resources, so Orchid did her best. Fearing that Lu Jiqing from the city might think she was unhygienic, Orchid kept using clean chopsticks to serve vegetables into Lu Xiangwan's bowl. Soon, her bowl was piled high with food, like a small mountain. Lu Xiangwan quickly waved her hand and leaned back, saying, Auntie, that's enough. If I take more, I really won't be able to eat. I have a small appetite, and I get full quickly. You've already served me, and if I can't finish it, it'll just go to waste. She spoke quickly, worried that if she hesitated, the scrambled eggs with green onions might end up in her bowl. There were 6 or 7 people at the table, and she wanted to keep her dignity. Also, the scrambled eggs with green onions weren't a lot, probably just 2 or 3 eggs. That was quite a generous portion for this time, considering how few families could afford to eat eggs now, especially in such a luxurious way. If outsiders saw, they might criticize her for being wasteful. Speaking of which, Lu Xiangwan suddenly remembered a story she saw on social media about a daughter-in-law who had just given birth. She ate 12 pumpkins during her confinement, and her mother-in-law scolded her loudly, pointing her finger at her nose. Whenever I think about it, Lu Xiangwan feels it's absurd, especially in the modern 21st century. Even if someone is very poor, they should still ensure a woman who has just given birth has proper food to eat. After all, she has just come back from the brink of death. Right now, she is just a pumpkin. If someone eats her 12 pounds of pork, they would probably go to her mother's grave and scold her loudly. Why do women have to make things difficult for other women? Lu Xiangwan can't understand. If anyone dared to treat her like that, she would be willing to risk her life to tear the other person apart and make them regret it for days, showing them that she is not someone to be messed with. Back to the main topic. Lu Ziking, this is just like being at home. Please don't be polite to Auntie. You must eat enough, Manhwa said, reaching for some food with her chopsticks. She looked at Lu Ziking's thin body, almost like she could away in the wind because she looked so malnourished. Annie, I really don't mean to be rude. I just have a small appetite. I don't eat much. Always like that since I was a child, Lu Xiangwan said seriously without feeling embarrassed. When she's hungry, she feels like she could eat a whole cow. She has a big appetite, but her body is frustratingly thin. No matter how much she eats, she doesn't gain weight. Lu Xiangwan couldn't understand why. She just thought it was because her digestion was good after all. She went to the bathroom 3 or 4 times a day. Lu Ziking said she can't eat anymore. Auntie, don't push her. She has chopsticks, so she can pick what she wants. Just stop bothering her, Wang Ziqing said, trying to help Lu Xiangwan. Lu Xiangwan quickly gave him a thankful look. Meanwhile, Guoguzi chewed the cucumber in his mouth, swallowed it, and also started to advise. Seeing everyone's reactions, Manhwa hesitated and withdrew her hand. She shyly said to Lu Xiangwan, "All right then, Lu Ziking, you can do it yourself." Lu Xiangwan nodded quickly. She preferred being alone and quiet rather than in such a lively, passionate scene, because she finds it very hard to open her heart to others. Once she gets hurt and closes the door to her feelings, it's very difficult for others to come in again. This is also the reason for her stubborn personality. It's like she's trying to help Wang Xiaoling, but instead of being straightforward, she insists on twisting her words. Her speech can be a bit sharp and blunt, showing no regard for politeness, which makes her seem unlikable. Outside, Hu Jingchuan had just calmed his emotions and came back inside. When he returned to his seat, his eyes were as calm as a clear spring. However, a big storm was brewing behind his eyes, unnoticed by others. Jingchuan, hurry up and eat. If you delay any longer, we'll finish all the food, Wang Ziqing urged as he watched Hu Jingchuan sit down. Hu Jingchuan nodded and picked up his chopsticks to eat, but his eyes kept watching Lu Xiangwan, paying attention to her preferences while she ate. Lu Xiangwan really doesn't like onions because she once ate too many and got tired of them. For a long time afterward, she didn't eat onions at all. However, Aunt Lanhua made a dish of cold cucumber salad that was seasoned with onions. Seeing the onion in her bowl, she felt stuck and unsure what to do. Her frown was noticed by Hu Jingchuan sitting nearby. So, Hu Jingchuan carefully recorded her dislike for onions in his small notebook, marking it with a few strokes. He even added 3 big exclamation marks after the onion to show how strongly she disliked it. Later, Hu Jingchuan, who loved eating raw onions, basically stopped eating them because he was afraid that if he ate onions, she might dislike him just as she disliked onions. He understood what was more important. After a mental struggle, Lu Xiangwan finally forced herself to swallow the onion, despite feeling disgusted. She chewed it a few times and swallowed it quickly. She also ate several bites of steamed bread to push down the nausea. In the future, she would never agree to visit others' homes for meals. If it weren't for the fact that food is so precious these days, she wouldn't eat that piece of onion at all. Manhwa's cooking skills are very good. She uses simple ingredients, but somehow she creates a unique flavor that others can't replicate. To Lu Xiangwan, a modern person, it tastes really good. It also retains the natural flavor of the food. Lu Xiangwan feels it's a pity that Aunt Orchid was born in this era. If she had been born a few years earlier, she could have caught the wave of the times, opened a small restaurant, and become wealthy and well-off. Maybe she would even become a CEO and reach the peak of her life. No wonder Guiguzi was willing to carry food just to come here to eat. If it were her, she would do the same. After eating fast food and instant meals in the space for so long, Lu Xiangwan now really misses the taste of home-cooked dishes. When she has free time and is not busy, Lu Xiangwan plans to try cooking a couple of simple home dishes herself. At the dining table, everyone was talking and laughing. An hour passed quickly and finally, the long meal was finished. After Lu Xiangwan finished the dish she had served Aunt Orchid, she felt about 70 to 80% full. Because, just before coming over, Lu Xiangwan had secretly eaten a large Angus beef burger from Burger King in her space. It was very flavorful, with plenty of sauce. Even Lu Xiangwan, who usually doesn't like beef burgers, was amazed by her first bite. So much so that when she stocked up, she bought many burgers to keep in her space, for easy access whenever she wanted to eat. Aunt Orchid cleared the plates, bowls, and utensils from the table. During this, Lu Xiangwan rolled up her sleeves, ready to help her do some chores. But just as she was about to stand up, Aunt Orchid gently pressed her down. This is just a guest coming to eat. There's no reason to let the guest do chores. Lu Jiqing, just sit here. I'll come over after I finish tidying up, Aunt Orchid said. Then she hurriedly carried the things away. Lu Xiangwan could only listen to her. Sitting with a few big men, perhaps to avoid suspicion, especially since everyone present was a grown man, she was just a young girl. So, when she left, Aunt Orchid, considering her reputation, deliberately left the door open. This thoughtful gesture caught Lu Xiangwan's attention, and she felt a little more fond of Aunt Orchid. Then she started chatting with Wang Jiqing and the others, casually asking about the situation in the team. Although she had overheard some gossip about the team from Wang Xiaolan when working, she still wanted to hear certain things directly from the officials in the team. Wang Ziqing and the other man were very helpful, answering all questions clearly. As a result, the conversation was very pleasant. In contrast, Hu Jingchuan sitting nearby looked a bit lonely. His face was dark and stern, showing he was in a bad mood. Wang Ziqing and Guiguzi, who grew up watching Hu Jingchuan, knew not to provoke him at this moment. They were afraid he might get angry and become unkind to everyone. Their old bodies couldn't handle his temper. So, they decided to ignore Hu Jingchuan, acting as if he wasn't there, just a presence in the room. But this made both of them feel a little uneasy. The little troublemaker had been fine earlier, but now he looked upset after just eating. The two old men scratched their heads, puzzled. Lan Hua went into the kitchen, worried that Lu Xiangwan, a young girl, might not be used to the environment. She put down the few dishes she had just washed, wiped her hands on her apron, and took out some dried sweet potatoes from last year's harvest that hadn't been eaten. She offered them to Lu Xiangwan. Thank you, Auntie, Lu Xiangwan said, taking a piece and not wanting more. She chewed on it. The dried sweet potatoes seemed a bit too dry, making her cheeks ache. She chewed for a while but couldn't swallow even a bite. This snack is probably better made into a chew toy for teeth. Hu Jingchuan saw Lu Xiangwan eating the sweet potatoes nonstop and mistakenly thought she liked them. He quickly noted this new preference about her in his notebook. But Lu Xiangwan didn't know this yet. If she found out, she would definitely get angry and throw him out of her space without hesitation. After all, this perverted guy was watching her so closely. If she wasn't careful and accidentally exposed her space, she would be in serious trouble. Lan Hua also thought Lu Xiangwan liked the sweet potatoes. She went back to the kitchen and packed some of the leftover sweet potatoes for her, planning to give them to her when she left. Now, she wanted to build a good relationship with Lu Xiangwan. She liked her, and she was also worried about her eldest daughter-in-law, who hadn't been able to have children. She heard from the head of the family that Lu Jiqing could treat women's health issues, so she believed she could help with the problem of not conceiving. For Orchid, who is eager to have grandchildren, she now treats every small hope as a last resort, grabbing onto each one. As long as her daughter-in-law can get pregnant, she is willing to accept whatever comes, even if it means risking her life. Lu Xiangwan sees that the time is right, so she asks, Uncle Wang, Uncle Gua, can I take a day off tomorrow? Lu Jiqing, why do you want to take leave? Wang Jiqing is puzzled this time. I don't have any medicine now and can't treat Sanmazi's wound, so I need to go up the mountain to pick some herbs tomorrow. In fact, Lu Xiangwan just wants to take a shortcut and be lazy. Are there still herbs on the mountain? Can we pick herbs on the back mountain? Everyone is a bit surprised by her words. They all look at her with wide eyes, not daring to blink, afraid of missing something. Seeing their reactions, Lu Xiangwan doesn't mind and explains, there are herbs on the back mountain. Last time I went to pick mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms, I saw quite a few. One of them is Panax nodo ginseng, which is a good medicine. In the future, if anyone in the team has a wound, they can use it. She tries to explain in simple, easy-to-understand language. Ancient books once recorded, ginseng is the best for boosting energy and Panax nodo ginseng is the best for blood nourishment. They have similar tastes but different effects, so they are called the top treasures among traditional Chinese medicines. This shows how valuable Panax nodo ginseng is in the world of traditional medicine. However, what makes Lu Xiangwan curious is that recently, in novels about crossing eras, the female protagonists either find 100-year-old ginseng or 1,000-year-old lingzhi mushrooms on the mountain, or encounter wild boars and other game for a feast. Although she has plenty of meat in her space and doesn't lack food, comparing her luck to theirs feels unfair. When she went to pick mushrooms with Wang Guiying, she almost searched the entire mountain area. Besides the plentiful mushrooms and the lucky encounter with abundant wood ear mushrooms, she saw nothing else. She didn't even see a flying wild chicken or a cunning, clumsy rabbit. This makes her question her life. Without her space, she really feels like she was sent here by fate to suffer. After all, the bright lights and lively scenes of the 21st century are far more intense than they are now. These days, the only way to describe it is with the words, miserable, 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 and there's nothing else to say. However, she didn't lie to Wang Ziqing and the others. She really did see many wild sanchi plants on the mountain. But nowadays, no one in the team recognizes them. They've all been harvested and fed to pigs. It's such a waste. Wow, I've never heard of that before, Lu Jiqing. What does sanchi look like? Maybe tomorrow I can ask my rich relative to go with you to pick herbs on the mountain. You're alone, in a strange place. If something happens again, it wouldn't be good. Guoguzi kept sighing after hearing Lu Xiangwan's explanation. People from big cities like Jiqing always seem to know more. No need, Uncle Gua. I can do it myself. Lu Xiangwan quickly refused. She was joking. If she had a shadow following her, how could she slack off tomorrow? She had been so tired from working these days that her small arms and legs felt exhausted. All she wanted was to lie on the kong, a traditional bed, and sleep all day and night. Of course, she couldn't forget about important things. Don't be polite with Uncle Gua. Anyway, that brat won't be going to school tomorrow. Staying at home is enough trouble. Lu Jiqing, if you need anything tomorrow, just tell this brat. Guoguozi couldn't promise everything, but at least he would listen. If you asked him to go east, he wouldn't dare go west. Lu Jiqing was their old Gua family's lifesaver. If he were gone, his son would have no parents and wouldn't be able to get by. Lu Jiqing was truly their family's savior. They were glad to help him even a little. If it weren't for worrying that his son ate too much, Guoguozi even thought about packing his son off to help Lu Jiqing at his house. Even just standing at Lu Jiqing's door to watch over it would be fine. If Gua Fugui knew his father's true thoughts, he would definitely say, "You're really my real dad." That kind of father who always tricks his son to the extreme. But one thing was certain. He would listen to his father. Hearing his father speak, Gua Fugui, who was gnawing on dried sweet potato and almost lost his 2 front teeth, immediately clenched his small fist and pounded it on his chest. Sister, I'll go with you tomorrow. I promise to listen to you. Lu Xiongwan is already the second most important person in Guofugue's heart after his father. Besides her saving his father, he also thinks she is the most beautiful person he has ever seen. If he were a little older, he could be like his second brother, Nyo, and marry his sister to her, making her his wife. Luckily, Guofugue only dares to think this in his mind. If he ever said it out loud, he would definitely get scolded by a jealous, petty man who would fight him. He would even be beaten and called Dad. Tomorrow really isn't necessary. I'll go up the mountain another day to call you. When that time comes, you must come with me, Lu Xiongwan said as she stood up and walked forward, about to pat his head. She accidentally caught sight of a tiny flea crawling on his head, so she quickly retracted her hand with a smile. I will definitely go if my sister calls me. As long as she asks, I'll go, Guofugue said, his face turning red as he spoke. Afterward, he shyly lowered his head. His sister's voice sounds so nice. Hu Jingchuan watched the scene unfold and saw the little boy's face turn red like a ripe peach. His eyebrows furrowed and his palms suddenly itched. He didn't realize he was feeling jealous, and it was over a child who hadn't even reached his chest. It made him feel like he was regressing. Lu Jiqing said it's not necessary, so it's not. Better not let this kid cause trouble for Lu Jiqing later. There will be many days ahead. If you want to thank Lu Jiqing, tomorrow isn't the only day. Wang Jiqing saw that Lu Xiongwan was insistent, so he stepped in to smooth things over and also approved her leave. He could handle this matter easily, especially since Lu Jiqing was treating someone in the team. Didn't Lu Jiqing just say that the medicine could be used by everyone in the team? That's saving money for the team.
He was happy about that.
But secretly, he had other plans. He was thinking of talking to the team leader before going to bed tonight. Guo Goushi saw this and didn't say anything more. Only Lu Xiongwan secretly felt pleased inside, but her face still looked cold and aloof. Since she was full and had said everything she needed to, and it was getting dark, she took the initiative to suggest going back. The people in the room finally realized it was already quite late. Look at this, we got so caught up in talking that we forgot the time. Lu Jiqing, I asked Aunt Manhwa to take you home. When you have free time, come visit Uncle's house again. I'll also ask Aunt Manhwa to cook something delicious for you then, Wang Jiqing said, patting his thigh. No need, it's not far. I can go back by myself. Aunt Lanhua cooked a big meal this afternoon, and she's pretty tired. I should rest at home now since I have to work tomorrow. Lu Xiongwan politely declined his offer. That's not good. I don't feel comfortable letting a young girl like you go alone, Wang Jiqing said, not agreeing. At this moment, Hu Jingchuan casually said, It's on the way. I can take her home. You all can rest at home. To outsiders, it just seemed like Hu Jingchuan was being kind. Wang Ziqing and the others didn't think much about any romantic feelings. Only Lu Xiongwan, hearing his words, instinctively moved a little farther away from him. She was no longer the easygoing girl she was earlier. Thank you, Comrade Hua, but I can manage on my own. Lu Xiongwan's intuition told her to stay as far away from this man as possible. Hu Jingchuan was refused, but he didn't look embarrassed. He had already guessed this would happen, but he still insisted. He claimed he was worried about Wang Jiqing and the others, but secretly, only he knew his real reasons. Lanhua turned back into the house, packed the bag of dried sweet potatoes, and hurried out. Seeing everyone ready to send Lu Jiqing home, she quickly said, Let me do it. I have something I want to ask Lu Jiqing. You all can go back. Lu Xiongwan agreed, and her plan could now go ahead. Seeing the two people leave, Hu Jingchuan clenched his fists so tightly that his teeth almost ground together. He finally relaxed and lowered his hand. Auntie, just tell me if you need anything, Lu Xiongwan said, noticing her hesitant attitude and her inability to speak clearly. She wasn't in a hurry, but Lu Xiongwan, who was impatient, started to feel anxious. She liked Aunt Lanhua's quick and straightforward way of doing things. Hearing Lu Xiongwan, Lanhua looked around nervously, worried that someone might overhear them outside. But she was overthinking. It was dark, everyone had finished eating, and they were already lying on their beds resting. Lu Jiqing, I want to ask you something. This woman has a problem. She can't have children. How can we treat this? Hearing this, Lu Xiangwan frowned slightly and felt a bit upset inside, but she didn't show it. Auntie, sometimes not being able to have children isn't entirely the woman's fault. Sometimes the man is sick, and that makes it hard for the woman to conceive. Somehow, from some point on, whenever a woman couldn't get pregnant, people automatically blamed her. The world seemed very unfair. She had worked in obstetrics and gynecology for many years and had seen many cases where the man had weak or deformed, which caused the woman not to conceive. In the hospital where Lu Xiangwan used to work, a study showed that about 15% of married couples were infertile, and over half of these cases were due to the man's issues. Also, whether a baby is a boy or a girl depends on the man's carrying the X or Y chromosome. It's not something the woman can control. If the man is not healthy, we can't blame the woman.
What?
Men can also have health problems, Manhwa exclaimed in surprise when she heard Lu Xiangwan say this. But thinking it was late at night, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Why can't men have health issues? Both men and women are people. Are men supposed to be better than women? Do men not eat, drink, or go to the bathroom like us? At this moment, Lu Xiangwan was trying hard to hold back her temper. She kept telling herself not to get angry, not because she thought she was unworthy, but because of the ignorance and lack of information that caused such misunderstandings. It's not her fault. Lu Jiqing, don't be angry.
I didn't mean it that way.
I just heard for the first time that a woman can't have children because of the man, Manhwa said quickly, trying to sound gentle. Hidden in the moonlight, behind them, Hu Jingchuan had overheard the young girl's words. He had a pretty strong temper, but she was right. She wasn't wrong, unlike others. He liked her more and more. Auntie, I'm not angry. Are you asking about yourself and uncle or someone else? Lu Xiangwan had already calmed down by then. Lan Hua felt a bit embarrassed and said, Lu Jiqing, you're joking. Both me and your uncle are quite old now. How could we still have children? Today, I am not afraid of you laughing at me. I came here for my eldest son and daughter-in-law. We've been married for many years, and I've tried all kinds of home remedies, but I haven't seen her belly start to grow. Home remedies? What kind of remedies? On the mountain, I caught grasshoppers and gave her to eat raw. Also, the toad from the river can't be skinned, and I cook it with nothing else added. Lanhua kept talking about these remedies with great enthusiasm because they were her hard-earned efforts over many years. However, everyone else who tried these remedies got pregnant, but her eldest daughter-in-law's belly showed no signs of change after so many years. It was really worrying. Lu Xiangwan felt a bit uncomfortable listening and quickly interrupted Lanhua. Auntie, I understand. No need to say more. If she kept listening, she felt she might her dinner tonight. I also tried a home remedy before, not because I was pregnant, but because I lost my voice and became mute for nearly 2 years. I went to the hospital, and they gave me all kinds of medicine, but nothing worked. My aunt somehow got a remedy for me. 2 burnt coal ash balls, plus half a gene of sugar, boiled with water in a pot. When it was ready, I took out the coal ash, filtered the water, and drank it. It was very sweet but had a coal ash taste. My body was fine, but I lost my voice completely and became mute. Luckily, someone took me to the biggest hospital here, and I was cured. So, some home remedies are really not trustworthy. What's wrong? Lanhua asked with confusion. Lu Xiangwan said, Auntie, nothing. How about this? Tomorrow afternoon, after I change medicine for Samatsi, you bring your son and daughter-in-law to my house. I want to see what's going on. Is that okay? Yes, yes, yes. Lu Jiqing, thank you so much. Thank you. It's nothing. I even had dinner at your house today. If you keep this up, you'll really make me feel unwelcome. Next time I might not come. Annie Lu, really, I don't know what to say. Lanhua said while wiping tears. Whenever you want to eat, just come to my house. I'll cook for you. God knows how she has been living all these years, especially her son and daughter-in-law's difficult days. She probably heard many people criticizing her behind her back. Is it any wonder that in the countryside, the customs are like this? Among the unfilial acts, having no children is considered the worst. Otherwise, when they grow old and can no longer walk, there will be no one to stand by their side or help them. Not to mention that the son is the main support of the family. Next door, Lao Nyo's family has 8 sons, and another little one is still inside his wife's belly, expected to be born in 2 months. The women in the team look at her pregnant belly and guess that this baby will be a boy again. It's really frustrating. While others wish they could have children, they can't, but her family keeps having babies one after another, like grasshoppers jumping. It's no exaggeration to say that in the team, they walk around like with 8 legs. Even though their family is very poor and can barely afford food, no one dares to bully them or look down on them. Hopefully, with Lu Jiqing's help this time, she can have her first grandson soon. Then, when she passes away, she can close her eyes peacefully and face her ancestors of the old her family with pride. Lu Xiongwan chatted a little more with her at her own door and also accepted the bag of dried sweet potatoes she brought. If she didn't take it, they would feel uneasy. Lu Xiongwan promised to do her best to help them with their health issues. After finishing their chat, Lu Xiongwan didn't forget to watch Manhwa leave until she couldn't see her back anymore. Then she turned back home, closed the door, and propped it open with a stick. When she turned around and looked out with the moonlight, she saw someone sitting in her yard. As she approached, she recognized it was Wang Xiaoling. "Why are you still sitting here so late? Not sleeping?" she asked. "I'm a little worried about you, so I just waited here," Wang Xiaoling said when she saw Lu Xiongwan return. She then mentioned that there was hot water ready for bathing in the pot, stood up, and went back inside. For some reason, hearing Wang Xiaoling say she was worried about her made Lu Xiongwan feel a warm glow inside, but she quickly pushed it aside and rolled up her sleeves to go into the kitchen. She had worked all day and was covered in sweat. Her body was sticky and uncomfortable. This kind of day was a painful ordeal for Lu Xiongwan. She wished this was just a dream. When she opened her eyes again, she hoped she would be back on that soft, big bed in the hotel. But unfortunately, this was reality, not a dream. If she doesn't take a bath, Lu Xiongwan knows she won't be able to sleep tonight. So she opens the lid of the pot and finds it filled with hot water, just like Wang Xiaoling said earlier. "You're quite sensible," Lu Xiongwan softly says, then begins scooping water with a ladle. The hot water fills a whole bucket. Carrying it by hand is a bit difficult for her, so she forcefully drags it into her bathroom, which takes a lot of effort. Lu Xiongwan plans to find a carpenter tomorrow when she's free to see if they can install 2 wheels at the bottom of the bucket. That way, it would be easier and less tiring to move. Otherwise, repeatedly carrying water would test her strength too much. After filling the bucket with hot water, she plans to add some cold water to prevent it from being too hot. She doesn't want to turn into a cooked pig ready for hair removal. Unexpectedly, when she left, the water jar was just below the rim. Now, when she returns, the jar is full again, and she notices a damp shoulder pole behind the door. She can easily guess whose doing that is. This makes Lu Xiongwan start to think maybe she's been too harsh on Wang Xiaoling, since the girl is quite sensible. "Lu Xiongwan, what are you doing? Why aren't you taking a bath? If you don't, the water will get cold soon and you'll catch a cold." Wang Xiaoling comes out and sees Lu Xiongwan holding a kerosene lamp, standing in front of the big water jar inside the room, lost in thought. She looks confused for a moment. "I'm going to take a bath now." Lu Xiongwan quickly snaps out of her thoughts and carries the half-filled water bucket. During this, Wang Xiaoling notices how hard Lu Xiongwan is struggling and tries to help, but Lu Xiongwan refuses. Some things are better done on your own. Lu Xiongwan doesn't want to rely on others when she has problems. Neither men nor women should depend on others. Mountains may collapse, trees may fall, pigs may run away. Only relying on oneself is the best way. Since her tools are limited and some items in the room look too advanced, so much so that even a fool could tell they aren't from this era, Lu Xiongwan stands under her makeshift shower rack and begins to wash. Today, she uses sulfur soap to remove mites, thoroughly scrubbing her body with a bath towel until a dense foam appears. Playful Lu Xiongwan started blowing bubbles on herself until she accidentally glanced at the water level in the bucket and stopped her childish behavior. After rinsing off, Lu Xiongnuan wrapped herself in a towel and came out, drying her hair. Meanwhile, Hu Jingchuan, who had been following Lu Xiongnuan, stayed outside her door after she safely arrived home. He waited there for a while until he finished the last cigarette in his bag. Hu Jingchuan doesn't usually smoke. He only smokes a few puffs when he's very upset or bored. Clearly, Hu Jingchuan was in a bad mood tonight. His mood changed the moment Lu Xiongnuan mentioned her marriage plans. However, before he reached her door, Wang Guiying came out to look for him and blocked his way. Wang Guiying had been worried these days. Her youngest son finally liked a girl, and the girl liked him too. But the problem was, she was already in a relationship. She couldn't tell anyone about this, so she kept her feelings to herself. If others found out, her son's reputation could be damaged, and the girl's reputation could also suffer. Wang Guiying has never done anything bad in her life. She doesn't want to ruin her son's future because of this. Her youngest son was unlucky this time. If fate allows, she hopes he will meet someone like Lu Jiqing sooner in the next life. But right now, her main concern was to bring her son back from his stubborn pursuit. Otherwise, he might end up alone forever. Thinking about Feng Lan visiting her today and telling her something, Wang Guiying felt a little more confident. You said your uncle told you to go back early, but I waited at home all this time and didn't see you, Wang Guiying asked as she approached. Just wandering around, Hu Jingchuan replied with a worried look, trying to sound casual. Since he was born from her, Wang Guiying immediately saw that he was hiding something. She guessed he was probably standing outside Lu Jiqing's house again. But she didn't expose his little secret. After all, her child was grown up and sensitive. It's late. Why aren't you in bed? Come home with me and sleep, Wang Guiying said, leading the way ahead of him. The two of them returned home. However, after arriving, Wang Guiying did not go into her own room but instead took her clothes and sneaked into Hu Jingchuan's room. When Hu Jingchuan finished brushing his teeth and washing his face and came in, he found that his mother was still in his room and had not left. Before he could speak, Wang Guiying, who was very talkative, interrupted him. Youngest, if you have time tomorrow, go meet your Aunt Feng Lan's daughter. She's very different from before. This time, the girl is very beautiful, everyone in the village knows, and she's also kind and gentle. If I hadn't been friends with your Aunt Feng Lan, we wouldn't have a chance for such a good match. Hu Jingchuan refused immediately. I won't go. Hearing this, Wang Guiying looked upset, but she still tried to persuade him kindly. You haven't even seen her. How do you know if you like her? Just meet her once. If you don't like her, you can refuse again. No, I don't like her, Hu Jingchuan answered early, already giving his mother his decision. Even the best person can't compare to a single finger of that young worker. And he had no plans to get married in his life until he saw that young worker. That made him want to have his own home, especially one with her. No one else would do. I'm tired, Hu Jingchuan said, plugging his ears with earplugs and lying straight on the bed. He closed his eyes and went to sleep. Wang Guiying was so angry at his attitude that she grabbed her clothes from the Kong and threw them at him. I really owe you for my past life, sending you to torment me this life. Are you just happy watching your father and me stay up all night worrying about your marriage? You little brat, she finally played the emotional card, shedding a few tears. You sleep very soundly and snore at night, Hu Jingchuan said with his eyes closed. The room he was in was right next to his mother's, and the soundproofing was poor. So, he could hear everything clearly when there was any movement outside. Embarrassed by being caught in a lie, Wang Guiying's face turned red. She angrily said, You little brat, I won't take care of you anymore. Finally, she slammed the door and left in a stylish manner. The result was too sudden. Wang Guiying knew how strong her grip was when she slammed the door, so she regretted it right after. She quickly grabbed a kerosene lamp and shined it on the door. When she saw the door was not broken, she felt relieved and turned back to her room to tell Hao Daqing about her youngest son's situation. Hao Daqing, thinking it was something serious, perked up his ears and lay on the Kong, a traditional bed, listening to his wife complain. But he ended up feeling bored, as it was such a small matter, yet she was so angry. For a moment, Hao Daqing was speechless, not knowing what to say. You old man, I've been talking for a long time. At least say something back, or all my words will be wasted, Wang Guiying said, her voice a little hoarse from eating too many pickles and talking so much at night. She turned and picked up her husband's enamel cup to drink. After drinking some water from the cup, her throat felt a bit better. If it's not a big deal, then forget it. Children and grandchildren will have their own happiness. We're old now, so why worry about what the younger generation is doing? Besides, our third son is quite good. If he wants to get married, he can find someone himself. He'll bring her home when the time comes. So, there's no need to get angry about this now. It's not worth it. If you get too upset, you'll only hurt yourself and no one will take care of you, she said about her third son's marriage prospects. Da Qing was also anxious but tried to stay calm. You don't know anything. Your little son, who's like a frog wanting to eat swan meat, has taken a fancy to Lu Jiqing from Beijing. Wang Guiying muttered softly. How Da Qing, standing nearby, said, What did you say? Speak louder. I can't hear your rambling. I didn't say anything important. Just talking nonsense. Wang Guiying quickly made up an excuse and changed the subject. Then she went out to pour warm water and used a towel to wipe Hao Daqing clean. When his mother closed the door, Hao Jingchuan slowly opened his eyes, looked out the window, and seemed to be lost in thought. Then, Hao Jingchuan got up, turned off the kerosene lamp on the table, and the room instantly became dark. He lay back on the bed and fell asleep. Meanwhile, after drying her hair, Lu Xiongwan divided the package of dried sweet potatoes that Aunt Lan had given her that evening, sharing half with Wang Xiaoling. This dried sweet potato is very tasty, but it's the teeth and cheeks. Even now, her cheeks still hurt from eating it. However, chewing it is quite addictive. Right now, this is her only snack, as the rest are just supplies stored in the cabinet. So, to reward Wang Xiaoling for her hard work tonight, Lu Xiongwan decided to give up her treat. After all, she filled the entire jar with water, and just looking at its size, you could tell she had gone back and forth many times to fill it. Wang Xiaoling couldn't refuse, because Lu Xiongwan finally threatened her directly. If she didn't accept, she would have to go back to the countryside to sleep. She didn't want to go back in her current state, so she took a piece of dried sweet potato from her bag and started chewing. After a while, Wang Xiaoling, with red and swollen eyes, quickly lowered her head and, with a slightly tearful voice, said, It's very sweet. It's unclear whether she was talking about the sweet potato or something else. Lu Xiongwan gently moved her hand away from the blanket and replied, Turn off the lights and go to sleep. Wang Xiaoling quickly rewrapped the bag of dried sweet potatoes, placed it on the table, turned off the kerosene lamp, and hurried onto the bed. However, the two didn't sleep together. One slept on the east side of the bed, and the other on the west side, with what seemed like a wide space between them, like a galaxy. During the lights-out time, Lu Xiongwan used her mind to enter her space and recalled meeting a very famous traditional Chinese medicine master by chance during her school days. She studied with him for a while. She learned most of the basics, like pulse-taking and prescribing medicine. That master was also a top expert in gynecology. His consultation fee at the hospital was at least 600 yuan, but Lu Xiongwan's fee was only 650 yuan. The difference was huge. People from all over the country came to seek his help. He could treat difficult women's health issues like irregular, painful periods, low menstrual flow, and infertility, and he was very effective. The medicine was also affordable. His office was filled with banners from satisfied patients, and the hospital leaders even set aside a special room to store them. Lu Xiongwan was fortunate to witness his medical skills firsthand because he was able to diagnose her irregular and light menstrual flow through pulse-taking. Although she was a medical student at the time, she was unaware that she was ill. Later, she skeptically went to the hospital for an ultrasound and found out the truth. A large cyst, 12 centimeters long, had grown in her. It was too late for traditional Chinese medicine to help, as her was at risk of twisting or rupturing at any moment. If that happened, the only option for Lu Xiongwan would be surgery. As a single woman without children, removing the dead would be a heavy, especially for a college student who hadn't graduated yet. Therefore, as soon as her diagnosis was confirmed, Lu Xiongwan contacted her teacher to perform the surgery. At that time, she didn't have enough money for the operation, but Su Le, knowing this, immediately transferred 30,000 yuan into her hospital account without hesitation. She scolded him harshly at that moment. After her surgery, when she was pushed out of the operating room, the first person she saw was Su Le. He stayed by her side during the days following her operation, taking care of her without sleep. During her hospital stay, she gained some weight thanks to his care. Meanwhile, Su Li's dark circles under his eyes deepened, and he did everything from collecting bags, bringing meals, to calling nurses. In short, there was nothing he wouldn't do. Lu Xiongwan was deeply grateful because Su Lo had long become more than just a family figure in her heart. For someone who had a family but lacked parental love, Su Lo was like an angel sent from heaven to save her from danger. She trusted him forever. When her consciousness entered the space, Lu Xiongwan found the medical book given to her by the old Chinese doctor, which contained his lifelong knowledge, personally compiled by him. She also took out the acupuncture point model she ordered from Taobao earlier, used silver needles, and began practicing according to the book. Fortunately, those skills had been ingrained in her memory. Her hand movements were smooth, and she could even identify acupuncture points on the body with her eyes closed. Lu Xiongwan, are you asleep? Wang Xiaoling was lying on the bed, unable to sleep but afraid to toss around. I'm asleep, Lu Xiongwan replied coldly, hearing Wang Xiaoling's words as she withdrew her consciousness from the space. Lu Xiongwan finished speaking, then withdrew her hand and rubbed her slightly aching head. Wang Xiaoling knew that Lu Xiongwan was lying with her eyes open. If she had been asleep, how could she still be talking? But she didn't dare to argue. After all, she was now under her roof, and more so because Lu Xiongwan had helped her before. Then I'll sleep too, Wang Xiaoling muttered softly, turning over to sleep. She still couldn't fall asleep, so she decided to count sheep instead. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. Not knowing how many she had counted, Wang Xiaoling's eyelids grew heavy, and she gradually fell into sleep. Meanwhile, Lu Xiongwan didn't continue studying in the room. She needed some time to digest what she had learned. Like when she was in middle school, she would close her eyes and replay what she had just seen in her mind before going to sleep. In her dreams, Wang Xiaoling was restless. She dreamed that the 3-headed monster turned into a wild wolf, lunging at her. Just when she thought she was doomed, Lu Xiongwan appeared, shining with rainbow light, carrying a bow and arrow through the darkness. She aimed at the wolf, drew her bow, and shot an arrow, killing it instantly. She was saved. Wang Xiaoling cheered happily, circling around Lu Xiongwan. When Lu Xiongwan woke up the next morning, she almost got a shock. Because Wang Xiaoling was lying beside her bed, looking at her with starry eyes like a little fan. This early morning scene was already strange enough, and she was grateful her heart was strong. If her heart wasn't, she might have been frightened to death. Lu Xiongwan, breakfast is ready, Wang Xiaoling said softly, her voice unusually gentle, as if she was speaking through her throat. Her face was flushed with blush, making it look like Lu Xiongwan had done something to her last night. But as soon as she said that, Lu Xiongwan felt disgusted by her expression, and her body's hair stood on end. Be normal, Lu Xiongwan said seriously, with a stern look. Yes, Wang Xiaoling was frightened by her reaction and quickly returned to normal. Lu Xiongwan felt relieved. She quickly got out of bed, brushed her teeth, washed her face, combed her hair, and braided it all in one smooth motion. Today was another fresh and beautiful day. I didn't use the ones in your cabinet. I brought these from Youth Commune, Wang Xiaoling said as she watched Lu Xiongwan staring blankly at the steamed bun on the table. She knew there was a misunderstanding and quickly explained. I didn't say anything. Lu Xiongwan casually picked up a bun, dipped it in porridge, and ate it with some pickles. Early in the morning, she didn't have much appetite, so she only ate half of the bun. She didn't throw away the other half. Instead, she put it back in the basket, planning to eat it tomorrow. When she got up to leave, she told Wang Xiaoling, who was busy eating. Later, take the food from my grain bag. Da no need. Cough cough. No need, Wang Xiaoling said quickly, forgetting she still had food in her mouth. She choked and started coughing until her face turned red. Seeing her uncomfortable, Lu Xiongwan resigned herself and brought a bowl of water into the room for Wang Xiaoling to drink. After drinking the water, Wang Xiaoling immediately felt better. The first thing she said was, Lu Xiongwan, there's no need. You've taken care of me for days. I should treat you to a meal. No need, it's separate, Lu Xiongwan replied as she left after seeing her improve. After rinsing her mouth and fully preparing herself, wrapping herself tightly with only her bright eyes showing, Lu Xiongwan was about to head out to work in the fields when she suddenly remembered she had asked for leave yesterday with Wang Jiqing and others. Today, she planned to go to the mountain to pick Panax ginseng. She immediately turned back. Why are you back again? Wang Xiaoling was finishing cleaning the kitchen and was about to go out after untying her apron when she saw Lu Xiongwan returning and asked curiously. I took a leave today. Lu Xiongwan took off her straw hat. In just a short while, her forehead was sweaty. Are you feeling unwell? Is everything okay? Wang Xiaoling asked with concern when she heard her.
I'm fine.
You go to work. Lock the door when you leave. I need to tidy up and then go to the mountain to pick some things, Lu Xiongwan said before heading back into her room. Wang Xiaoling saw her say this and felt relieved. She didn't keep pestering her with questions about why she didn't go to work today. After tidying herself up neatly, she hurriedly packed her things and went to work. Meanwhile, Lu Xiongwan simply lay on the Kong bed and slept comfortably. By 10 o'clock noon, the sun was already shining hot on her back. Lu Xiongwan slowly opened her eyes, put on her shoes, wore her straw hat, and carried her small bamboo basket to go up the mountain. Her home was at the foot of the mountain, so she didn't worry about being seen at this time. On her way, she didn't meet anyone. She walked up the mountain while also paying attention to the surroundings, not wanting to be followed again. When she saw no one, she turned into a nearby cave and immediately entered her space. Inside the space, she first drank a little of her family's lemon Yakult to quench her thirst, then ate her favorite, stinky yet spicy snail noodles. She added double portions of dried tofu and peanuts because she loved this way of eating. After the meal, she was sweating heavily from the spiciness. Her lips were slightly swollen, but she managed to calm them down by drinking a cup of very cold lemonade from her favorite shop. Feeling full and satisfied, she lay on a lounge chair, comfortably flipping through a novel in her arms, occasionally closing her eyes for a moment. She was very content. If her future life could be like this, she would be willing to exchange 5 gold bars for it. If 5 bars weren't enough, then 10 or 20. The gold bars she bought and stored at her space a long time ago were still gathering dust there. Lu Xiongwan checked the time and left her space. Before leaving, she sprayed some perfume on herself because the smell of the snail noodles was too strong. This perfume was a gift from Su Lo on her 24th birthday, and she received a bottle every year. It was from the brand Louboutin, and Lu Xiongwan loved the scent. However, she didn't use it often because she worked in a hospital dealing with patients every day. When she sold her house, she stored all her belongings in her space. She was reluctant to give away Su Li's thoughtful gift. Lu Xiongwan came out of the cave and went to the place where she had picked mushrooms last time, because she remembered there was a large area of wild sanchi here. If we only consider medicinal properties, the wild ones are stronger than the cultivated ones. Even today, the prices of the two are quite different. Later, she found out it was true. The group of wild sanchi was still growing stubbornly. Lu Xiongwan took off her basket, squatted down, holding a shovel, and started digging up the sanchi on the ground. She dug for over 2 hours until her back was so tired she could hardly stand up straight. Then she stopped. She had only dug up half a patch, with a large area still waiting for her. It's no exaggeration to say that today, Lu Xiongwan has disturbed the home of the sanchi. But she had already dug enough for today. She plans to come back another time when she's free to dig it all out, then dry them and put them into her space. Fresh sanchi needs to be dried before it can be stored well. Lu Xiongwan looked at her harvest today, casually picking up a bunch of 20. This quality is better, more effective for healing, and has high medicinal value. It's much better than the 50 or 60 head sanchi in quality. She collected the sanchi lying on the ground into her basket, filling it completely, and discreetly stored the rest into her space. She carried it down the mountain, swaying unsteadily. As soon as she reached the bottom, she saw Hu Jingchuan wandering on the mountain. Lu Xiongwan didn't want to talk to him and instinctively avoided him. She staggered down the mountain with the heavy basket almost crushing her small frame. However, Hu Jingchuan, who was looking for her, noticed her. Finally, her anxious heart was relieved. Yesterday, when he learned she was going up the mountain, he worried she might encounter trouble alone. He didn't even bother to eat breakfast and waited outside her house from early morning. He sat there watching, but she didn't come out. He even went home briefly to get some water, but quickly returned. He waited until all the team members finished work, but he still didn't see her. Unable to hold back, Hu Jingchuan thought something might have happened to her. Just as he was about to come down from the tree and muster up the courage to knock on her door, he saw someone approaching. It was the female young worker he saw last time. Clearly, Wang Xiaoling saw Hu Jingchuan coming. Although his strong presence made her hesitant, she still mustered her courage and carried her over to him. After all, she needed to go home and cook. "Excuse me, is Lu Xiongwan at home?" Hu Jingchuan finally asked. "You're looking for her? Wait here at the door. I'll go inside and check," Wang Xiaoling replied. Hearing that he was looking for Lu Xiongwan, she took the key to Lu Xiongwan's house from her pocket and quickly unlocked the door. Hu Jingchuan looked at the key in Wang Xiaoling's hand with envy. He wished he could have a key too, but based on the current situation, he still had a long way to go. A slow journey to win her heart. Inside the house, in the kitchen, the bathroom, and the toilet, Wang Xiaoling couldn't find Lu Xiongwan. She apologized to Hu Jingchuan with some awkwardness. "She probably hasn't come down from the mountain yet. She said she was going up this morning. If you need to find her, maybe come back in the afternoon," Wang Xiaoling kindly suggested. "No need," Hu Jingchuan said and left. He guessed that they probably missed each other when she went home to water the plants. Later, worried about Lu Xiongwan, Hu Jingchuan went up the mountain. But he searched everywhere and still couldn't find her. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiongwan was actually resting in her space, lying in a rocking chair. Just as he was about to go down the mountain to find Wang Jiefeng and ask for help, he saw Lu Xiongwan coming down the mountain with a basket. Hu Jingchuan quickly stepped forward and said coldly, "Let me do it." Lu Xiongwan looked straight ahead, giving him no glance. "No need." After saying that, she walked around him and kept going. She really didn't want to have anything to do with this man. It's not just that she disliked him. Any man with 3 legs would annoy her. She wondered how she could be so desperate to go back to the life she had tried to leave behind. But this man was like a stubborn glue, clinging to her no matter what. She had already clearly refused him. We can't just give her a quick-acting medicine to temporarily ruin his appearance and scare him away. Remembering the deep pain from last time, Lu Xiongwan thinks she might try other ways to stop his little schemes. Hu Jingchuan shook his head but quickly followed her. Seeing how much she rejected him and didn't give him a chance, he kept a distance of about 300 meters from her. This time, Lu Xiongwan was pleased that he understood the situation and quickly carried her basket of things back home. 20 minutes later, she finally arrived home after walking and stopping along the way. Once inside, she slammed the door shut, blocking his view, and felt much more comfortable. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoling was busy cooking in the kitchen. When she heard the noise outside, she quickly put down her knife and came out. Seeing Lu Xiongwan carrying a basket, she helped unload it from her back. "What's in this? Why is it so heavy?" Wang Xiaoling almost dropped it, nearly spilling everything. Luckily, Lu Xiongwan reacted quickly and protected it. "Sanchi," Lu Xiongwan said, looking at Wang Xiaoling's puzzled face. She then explained, "It's for reducing inflammation and stopping bleeding." "Is it for that?" "Beast." Wang Xiaoling hesitated for a long time before managing to say a few words, her mind somewhat foggy. "Yes." Lu Xiongwan glanced at her, then looked away. She poured herself a big bowl of cold water and felt her sore throat easing. That nasty man had been following her from behind, so she didn't dare sneak out anything from her space to drink. She was extremely thirsty on the way. Can't save him? Wang Xiaoling suddenly didn't want him to live, even though he was alive. Later, you come with me, Lu Xiongwan said vaguely before turning back into the house. Some people feel worse alive than dead. Wang Xiaoling sat alone in the yard, lost in thought. Suddenly, a foul smell wafted through the air. Sniffing, Wang Xiaoling looked ahead and realized it was coming from the kitchen. Thinking she probably burned her food again, she hurriedly slapped her thigh and rushed inside to fix it. The indoor air was filled with thick smoke, making Wang Xiaoling sneeze constantly. Lu Xiongwan, lying on the bed, heard the noise outside, put on her shoes, and came out. She saw Wang Xiaoling in front of a burnt pot, with a dark, unrecognizable mess of food inside. That it was an accident. An accident, Wang Xiaoling quickly explained, holding a spatula as Lu Xiongwan approached. Just clean it up, Lu Xiongwan said, glad that she was safe and moving. She knew it wasn't a big problem, so she left. The moment Lu Xiongwan left, Wang Xiaoling let out a deep breath and instinctively looked at the pot. If it was broken, she couldn't afford to replace it, even if she sold herself. Nowadays, buying a pot meant going to the county supply store, and it wasn't cheap. She had no money and still owed a lot of debt. Fortunately, she managed to scoop out the black, burnt food and clean the pot with a loofah. She didn't find any water or other issues, so she felt relieved. However, she had planned to improve their meals today, but that seemed impossible now. It was a pity, because Aunt Shulon had taken her to pick vegetables from her garden earlier. At dinner time, Lu Xiongwan looked at the black, burnt dish on the table. She hesitated with her chopsticks, but couldn't bring herself to eat it. Instead, she reached for the overly salty pickles, which at least wouldn't cause stomach trouble. She wanted to encourage Wang Xiaoling with praise for her cooking, but her small frame made it difficult. Wang Xiaoling saw that Lu Xiongwan wasn't eating and didn't get upset. Instead, she pushed the burnt dish toward herself, following the principle of not wasting food. She took a bite with her bread, swallowing it without a flicker of emotion. Lu Xiongwan asked skeptically, "Can you eat that?" Wang Xiaoling swallowed the piece of bread in her mouth before replying, and Lu Xiongwan quickly grabbed her chopsticks and tried to take a bite, but Wang Xiaoling was faster and had already put the food in her mouth. It was very bitter. That was Lu Xiongwan's first impression. Seeing Wang Xiaoling look anxious, she almost spat it out but swallowed it instead. "Stop eating," Lu Xiongwan said, standing up. She took the plate from Wang Xiaoling and threw it aside. I also pushed the unfinished pickled cucumber that Wang Guiying had given her a few days ago in front of her. "That it can still be eaten," Wang Xiaoling said weakly. Lu Xiongwan didn't speak. She looked up at her with a meaningful glance. That look clearly meant she was warning her. Frightened, Wang Xiaoling retracted her hand and lowered her head to eat. After finishing her meal, Lu Xiongwan poured the burnt dish into her family's wealth. It's okay if she feels a little wronged. Her family's wealth can temporarily endure it. After Wang Xiaoling leaves, she will make it up to her. Because Wang Xiaoling was staying at her house for now, Lu Xiongwan didn't dare take out meat or other tasty foods from her space to feed it. Maybe because Wealthy had eaten too much delicious food, when Lu Xiongwan poured the dish into the bowl, it only glanced at it and didn't even lean over to eat a bite. "Wow. Today you're quite picky. If you don't eat today, I won't feed you good food in the future." Lu Xiongwan gently patted Wealthy's head and said softly but firmly. It's unclear if Wealthy understood what Lu Xiongwan said. It stood up and started licking the food in its bowl. In no time, Wealthy finished all the food in the bowl. "That's my good big boy." Lu Xiongwan was happy to see it so obedient and rewarded it with half of the steamed bun she hadn't eaten that night. Wang Xiaoling watched Lu Xiongwan feed the dog the bun and felt envious, her mouth watering. But she didn't have the courage or shamelessness to fight the dog for food. Not to mention the dog, based on her understanding of Lu Xiongwan, if she dared to do that, Lu Xiongwan would slap her against the wall so hard she couldn't even recover. Meanwhile, Wang Ziqing had planned to finish his work with the team in the morning and then visit the squad leader's house, but he was delayed by other matters. So, after dinner, he told his wife Manhwa and then slowly put on his coat and went out. Manhwa didn't care much about what he just said. Her mind was full of thoughts about her son and daughter-in-law. Yesterday, she had already made plans with Lu Jiqing. Tonight, when it got dark and no one was around, she would take her son and daughter-in-law to see Lu Jiqing and find out what was wrong. So, she quickly started tidying up the dishes. "Old whore, have you finished eating?" Wang Jiqing started shouting loudly before he even reached the door. "Old Wang's old friend is here," Huodaqing said to Wang Guang, who was sitting by the kerosene lamp sewing clothes. "I'm not deaf. I heard you," Wang Guang replied, then got up to go outside and greet him. "Sister-in-law, where's old Hua? He's lying on the Kong." "Come inside quickly," Wang Guang said, then turned to go to the outhouse to take care of her urgent need. Wang Ziqing listened, smiled kindly, and then walked into the house. "How was your day?" he asked warmly. "Same as usual. Did anything happen at the team today?" Huodaqing looked at his cheerful face and said with some annoyance. Wang Ziqing kept talking. "Nothing much. About Sanma Zi, I think your sister-in-law already told you. His life was saved, but he'll probably stay in bed from now on. As for Yang Jiqing, she still refuses to go back to work. Today, I went with Lao Gua to ask her at the youth camp, but she wouldn't come. Guiying told me she's fine as long as she's safe. The most important thing is her life. We shouldn't worry about Yang Jiqing for now. When I get better, we'll deal with her," Wang Jiqing said. "But I heard Guiying say that Lu Jiqing can see a doctor." "Old Wang, what's really going on? Tell me." He was so anxious he almost couldn't sit still. Yesterday, he overheard his son and daughter-in-law talking during dinner, but when he asked more, they acted like they didn't know anything. All he knew was that Lu Jiqing saved old Gua, who was unconscious, and also saved San Ma Zi's life. Now Lu Jiqing was sick and couldn't move. If he got better, everything would be fine. But tonight, he couldn't sleep and planned to visit Lu Jiqing's house to find out what was happening. If Lu Jiqing really knew how to see a doctor, he would be a treasure of the Red Flag Brigade. They would even burn 3 incense sticks a day and worship him. Wang Ziqing saw how anxious he was and didn't laugh at him. When he first learned that Lu Jiqing could see a doctor, he wasn't much better himself. Today, he also came for this reason. Just then, Wang Guiying finished washing her hands after using the toilet. Seeing the two talking, she didn't interrupt but sat on the Kong, continuing to sew clothes. She kept peeking to listen to their conversation. Then, Wang Ziqing explained everything in detail. When Huodaqing heard that Lu Xiangwan had studied with a doctor for several years and could even treat illnesses like epilepsy, he was so excited that he almost got up from the bed. But clearly, he forgot about his back injury. As soon as he moved, the pain in his back was terrible, making him grimace. Still, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. He was happy, which surprised Wang Ziqing and Wang Guiying. Wang Guiying quickly put down her sewing and lantern to check his back. "You say you're happy, but why are you moving around so much? The doctor said you should rest well." "Luckily, it's okay. Or you might have to stay in bed for the rest of your life," she said as she looked at his back. It was fine, but she kept nagging him. "I'm happy, very happy. Our team will soon have a doctor. In the future, team members won't have to suffer in silence when they have a headache or a fever. They won't even need to travel far to see a doctor in the county. Isn't that great? Aren't you happy?" Huodaqing's eyes showed excitement. At that moment, his back pain seemed to lessen a lot. It was just psychological relief. "I'm happy, very happy. How could I not be?" Wang Guiying's voice grew softer. Listening to her, Lu Jiqing thought her son was becoming more and more outstanding. Her son, who had been in the army all these years and never came home, didn't seem to match up anymore. Although she thought her son was excellent, better than anyone else, she only felt that way in her heart. She knew that there were always people better than others, and Lu Jiqing was one of those exceptional people. Her son was in the army, which was a good thing. He was handsome, but he was cold and had a bad temper, not very warm-hearted. Every family wants a partner who is caring and loving when they get married. But her son liked Lu Jiqing. She had tried to persuade him many times, but it didn't work. And Lu Jiqing already had a partner, yet her son shamelessly tried to interfere. Of course, Wang Guiying could only say this. If she knew outsiders were talking about her third son like that, she would definitely bring her two daughters-in-law to confront them and tear their mouths apart. Wang Guiying decided she couldn't wait any longer. Early the next morning, she would go to find Feng Lan and ask her to help bring her daughter from her family to meet and see each other. When that girl from Feng Lan came to visit our village, she saw him. Although he doesn't look as good as Lu Jiqing and is a bit fairer, he is quite handsome. Anyway, our team couldn't find anyone as good-looking as him. The main thing is that he has a big bottom, which shows he's good for breeding. I don't really expect my third son to give me grandchildren, but I still have some hopes. My son will definitely like him when he sees him. Then they can get engaged and married, and all of my son's little thoughts will be gone. No more bothering Lu Jiqing. Old Wang, let's set aside a spare room at the team office for Lu Jiqing to see patients. This will make things easier for everyone in our team. Lu Jiqing won't have to go to the fields to work with everyone else anymore. She can just see patients and get medicine. We can give her full work points each month. What do you think? How Daqing discussed with Wang Jiqing. After thinking carefully, he still felt his idea was the best. Lu Jiqing is talented. She's a rare talent in our red flag team. It would be great if everyone was like her. Just then, Guiguzi, who was lying on the bed feeling too full and couldn't sleep, went out for a walk. He accidentally wandered to Hao Daqing's house. Seeing the door was open, he went inside. He overheard them talking about their lifesaver, Lu Jiqing. Guiguzi chimed in, "There's nothing wrong with that. Lu Jiqing is so good at seeing patients. If she joins our red flag team, it's a blessing for us. If you don't act quickly and others find out, they'll rush to ask the leaders to take her away. That's much better than Yang Jiqing, who just lies around and doesn't work. You don't need to tell me that." "I know. I just worry that Lu Jiqing might not want to do it. She's responsible for saving lives, and if something goes wrong, the team might blame her. I'm just saying, just in case," Hao Daqing expressed his concern. The red flag team has a good atmosphere, but there are always a few troublemakers. After all, everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Talking about this here is no use. I think we should go talk to Lu Jiqing first and see if she's willing to be our team's doctor. After getting Lu Jiqing's consent, we held another meeting in the team to hear everyone's opinions. Wang Jiqing saw that the two people were arguing back and forth for a long time without reaching an agreement. He quickly finished his last puff of dry tobacco and shared his plan. Guogosher and Hua Daqing thought about it for a moment and agreed that it made sense. When they were about to leave, Hua Daqing repeatedly reminded Wang Jiqing and the others to do a good job and not mess things up. If Lu Jiqing refused, he would bring her over himself and try to persuade her. Seeing that they agreed, Hua Daqing finally let them go. Meanwhile, Lan Hua quickly tidied up the kitchen, cleaning everything thoroughly. After all the work, she was quite tired. Still, she decided to open her hidden stash and took out a 2-foot piece of floral cotton fabric that she had always been reluctant to use. It was a gift from her mother when she got married over 20 or 30 years ago. It still looked new. Lan Hua looked at the fabric in her hand, thought for a moment, and decided to take it to her son's and daughter-in-law's house. Lan Hua and Wang Jiqing always had a relaxed attitude. They didn't care about the local saying that parents should stay together, even when their children got married. After their eldest and second children married, Wang Jiqing and his wife used their savings and the money they had saved from their two sons' frugal living to build 2 small rooms in another yard. Although small, they kept out the wind and rain, which was much better than everyone sleeping on a large shared bed. Plus, Lan Hua, as the mother-in-law, was not the kind to cause trouble. The relationship between her and her daughter-in-law was quite harmonious in the team. "Mother, it's late at night. Why did you come here? Come inside and rest." Hua was about to try planting some seeds on her land with her husband when she heard a knock on the door. She was startled and hurriedly put on her clothes. In her rush, she buttoned one button wrong without noticing. Lan Hua saw this and said, "Hua, put on your clothes, go inside and call Da-kyung. Come with me. Mother, where are we going so late at night? Wang Dagong saw that his wife had not returned for a long time, so he put on his clothes and came out. When he saw that it was his mother standing at the door, he asked with some confusion, "Is this for Hua and for your checkup?" Manhwa had listened carefully to what Lu Xiangnu said yesterday. Not being able to have children is not only a woman's problem. Men also have a part. To get checked? What for? I feel healthy, Wang Dagong said simply. Hua understood what her mother-in-law meant. She gently held Wang Dagong, who was talking non-stop, and said shyly, "Mother, you go inside. We'll tidy up and then go with you." But her face showed her sadness clearly. Over the years, she had seen many doctors and taken many medicines, but her stomach still refused to cooperate. She had been married for 7 or 8 years, but still hadn't given her husband a child. Although her husband and in-laws often comforted her to stay positive, she knew that if the needle wasn't in her own body, she wouldn't feel the pain. Hua often secretly cried alone in bed at night when Wang Dagwa was asleep. "Wife, why did you pull me just now?" "I'm not sick," Wang Dagwa said as he entered the room, his mouth moving non-stop. "I know you're not sick. It's me who's sick. Mother wants to take me to see a doctor," Hua said bitterly, wiping tears from her eyes with her sleeve. At this moment, Wang Dagong finally realized what was going on. He quickly sat up from the kong, a traditional bed, and said, "I'll talk to Mother. You stay inside." Then he opened the door and went out. Hua, who was putting on her shoes, heard him and was worried he might go crazy out of anger. She didn't even bother to pick up her shoes and hurriedly followed him. "Mother, we're giving up on this illness. If we can't have children, so be it. I accept it. I know I've wronged you, but I don't want my wife to suffer anymore," Wang Dagong said sincerely. He was already 30 years old. Thinking about the suffering his wife had endured before, his eyes welled up with tears, and a few drops rolled down his face. Even if he was insulted and criticized behind his back for his whole life, he would accept it as long as his wife could be happy. He had wanted to tell his mother this long ago, but he was afraid that his wife and her mother would be hurt if they heard. So he kept it inside. But now he couldn't hold it in anymore. There were many old remedies tried, but none worked. Not only that, his wife ended up vomiting and having diarrhea, and she couldn't get out of the bathroom. Just now, Wang Dagong's words were completely heard by the lotus flower behind him. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, and looked at Wang Dagong with deep emotion. She felt that meeting Wang Dagong in her life was not a waste. All the hardships and suffering she had endured before suddenly disappeared at this moment. Lanhua also didn't know what to say. She watched the two people crying and silently shed tears herself. Heaven, if there is anything bad, let it all fall on her as a bad wife. Why should she torment her son and daughter-in-law? After a long time, the atmosphere in the room finally calmed down. The three of them, with swollen eyes from crying, looked at each other without speaking. Finally, Lanhua spoke up. "Myself and Lu Jiqing agreed yesterday. We plan to go tonight. If it works out, great. If not, then just accept it. As long as you two are happy, that's the most important. Mother, Wang Dagong hadn't finished speaking when Lotus Hua covered his mouth with her hand, hesitating and unable to say anything. "Mother, I listen to you," Lotus Hua said. "Wife, what are you going to do?" "Stay at home," Wang Dagong, finally catching his breath, tried to persuade her. Lotus Hua gently comforted him. "Listen to Mother, just this once. I'm doing it for your own good. Besides, we already agreed with Lu Jiqing for tonight. All right, Mother. No matter if it works out or not, like you said, just this once," Wang Dagong bargained with his mother. But he didn't hold much hope for Lu Jiqing mentioned by his mother.
Lan Hu not dead, again.
Then she gave them a few minutes to tidy up their clothes. The three of them set out together. Lotus Hua wanted to bring something for Lu Jiqing since they were asking for a favor, but her mother-in-law didn't allow it because she was holding something. So Lotus Hua decided to wait until tomorrow when they went to the old house, and then she would send a small bag of brown sugar from her family as a token of respect, just as a way to show her filial piety. Meanwhile, Lu Xiongwan remembered the promise she made yesterday. After dinner, she opened the big gate of the yard, sat on the swing, and admired the many bright little stars in the sky. Wang Xiaoling finished tidying up early and curled up on the Kong to sleep. In modern times, Lu Xiongwan rarely saw such a beautiful scene. The sky was foggy, and seeing stars was a luxury. No wonder environmental pollution was very serious. As Lu Xiongwan was lost to her thoughts, Manhwa and the two others arrived. Seeing them, Lu Xiongwan stood up and greeted them. When she saw the two shy-looking couples behind Lanhua, she guessed who they were. Lu Jiqing, thank you for your help today. Auntie, you're too kind. It's no trouble at all. After chatting briefly, Lu Xiongwan asked Hihua to sit down. She placed her hand on her wrist and carefully checked her pulse. Her brows furrowed and relaxed repeatedly, and she didn't say a word for a long time, making the mother and son next to her feel anxious. But they didn't dare to speak. After a while, Lu Xiongwan withdrew her hand and asked Wang Dagong to sit down. Just as she was about to check his pulse, Wang Dagong suddenly pulled back his arm. Lu Jiqing, this isn't good, he said, his face flushing with embarrassment, though it was dark and no one saw. Hearing this, Lu Xiongwan was unsure whether to be angry or amused. But as a doctor, she remained professional and said, Wang Dage, in a doctor's eyes, there's no gender. I'm just checking your pulse to see how you're doing. I have no other intentions. Lu Jiqing already said, hurry up and extend your hand. Besides, with your current look, even if you try to flirt, Lu Jiqing wouldn't be interested. It was almost like she was his real mother. Her teasing was relentless. Wang Dagong's wife, Hihua, was standing nearby, biting her lip to hide her smile. Her earlier bad mood had eased considerably. I didn't mean it that way. I'm just worried about ruining Lu Jiqing's reputation. If others saw and accused Lu Jiqing of misconduct, it would harm her. Lu Xiongwan knew he was doing this for her sake, so she didn't get angry. Instead, she held back her temper and patiently explained to him that in front of the doctor, gender doesn't matter. Moreover, she only checked his pulse and didn't do anything else to him. Finally, Wang Dagong understood and extended his hand. Lu Xiongwan then started to check his pulse. However, during the pulse-taking, her eyebrows furrowed, and she looked at Wang Dagong sitting in the chair under the moonlight repeatedly. This man didn't look weak, but for his age, his health seemed quite poor. In simple terms, he was kidney/deficiency. After finishing the pulse, Lu Xiongwan withdrew her hand and told Wang Dagong to stand outside because she felt uncomfortable discussing certain things with him. Otherwise, she might be labeled as a troublemaker. She was close to finishing her task and escaping her hardships, so she couldn't afford to mess up now. Although Wang Dagong was anxious inside, he still listened to Lu Xiongwan and went outside. Before leaving, he told his wife, Hua, not to worry, as everything was under his control. Late at night, Lu Xiongwan unexpectedly ate a mouthful of dog food, meaning she was overwhelmed by sweet words. She decided to finish her work quickly, rest, and sleep. So, she asked everything she wanted to know without delay. This included how often they shared a room. When she asked about this, her face looked normal, but the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in front of her blushed.
How?
How do I say this? Hua stammered shyly, unable to speak clearly, especially since it involved intimate matters on the bed. Seeing their reactions, Lu Xiongwan directly told them about the pulse she took from Wang Dagong earlier. When the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law heard the words, kidney deficiency, from Lu Xiongwan, they both felt a bit stunned. Lu Jiqing, are you sure you got it wrong? My son is strong and healthy. He can carry 200 or 300 gene of grain at once. How could he have a kidney deficiency? Auntie, I was just checking his pulse. Lu Xiongwan knew they had trouble accepting the truth right away, so she repeated her earlier question to Hua. Hua, just tell him what you think. Let's see what's really going on, Manhwa said, noticing Lu Xiongwan's serious tone under the moonlight. The conversation was a bit hurried and tense. Lotus looked at her mother-in-law, then closed her eyes and said confidently, about 3 or 4 times a day. Her face turned red like a monkey's bottom. Luckily, it was late at night, so others couldn't see clearly. Otherwise, her cheeks might have been cooked like 2 fried eggs from the heat. After hearing Lotus, Orchid felt like she had been struck by lightning. She mumbled, unsure of what to say. Should she praise their energy, saying they never tire of that, or should she commend their effort to have children? Cough, cough. Lu Xiongwan cleared her throat to break the awkward silence. She thought that 2 or 3 times a day was normal. After all, in novels, it's common to see 7 times in one night. It seems most men can do it, but as a former obstetrician, she believed it should be controlled. Otherwise, they might regret it when they grow old. There's a saying in stories, there are no exhausted fields, only overworked oxen. How long does it last? Lu Xiongwan asked again. Lotus, don't hold back. Just say what's on your mind. Lu Jiqing won't hurt you, Orchid said, seeing her look at her again. She quickly patted her thigh to comfort her. Anyway, she had already shared the most embarrassing part earlier, so she might as well tell the whole story. Lotus recounted everything that happened on the bed. Maybe because Wang Dagong wasn't around now, or else he might have gotten angry. After all, there's a saying, a man remains a boy at heart. Also, a man hates being told he's not capable in that area. Lotus had just said that although they did it many times, each session only lasted a few minutes. Once they started, it was over quickly. Is Guanzi really that bad now? Orchid asked. She remembered when they first got married, before moving out of the old courtyard. The whole family slept on one bed, separated only by a curtain. Both young and newlyweds, their passions were high, and the noise they made at night was loud. During that time, Orchid often stayed awake late, staring at them. She used to joke with her husband that he looked just like his father. Now, hearing her daughter-in-law talk about it, Orchid found it hard to accept. After all, she is quite old to be the head of the family, and when she gets upset, she doesn't realize what time it is. The father is okay, but the son is no longer able, and anyone would find that hard to accept. Hua doesn't know how to respond to her mother-in-law's words, so she can only nod. Lu Jiqing, you must help Jianzi. Lan Hua quickly turns to ask Lu Xiongwan for help. Auntie, this isn't urgent. It can be treated. Don't worry too much, Lu Xiongwan reassures her. Then she changes the subject and continues, and if you want to have children in the future, you must listen to me. Do what I say, and I guarantee you'll be pregnant within 3 months. The mother and daughter-in-law are shocked by Lu Xiongwan's words one after another. Hua is crying loudly and chokingly says, Lu Jiqing, can I really have a baby? Yes, Lu Xiongwan confirms. She just checked the pulse, and Hua's health isn't bad, but her husband's health is a big problem. It resembles the modern condition called low count, which means fewer healthy and makes it hard for women to get pregnant. Besides changing their habits, they also need acupuncture to help. Then Lu Xiongwan asks Hua some questions about her gynecological health, especially about her menstrual cycle. Hua answers all of them. Lu Xiongwan begins to have a plan. Just as she is about to speak again, Wang Dagong, who has been waiting outside for a long time and hears his mother-in-law crying, can't wait any longer and rushes in. He sees his wife sitting there crying. His head heats up, and he quickly walks over, holding her in his arms, speaking with a choked voice. He is crying openly. Wife, it's hopeless now. We can't treat it anymore. Let's go home. I only need you, that's enough. What are you talking about? Go away, Lan Hua refuses. She pulls her son aside with all her strength and protects Hua behind her. Mother, are you trying to push me to death? Wang Dagong stomps angrily. Brother Gang, you're wronging our mother. No one is bullying me. I'm happy. I can get pregnant and have your baby, Hua quickly explains, wiping her tears hurriedly. Coincidentally, at this moment, Wang Xiaoling, who was lying on the Kong and couldn't sleep, heard loud noises outside. Worried about Lu Xiongwan, she quickly got dressed and came out. Seeing a few people in the yard, she was confused about what was happening. She hurried forward and reached out to protect Lu Xiongwan without saying a word. It's okay, don't worry, Lu Xiongwan said calmly. Hearing Lu Xiongwan speak, Wang Xiaoling relaxed her guard, but still stood in front of Lu Xiongwan. What? Wife, what did you just say? Wang Dagong, who hadn't heard her clearly earlier, asked. I can get pregnant. We can have a baby now. Lu Jiqing can cure my illness, brother Gang. Lu Jiqing said, touching her wrist twice, as if he could diagnose her and her husband's health. In Huahua's heart, Lu Xiongwan was like a divine doctor. She was willing to believe Lu Xiongwan once. Whether it worked or not in the end, she wouldn't regret it. If it truly didn't work out, it meant she wasn't destined for it. She had already decided that if that happened, she would divorce brother Gang and let her mother-in-law find someone else for him. After all, she couldn't just watch him suffer. She had been married to him for many years, and he had been good to her. She couldn't do something so unkind. Really? Wang Dagong's eyes suddenly lit up, shining like a light bulb. Lan Hua, the mother, also nodded with tears in her eyes, and Lu Xiongwan gave him a definite answer. Overjoyed, Wang Dagong suddenly knelt on the ground without warning, knocking his head 3 times toward Lu Xiongwan. This startled Lu Xiongwan. After all, it was late at night, and she was a bit overwhelmed. She reached out to help him. Suddenly remembering she was no longer in the modern world, she quickly retracted her hand and gently advised him to get up. Before she could finish, another person also knelt and bowed toward Lu Xiongwan. The young couple knelt together, still thanking her with their words. Auntie, please help them get up. Kneeling to heaven, the earth, and ancestors, what am I supposed to think of this? Lu Xiongwan then turned to Lan Hua for help. It's okay, Lu Jiqing. Just let them bow. If our family had a different status, my wife would also bow to you. You are truly our family's savior, Orchid said. Seeing her mother say this, Lu Xiongwan felt a bit embarrassed and didn't say anything more. She moved slightly to the side and let them do as they wished, as long as they didn't bow directly to her. She was worried about shortening her life. At least when she died, she wanted to use up everything in her space first. Otherwise, all her hard work and careful storage would be wasted. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Orchid finally called a stop to the kneeling couple. They helped Lotus to stand up. As for Wang Dagong nearby, he could stand on his own. Brother Wang, starting tomorrow night, come to my house. I will give you acupuncture. As for Sister Lotus, I don't have medicine right now. In a few days, I will go to the mountain to pick some herbs. When I have the medicine ready, you can boil it at home and take it 3 times a day. Lu Xiongwan decided to treat their health with traditional Chinese medicine, which is effective and has no side effects. Actually, Western medicine works faster and is more convenient. But Lu Xiongwan didn't have any on hand. Even if she did, she wouldn't use it to treat them. Do I still need acupuncture? Just follow what Lu Jiqing tells you to do. No need for all these questions, Orchid said, giving Wang Dagong a quick punch. She wouldn't allow anyone to question Lu Jiqing now. Lu Xiongwan nodded and then said, having children can't rely on women alone, and you and Sister Orchid haven't been able to conceive for many years. It's not just because of her. It's mostly because of you. Once your health improves, having children will be easier. Lu Xiongwan's words had a bit of her own bias, blaming the man to make the woman's life at home easier. Orchid knew her husband's personality well. If she didn't explain, he would keep asking. So, just as he was about to speak, Orchid quickly said, I'll tell you when I get home. Since her wife had spoken, Wang Dagong, who was quite obedient, could only agree. Since everything was mostly taken care of and there was nothing urgent left, the day was getting late. Lu Xiongwan remembered she still had other things to do, so she decided to see them off. Lan Hua quickly shoved the torn floral cloth into Lu Xiongwan's hand. Annie, what are you doing? Put that away, Lu Xiongwan said, feeling the cloth and trying to push it back. But Lan Hua refused to let go. They struggled for a little while, and finally, Lu Xiongwan took the cloth and held it in her palm. As they left the house, Lu Xiongwan called out to Hua and pulled her aside. Wang Dagong tried to follow but was quickly pulled aside by Lan Hua. Lu Jiqing has something to talk to your wife. Why are you just following along and making trouble? Lan Hua watched Lu Jiqing, thinking he had something to tell his daughter-in-law. She guessed he was there, so she didn't say anything earlier. Actually, Lan Hua guessed right. At this moment, Lu Xiongwan was talking with Lan Hua about what happened in bed. Based on Wang Dagong's current condition, it was clear they needed to sleep under the covers that night and do nothing else. It's what people call abstinence. So, Lu Xiongwan wasn't shy about sharing this with her. What if he's uncomfortable? Hua asked, looking worried. He's just cold and uncomfortable, and it's none of her business. Men only care about that part of the bed, and there's nothing else. But Lu Xiongwan didn't say all that out loud. She only gave her 2 words: be patient. If they couldn't handle this, they'd never be able to have children. No matter how much she tried with acupuncture, it wouldn't help. After saying this, she told her to go, then turned back home. She went to the kitchen to get the sanchi root she picked in the afternoon, took Wang Xiaoling with her, and left. Following yesterday's memory, they arrived at Sanmazi's house. Wang Xiaoling followed behind Lu Xiongwan and entered Sanmazi's bedroom. Sanmazi was lying on the bed, hungry and staring at the big beam on the ceiling, lost in thought. His stomach kept growling loudly, which was embarrassing. He was so hungry he wanted to gnaw on tree bark, but he couldn't move his arms or legs. Wang Ziqing and Guoguzi were busy with work on the team during the day and forgot to bring food to Sanmazi, who couldn't take care of himself. By the time they remembered, it was the next morning. So when Sanmazi heard the knocking on the door, he didn't misunderstand. Because Lu Xiongwan thought the door was dirty, covered in snot, she used a simple and rough method, kicking it with her foot. She even thought the door was so dirty it would ruin her shoes, planning to take it off later, throw it into a basin, and give it a good scrub. Sanmazi looked toward the door, then through the moonlight coming in from the window. Only then did he see that the visitor was Lu Jiqing from their team. But it didn't matter who was outside now. He was so hungry that he completely forgot the lesson Hu Jingchuan had given him before. He opened his mouth and demanded food from Lu Xiongwan, telling her to go and get him a meal. Lu Xiongwan ignored him and replied, "Idiot," then stopped talking. She turned her head to call Wang Xiaoling out to see how terrible Sanmazi looked lying on the bed, as if he wished he were dead. Wang Xiaoling clenched her fists inside her sleeves, hesitated, then stepped out. When she saw Sanmazi on the bed, he saw her too. He thought he could tell this was all because of that nasty woman. Looking down at his pants, thinking about the suffering he'd endured these past days, Sanmazi's inner anger finally exploded. Even though talking hurt him a lot, he still opened his mouth and cursed. You made me look like this. Come here and take care of me." What he said was really harsh and unpleasant. "Have you eaten dirt?" "So stinky," she said, though she wasn't directly insulting him. But hearing her, Lu Xiongwan felt upset. So she responded with sharp words. But Sanmazi, seeing her not move at all despite his harsh words, cursed even more fiercely. He couldn't lift his hands to deal with Lu Xiongwan now. If he were bouncing around like nothing was wrong, he would definitely show her how many eyes the king of horses really has. If he didn't beat her until she rolled on the ground and called him father, then she would be his mother. When Wang Xiaoling heard his curse, she clenched her nails so tightly she couldn't feel the pain. Suddenly, she stepped forward with a determined look in her eyes. You, nasty woman." Before Sanmazi could finish speaking, he was slapped hard across the face by Wang Xiaoling. This time, Wang Xiaoling didn't need Lu Xiongwan to tell her what to do. She stood up and started to fight back against the man who had tried to her earlier. Finally, Wang Xiaoling, tired of his thick skin and the pain from slapping him, ignored the dirt on the ground. She took off her shoes and stepped barefoot onto the muddy floor. Then, holding her size 36 shoes, she fiercely slapped Sanmazi in the face. Lu Xiongwan didn't try to stop her. Instead, she looked at Wang Xiaoling with admiration and even clapped loudly beside her. This was the right way. Being timid and weak like some useless person, facing a dishonest and disgusting man like him, she should have acted quickly and decisively. You. Sanmazi, battered and bruised, couldn't speak properly after being slapped. After venting her anger, Wang Xiaoling instinctively looked at Lu Xiongwan. When she saw her approving look, She let out a long breath. As long as she wasn't disliked, that was enough. Then, Wang Xiaoling, imitating the fierce attitude of the women in her team, spat directly at San Matsi. Coincidentally, the spit landed right in his eyes, and he couldn't wipe it away. This act made Lu Xiangwan feel disgusted, and she took a few steps back. Next time, she thought, she should remind everyone to behave politely and civilly. This was too easy on him. You wait. Wait for me. I swear I will make sure the team knows about this. San Matsi stubbornly cursed, still angry. He was really mad. Even if he could sleep with her for a few more days, it wouldn't matter. The worst part was he no longer had what he needed. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoling felt a bit panicked. If the team found out, what should she do? She didn't want to marry this old fool. She looked at Lu Xiangwan for help. Such a simple matter, and she still needed her to teach. Lu Xiangwan twitched her itchy ear and frowned helplessly, saying, "Only dead people can truly shut him up." She hated cleaning up messes for others. She could do it once, but not every time. She was someone who disliked trouble very much. Of course, except for Su Lo. As soon as Lu Xiangwan finished speaking, San Matsi's chatterbox immediately shut up, and his eyes were filled with fear. San Matsi had a strong instinct that this educated girl would follow through, so he felt a chill and trembled all over. "What should I use to kill?" Wang Xiaoling asked, trembling. Lu Xiangwan glanced at Wang Xiaoling when she heard her speak. This silly girl was just talking, but she dared to act. She didn't want to dirty her hands over that. "Do you dare?" Lu Xiangwan asked, and Wang Xiaoling hesitated before nodding. Lu Xiangwan then took out a pair of scissors she brought from home and handed them to her. Wang Xiaoling's hand shook as she held the scissors, trying to stab San Matsi in the chest, but San Matsi chickened out and kept begging them for mercy. But for Wang Xiaoling, who was already a little crazy, it was too late to beg now. Faced with the approaching scissors, San Matsi surprisingly peed himself. His lower body was burning with pain, but he didn't care anymore. Cutting that part allows urination, but you have to squat. For details, you can check online. Just at a critical moment, Lu Xiangwan stepped in and stopped Wang Xiaoling, who was closing her eyes and stabbing. Wang Xiaoling opened her eyes, confused and staring at her with big, blank eyes, but she felt a little relieved inside. After all, she was good at hating people, but killing was something she rarely did. No, she probably never did it. She needed to prepare herself mentally before acting. For someone like this, it's not worth dirtying your hands. Stay here. I'll teach you what to do later. She suddenly remembered the scene when she looked into San Matsi's eyes that day. At that time, San Matsi looked at her with obvious panic, which she caught. There must be something she didn't know. So Lu Xiangwan crossed her arms and looked down at San Matsi coldly, questioning him about what had happened that day. Realizing he hadn't died, San Matsi burst into loud laughter, tears and mucus streaming down his face. His look almost made Lu Xiangwan her dinner in disgust. "Hurry up and tell me. If you don't, it won't be her stabbing you, but me." Lu Xiangwan saw that he stubbornly refused to admit anything and directly snatched the scissors from Wang Xiaoling's hand. Under the oil lamp's light, the sharp tip of the scissors gleamed coldly, making people feel chilled. "That I said. I said." Afraid he might die if he hesitated any longer, San Matsi immediately told everything that happened that night. He didn't hide anything at all. His speech was hesitant and slow, but Lu Xiangwan and Wang Xiaoling both understood some of what was said. So, as soon as San Matsi finished speaking, Wang Xiaoling looked at Lu Xiangwan with a complicated expression, the young son of the team leader's family. "Likes," before she could finish saying, "likes," Lu Xiangwan interrupted her, telling Wang Xiaoling to shut her mouth. She was calm inside, with only a slight ripple in her mind, but her clear-headed reason suppressed it. When she looked at San Matsi again, her eyes were as cold as looking at a dead person. She thought, this scoundrel still wants to climb into her house and sleep with her. She wasn't afraid to shoot him if he tried. He was scheming well, but unfortunately, he wouldn't get to enjoy it. Lu Xiangwan also felt he couldn't stay. If he told others what he knew, her reputation would be ruined. She didn't care about reputation. It was useless anyway. The main point was she didn't want to be tied to that. Since you can't keep your mouth shut, then don't want it, Lu Xiongwan said, looking at Wang Xiaoling, who was standing there blankly. Wang Xiaoling clearly didn't understand what she was talking about and was still stuck on what San Matsi had just said. She thought that the young son of the team leader's family didn't deserve someone as pure and noble as Lu Xiongwan. Cut out his tongue and make him mute. That way, he won't be able to speak anymore. Being a who can't talk and lying in bed all day is worse than death, Lu Xiongwan kindly explained. She couldn't do such a thing herself. Otherwise, she might turn against Wang Xiaoling someday. If she did, and she turned around and bit her back, she would suffer a big loss. San Matsi, on the other hand, clenched his teeth tightly, not giving them any chance. Because these two people in front of him were like the king of to him, the one who took his life, he wanted to run away. But his crippled body was too weak to move. Wang Xiaoling finally understood. She thought for a moment and agreed that Lu Xiongwan had a point. Death is a very easy way out. So she decided to act directly. San Matsi, who had lost the use of his arms and legs, couldn't move. Wang Xiaoling pressed him down on the bed, clenched her teeth, but no matter what she did, it was useless. Just when she was at a loss and ready to give up, Lu Xiongwan stepped forward and pricked San Matsi with a sewing needle. San Matsi immediately widened his eyes and stopped moving. Wang Xiaoling took this chance to act, but when she reached out, her hand trembled a little. You're kind enough to let him go today, but tomorrow he might turn around and bite you back, Lu Xiongwan said from the side, noticing her hesitation. Encouraged by Lu Xiongwan, Wang Xiaoling finally cut off San Matsi's tongue. The splashing blood covered her completely. Luckily, Lu Xiongwan had just taken off her coat and used it to cover her face. Otherwise, she might have been hurt too. At this moment, Lu Xiongwan maliciously pulled out the sewing needle. San Matsi cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face, unable to speak. Seeing him like this, Lu Xiongwan felt a little happier. There's no doubt punishing bad people is so satisfying. Wang Xiaoling also showed a fleeting smile, but it was gone quickly. Her secret could finally be kept safe. Since this matter was settled, it was Lu Xiongwan's turn to take the lead. To save trouble, she directly shoved the dried herb sanqi, which she had thrown from the mountain, into his mouth without washing it. If you want to live, swallow it. Desperate to survive, San Matsi swallowed the blood in his mouth. If he had another chance, he wouldn't dare to provoke these two terrifying women. Lu Xiongwan told Wang Xiaoling to clean up the battlefield from earlier, then carried the kerosene lamp and went home. This kerosene lamp belonged to Lu Xiongwan's family, so she wouldn't let him have it cheaply. On her way out, she also took the severed tongue. When the time comes and the team members find out, she has her own explanation. Anyway, Lu Xiongwan managed to carefully rescue both of them without any damage. When passing by the little couple's house, Manhwa told her son and daughter-in-law to go home first. When Wang Dagong offered to walk her part of the way, Manhwa refused without hesitation. It was such a short distance. Could she really get lost and not find her way home? Seeing his mother so determined, Wang Dagong didn't argue further. He watched her walk away until she was out of sight, then he and his wife pushed each other to go home. As soon as he closed the door, Wang Dagong eagerly carried his wife into the house. Since there were no children or in-laws at home, they didn't need to worry about anything. As soon as they entered, Wang Dagong took off his wife's clothes. Clothes were scattered all over from the yard to the house. He wanted to continue what he hadn't finished today. Just as he was about to proceed, Hua pushed him away and hid in the corner under the blanket. She refused to sleep with him. "What's wrong, wife?" Wang Dagong looked at her in confusion, feeling that tonight was very unusual. Usually, she was the one who took the initiative. Now, she acted like a scared quail, refusing to let him touch her. Wang Dagong, with limited understanding, just couldn't figure out why. "Hua, what did Lu Jiqing say to you? Tell me," he asked as he put on the big shorts she had sewn for him, then walked over seriously and took her hand. He wanted to ask earlier outside, but he was too eager to do something and forgot. Lu Jiqing said he could help her get pregnant, so how could she refuse to sleep with him? Plus, he was supposed to give her injections, but he was healthy and didn't understand what the injections were for. Are you sure you want to hear? Hua raised her head and asked. There's no need to be sure. You're my wife. Just say what you want to say. Don't be so hesitant. Come on, wife, just tell me. I'm not angry or anything, Wang Dagong said, getting a bit impatient because his wife was still holding back.
Well,
Lu Jiqing said you. How should I put this? Lotus was thinking of her words in her mind, mainly because she didn't want to hurt her husband's pride. Darling, stop hesitating. If you keep hesitating, even the yellow flowers will wither. Do I not know that Lu Jiqing is a good person? She has already helped us with the treatment, Wang Dagong said somewhat speechlessly. Since you want to hear it that way, I'll tell you. But first, listen carefully. I'm telling you this, and you must not get angry or go and argue with Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing is a good person. Even now, Lotus was still trying to persuade him. Wang Dagong immediately raised and swore to the sky. Seeing this, Lotus finally felt reassured and spoke. Lu Jiqing said that the reason we haven't had children all these years is because you've been overdoing it, which caused. Let me think. I think it was kidney weakness. Meaning you're no longer able. What? I can't do it. Wang Dagong felt like he was hearing a huge joke. He pulled Lotus from the corner, lifted her onto his shoulder, and without saying a word, he started pacing around the room several times. He almost made Lotus feel sick from spinning her around. Finally, she begged for mercy, and Wang Dagong put her down. Darling, am I capable? Wang Dagong said, showing off his strength. He had the strength to kill a cow with one punch, so he definitely wasn't incapable. Anyway, he didn't believe it. Do you still want to have a daughter and a son? Lotus knew that no matter what she said now, he wouldn't listen. There's a happy family event. Another little niece has arrived, and I've been busy taking care of my sister-in-law during her postpartum period. I took a 2-day break, but am back to normal updates now. He could only threaten. No, I don't want anything. I only want you, Wang Dagong said sincerely. Right now, he just wanted to be close to his wife. Let's get serious now. Hurry up. Lotus punched his chest lightly, but she didn't want to hurt him, so her punch was gentle, like tickling him. I'm serious. If you keep doing this, I won't talk to you anymore. Lotus was angry because he kept acting silly every day. She turned her face away and ignored him. At this moment, Wang Dagong panicked and quickly went over to comfort her. The angry lotus flower pushed him away and grabbed a quilt to go outside, but Wang Dagong quickly pulled her back and pressed her onto the bed. Lotus could hear his steady breathing, and for a moment, she felt like the breath in her chest had disappeared. But thinking about what just happened, her face, which was rough and dry from working in the fields every day, suddenly became serious. Don't be mad at me. I feel bad inside. Wife, I was wrong. Please forgive me, Wang Dagong said, sounding like a hurt little wife. They had been married for many years and had never argued openly. Looking at him like this, Lotus sighed silently and nodded. Wang Dagong finally relaxed and got off her. Even if he was still upset, she needed to teach him a lesson. Worried he might do something inappropriate late at night, Lotus made him sleep on the ground. Fortunately, the weather was still warm, so lying on the ground wasn't too cold. Otherwise, he might have caught a fever by morning. Wang Dagong, a sturdy man about 1.7 meters tall, curled up with a small quilt on the ground. It looked sad, but thinking he was doing it for the baby, Lotus no longer felt sorry for him. Wife, when can I get back on the bed? Wang Dagong suddenly asked in the dark. I don't know. I'm too tired. I'll sleep now, Lotus replied and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Hearing her, Wang Dagong didn't dare disturb her anymore. He mumbled quietly in his mind, What's with Lu Jiqing? Just give me an injection. Why does he care about what's happening between us? I'm just doing this to have a baby. Thinking about their future happiness, Wang Dagong decided to visit Lu Jiqing tomorrow and ask what he was doing wrong. In her dreams, Lotus was having a sweet dream. She saw a chubby little girl running toward her on short legs calling out, Mama. Mama, over and over. The girl was adorable, and Lotus couldn't help but smile in her sleep. Hearing her laugh, Wang Dagong was so startled he almost woke her up. But he didn't want to wake his wife. On the way home, Lu Xiangwan and Wang Xiaoling didn't meet anyone. When they got back, Wang Xiaoling hurried to the kitchen to boil water. Lu Xiangwan threw the blood-stained clothes into the laundry basin, then went to the bedroom and drank a glass of cool water quickly. She had spoken too much just now. As for the cut-off tongue, she wrapped it up and threw it into her space. One day, when she had free time, she planned to take it to the mountains and feed it to the wolves. Otherwise, keeping it in her space felt dirty and unlucky. She sat on the kong, a traditional bed, to rest for a while. Wang Xiaoling pushed open the door and said the water was ready, telling Lu Xiangwan to wash up. Lu Xiangwan didn't refuse. She carried her wash basin and went out, also rinsing and disinfecting the blood-stained scissors with boiling water. Wang Xiaoling took the chance to wash the blood-splattered dirty clothes in the basin. For stubborn dirt that wouldn't come off, she grabbed some ash and scrubbed hard. After hanging the clothes to dry and lying back on the kong, Lu Xiangwan wiped her wet hair with a towel and came into the room. She fussed for a while, finally drying her hair somewhat. But her hair was too long and hard to manage, tangled together. Frustrated, Lu Xiangwan simply cut about a finger's length off with scissors. Satisfied, she climbed back onto the kong. When her gaze accidentally fell on the cloth Manhwa sent her that evening, she asked casually, "Can you sew?" Realizing she was talking to herself, Wang Xiaoling quickly nodded. A few years ago, when she was still at her family's home in Beijing, her neighbor's grandmother had taught her to sew out of pity. She learned many things. She could sew clothes and do embroidery. But before she could repay her kindness, the grandmother had passed away. If she ever got the chance to return to Beijing, she promised herself she would visit her grandmother's grave and burn some incense. Tomorrow, if you have time, use this cloth to make 2 small inner clothes. If there's extra fabric, make one for yourself. Although Lu Xiangwan believed in freedom of dress, she knew she couldn't do that now. It was too crazy. And when the time came, it would be even crazier. So, it was better to be cautious and careful. It was fine before, but during work each day, when it got hot and she sweat a little, the 2 spots on Wang Xiaoling's upper body became faintly visible. Although she tried to hide it, Lu Xiangwan still saw it. If some bad-hearted people saw, they would surely cause trouble again. "Okay, I can finish it tomorrow, but I don't need it," Wang Xiaoling said. She knew Lu Xiangwan's good intentions. "I don't know how to sew, so if the team members do it, they should be paid. Just consider it a favor to me. If you're really worried, you can come and gather firewood for me tomorrow." Lu Xiangwan finished, turned off the kerosene lamp in front of the kong, and went to bed. Actually, she could do it. After growing up in wind and rain, she learned to rely only on herself. In the dark night, Wang Xiaoling looked toward where Lu Xiangwan was sleeping and silently shed 2 lines of tears. Wang Zicheng was at Ho Daqing's house in the evening, talking about team matters with Guoguzi and Ho Daqing. They lost track of time. So, when he got home, the house was dark. His wife was already asleep on the kong. Afraid of waking her, he washed his hands and feet quietly, then slipped into bed to sleep. He was awakened by Lanhua's gentle tap. "Early in the morning, are you going out to pick up money or what? Why are you so happy?" Looking outside at the sky, it was time to get up, so Wang Zicheng joked as he dressed. Lanhua looked excited, with a big smile on her face. "Something happier than picking up money, old man. I tell you, you're going to be a grandpa." Wang Zicheng, sitting on the kong and putting on his shoes, was so surprised by her words that he almost fell off. Luckily, Lanhua saw and quickly helped him. "You're so old, but you still act like a young kid. No sense of proportion. You even tripped over your shoes. If others in the team find out, they'll definitely." Lanhua started her early morning nagging again. But Wang Zicheng quickly interrupted her. "Wife, I'm going to be a grandpa. Lotus is pregnant." He was so excited that his 2 front teeth, which were about to fall out, almost flew out. As soon as he finished speaking, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to his ancestors. You should know, not having grandchildren for his eldest son was a big worry for him. Old woman, have those 2 chickens laid eggs at home? This time, don't sell the eggs. Keep them for Manhwa to boost her nutrition. These days, we don't have many good things, so don't let Manhwa's baby and her belly suffer anymore, Wang Ziqing said quickly after thanking her, before he could brush off the dirt on his leg. Not yet pregnant? Why are you in such a hurry? Manhwa looked at him and almost smiled. Hearing her say that, Wang Ziqing patted his thigh and said, Not pregnant yet? Didn't you just say I was going to be a grandpa? I said it might happen soon. You're just an old fool who didn't hear clearly. Why are you blaming me? Hearing this, Wang Ziqing looked down sadly, losing the excitement he had just now. My mistake. Forget it. Let's pretend it's not happening. You shouldn't pressure the young couple either. Give them some space. Can you let me finish talking? Manhwa rolled her eyes at him, unable to hold back her frustration. Go ahead, Wang Ziqing said, feeling that whatever she said now didn't matter. Truly, parents always worry about their children for a lifetime. Finally, Manhwa recounted everything about last night when she and her son and daughter-in-law went to find Lu Xiangwan. She ended with a sigh. After all these years, it turns out the problem is with the son's side. Manhwa has suffered a lot these years. As women, she naturally understood how hard and difficult Manhwa's life had been all these years. Wang Ziqing didn't expect this result either. After all, he had never heard of a man being unable to have children before. Since ancient times, the old ancestors always said the problem was with women. If Lu Xiangwan were here, she would see through his old, outdated thoughts and make him reflect on his rotten ideas. That's our fault for not taking good care of Manhwa. From now on, we should treat her better. Old woman, later I'll take a few bills from our family savings for the coffin to send to Manhwa. Let her buy what she wants to eat, and don't let the second family find out. Wang Ziqing finished his instructions, cleared his throat, and said, and for Lu Ziqing too, take good care of her. Don't let those unreasonable women in the team bully her. A young girl like her coming to our place isn't easy, and she's so pretty. After finishing work this afternoon, I'll go to the vegetable garden to pick some vegetables and send them over. Hearing her husband's plan, Manhwa didn't think it was unreasonable and nodded in agreement. But she still kept urging him to wash his face and eat, while she hurried off to the kitchen to serve the food. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangwan and Wang Xiaoling finished their meal, tidied up, and then went together to the team office. Earlier that morning, Lu Xiangwan had noticed the hickey on Wang Xiaoling's chest, which had faded quite a bit. In a couple of days, it should be completely gone. Then she could send the person away, and her ears would be much clearer. When everyone else had carried their tools and left, only Lu Xiangwan's name was still not called. Carrying Wang Xiaoling and Wang Xiaoling looked confusedly at Wang Ziqing, who was calling her name. Go ahead and leave first. I'll come find you later. Lu Xiangwan guessed that Wang Ziqing and Guoguzi probably had something to talk to her about, based on the situation. Wang Xiaoling saw Lu Xiangwan speaking, so she didn't say anything more. Under Wang Xiaoling's urging, she went to work. Sure enough, Lu Xiangwan was right. After Wang Xiaoling left, Wang Ziqing walked over with his hands behind his back. Guoguzi stood behind him. Lu the young worker, I need to talk to you. Can we go inside? Wang Ziqing asked. Lu Xiangwan glanced at him, then looked at Guoguzi, who was squinting and smiling at her. She nodded in agreement. She wasn't afraid they might do anything bad to her. Inside the house, Wang Ziqing poured her a glass of water and handed it to her. Uncle Wang, just tell me what's on your mind, Lu Xiangwan said openly, taking a sip of water. She looked at him, noticing he hadn't spoken yet, so she spoke first. Lu the young worker, I'll be honest with you. I just found out recently that you can treat people. So yesterday evening, the team leader, your Uncle Gua, and I discussed it. We want to ask if you'd be willing to treat the people in Hongqi team in the future. Hearing this, Lu Xiangwan's heart moved, but she still said she was hesitant. That's not really good. I haven't officially studied medicine. I only learned a little from others. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid. Because sometimes human nature can't be underestimated. Lu the young worker, you don't need to worry about that. We'll figure out a way. Right now, it just depends on whether you agree or not. Today, I am willing to show my true feelings and speak honestly. Over the years, our red flag team has suffered many losses because we lack a doctor. The hospital in the county is expensive. As common people, we rely on the weather to survive. After a year of hard work, we only earn a little, which is not enough to pay for a hospital visit. When we have a headache or fever, we stay at home and endure it because we can't afford treatment. There was a family in our team, the Airdonkey family. Their child had a high fever, but they had no money to see a doctor. Sadly, the child was left at home and became mentally affected. The mother couldn't bear the shock and passed away. This is a real fact. Not only in this era, but even in modern times, many people in remote areas cannot afford medical care because they are poor. When I was a child, I experienced this myself. I remember once I had a fever that reached 40 degrees. My poor parents didn't want to spend money on a doctor. They let me sleep on the ground and endure it without even medicine. I was wrapped in a torn, holy blanket and toughened it out. Luckily, I was strong and survived, blessed by heaven. Did the county not think of any solutions? Like training more doctors? Usually, there should be policies to address the difficulty of getting medical care in rural areas, including training local doctors. But I am not sure if such policies were in place at that time, because I have been in the red flag team for many days and haven't seen a doctor. If I had, I wouldn't be thinking about this now. Guoguzi spoke before Wang Jiqing could, saying, "Yes, there are. But the team members are not capable. Out of dozens of households, not one is useful. Those sent to learn in the city come back crying and running home. They say studying in the city is more tiring than working in the fields. They cry, make trouble, and even threaten to hang themselves. They refuse to learn. Because of this, the process is delayed and no one from the team wants to go." After speaking, he sighed heavily. Lu Xiangwan didn't expect such a result. Learning in the city is a stable and promising job, especially in rural areas like this. She was a bit stunned at first, but quickly recovered. Wang Jiqing was worried that Lu Xiangwan might refuse, so he hurriedly promised her, "Lu Zhigang, don't worry about the work points. As long as you agree, everything can be discussed." There is nothing more to discuss. Didn't we all agree last night that as long as Lu Jiqing agrees, our team will give her full work points? Guoguzi looked at this old man circling around again and felt unhappy. This old man is not honest in his actions. Wang Ziqing heard this and suddenly felt embarrassed and blushed, worried that Lu Xiangwan would be angry. He quickly explained to her, "Lu Jiqing, I didn't mean that," but the more he spoke, the less confident he became, and finally he couldn't explain himself clearly. Fortunately, Lu Xiangwan didn't take it to heart. She just smiled and let the matter go. Seeing her reaction, Wang Ziqing's worried heart finally felt at ease. "Lu Jiqing, how are you thinking? We're not in a hurry. Just tell us when you've made up your mind. The work points will be given to you fully, just as Uncle Gui said. Don't blame Uncle Wang. He also has the team's best interests at heart." Wang Ziqing gave her some time to consider. They really went all out to get Lu Xiangwan to agree. "I agree." At this moment, when she had such a good opportunity, delaying would only make her regret later. If she missed this chance, she might end up regretting it forever. "What?" Guoguzi was about to leave when he heard Lu Xiangwan speak. He immediately turned back, eyes shining brightly like a giant light bulb. "Really?" Wang Ziqing also excitedly pounded the table, stood up from his stool, and leaned close to Lu Xiangwan, looking at her intently. His expression was so focused it was almost as if he could pull her into his gaze. I got sidetracked. Lu Xiangwan subtly took a step back and nodded at both of them. Only then did they believe it was true. They both grinned so widely they almost drooled. "Lu Jiqing, on behalf of all the members of Hongqi Brigade, I thank you," they said sincerely. "Me too," Guoguzi added without hesitation. The two of them bowed seriously and respectfully toward Lu Xiangwan. From now on, the Hongqi Brigade would also have a doctor. At this moment, Wang Jiqing and the others couldn't wait to gather all the team members for a meeting. Tell the team members this good news. Wang Jiqing is confident that they will agree, and they will support it wholeheartedly. The two of them continued talking with Lu Xiangwan, also giving her a brief update on the population of the Red Flag Brigade, so she would have a general idea. They also explained to her which families in the team are difficult or unreasonable, so she can be careful when she sees patients later. Lu Xiongwan remembered everything they said. In short, Lu Xiongwan finally got rid of heavy physical work and started on a different path, moving forward step by step as she planned. After a few years, she would be completely free. Lu Xiongwan and the others cleared out an empty warehouse next to the brigade headquarters, turning it into a small clinic for team members to see a doctor, similar to a medical office. Her job was to sit inside and wait for people from the team to come. After tidying up, Wang Ziqing asked Guoguzi to watch the fields and keep an eye on the team members to prevent anyone from acting up or being careless. Then he took Lu Xiongwan to find He Daqing. On the way, Wang Ziqing didn't forget to thank Lu Xiongwan. She understood what he meant and accepted it calmly. They walked side by side, about a meter apart, chatting happily as they headed to He Daqing's house. In just a few minutes, they arrived. The door was open, so they went straight in. As Lu Xiongwan pushed aside the curtain to enter, she saw He Jingchuan coming out with dark circles under his eyes and redness in his eyes. It was obvious he hadn't slept for several nights. He Jingchuan saw her too, but he suppressed his impulse and left with a cold face. As he passed by Lu Xiongwan, he caught a whiff of a fresh, pleasant mint scent. His steps faltered briefly, but he quickly regained his composure. Lu Xiongwan didn't pay much attention and withdrew her gaze, then followed Wang Ziqing into the house. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoling, who was working in the field, kept waiting for Lu Xiongwan to come out but didn't see her. She started to feel anxious. She told Aunt Xiulan and then slipped out of the cornfield. She might have run too fast, causing a small cut on her face, but she didn't mind. Instead, she wiped her face with her sleeve and hurried toward the team office. "Comrade Wang Ziqing, you're not working at this time. Why did you come out?" Guogosher saw her from far away and jogged over. But since he was older, walking so fast made him a little short of breath. "Uncle Guo, I'm looking for Lu Xiongwan. Where is she? She was just with you a moment ago." "Where did she go?" Wang Xiaoling looked closely and recognized him. She stopped and quickly grabbed his arm to ask. However, she was dodged by the clumsy Guogosher. Carefully, he thought about how close he had come to losing his reputation just now. That young woman was too much. If he had been caught, he wouldn't have the face to see his late wife. At this moment, Wang Xiaoling realized her actions had been too much. She quickly withdrew her hand and said shyly, "Uncle Guo, where is Lu Ziqing?" "Do you know? You mean Lu Ziqing?" She went with old Wang to find the team leader. "Lu Ziqing, you see, our team is lucky. She will be our Red Flag team's doctor in the future. If you're feeling unwell, just go to our medical station and let Lu Ziqing treat you." Guogosher couldn't keep his words to himself. When he was young, he was the same, and now that he was old, he was even more talkative. Finally catching someone, he couldn't hold back his feelings and blurted out like a machine gun. Lu Ziqing became a doctor. Wang Xiaoling's mind was full of this one sentence. Her lips couldn't help but curl into a smile, her eyes bright with happiness. "Comrade Wang Ziqing, you should smile more often when you're free. Look how nice your smile is." This thin, black young woman looked like a chicken claw, but when she looked at her, she actually seemed quite pleasant. But no matter how good she looked, she wasn't as beautiful as her second wife. Guogosher didn't finish his last words. Instead, he muttered quietly in his heart. Wang Xiaoling nodded perfunctorily, accepting his words. She thought he was just complimenting her unwillingly, and she didn't want to expose him. After all, she had grown up without anyone ever calling her pretty or beautiful. Now she felt proud. Yes, she was proud of Lu Xiongwan. Lu Ziqing is a good doctor. When we first arrived, someone had a seizure, and she cured him. Then, Wang Xiaoling told everyone about the exciting rescue that day, led by Lu Xiongwan. Everyone listened and nodded repeatedly, with Guoguzi constantly praising Lu Xiongwan for being capable. Wang Xiaoling also chimed in, praising Lu Xiongwan as if she were a beautiful flower. Since Lu Xiongwan went to discuss her work with the team leader, Wang Xiaoling no longer worried about her. she told Guoguzi and hurried back to work. Lu Jiqing, you're here? Daqing saw Lu Xiangwan arrive. He was so excited that he almost got out of bed to greet her, as if he saw his late wife or grandfather. In fact, he had only seen his wife or grandfather in dreams from their ancestors. His back injury still kept him in bed, unable to do anything, which made him feel awkward. Still, he called Wang Ziqing to bring a chair so Lu Xiangwan could sit down. He also loudly shouted outside, "Lao San, bring a glass of water." "Team leader, there's no need to trouble yourself." Lu Xiangwan quickly stood up and stopped him when she heard him call for Hao Jingchuan. Outside, Hao Jingchuan smiled slightly, calmly went into the kitchen, and prepared a cup of brown sugar water, which he had bought yesterday at the county supply and marketing cooperative. The other 2 cups contained plain boiled water. Daqing said, "It's okay, no need to be polite." Seeing the expression on Lao Wang's face, he knew the matter was settled. Sure enough, Wang Ziqing explained their conversation at the main unit. After hearing this, Daqing's face lit up with happiness, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Thank you, Lu Jiqing. Having you is a blessing for our Hongqi Brigade. Team leader, you're being too polite. I am also part of the Hongqi Brigade. It's my honor to do something for the brigade. I really want to, Lu Xiangwan said kindly, as if it cost her nothing, handing out baskets of good words. Because of her words, her image in Wang Ziqing and Daqing's minds was greatly improved. This kind of awareness is rare. Today's words laid a good foundation for her future work. Hua Daqing supported her unconditionally. Just then, Hua Jingchuan came in carrying water. When he placed the bowl of water with brown sugar in front of Lu Xiangwan, their eyes briefly met. Jingchuan is getting older now, he knows how to care for others, but he also tends to be too kind to certain girls, Wang Ziqing said with a smile as he looked at the bowl of brown sugar water in front of Lu Xiangwan. This young man has changed after returning from the army. He still hasn't shown up and I don't know who he learned his bad habits from. He's picky about everything, this one won't do, that one won't do. He's always pushing and shoving, refusing to meet anyone. His mother and I are getting worried. He won't find a wife and will end up alone. You haven't even seen her. How do you know if he's interested or not? Old Wang, if you find someone suitable, keep an eye out for him, Hua Daqing said angrily, feeling upset about this matter. If he weren't older now and couldn't fight this young troublemaker, he'd have hung him from a beam and starved him for 3 days. When I was a child and made my mother angry, she would tie a rope around me and hang me on the crooked old locust tree in the yard, ignoring me until her anger subsided. I remember this vividly even now as an adult. Hua Jingchuan instinctively looked at Lu Xiangwan beside him. She appeared calm and unaffected, which made him feel a deep sense of frustration inside. But he didn't want to leave a bad impression of being flirtatious or promiscuous in her mind. His character wouldn't allow that. Liking someone is just liking, not liking is disliking. He always kept this clear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had such a big setback during this visit home. He had met the person he cared about deeply. Hua Jingchuan cleared his throat and coughed twice. No need. Even with others present, Hua Daqing didn't hide his feelings. He rolled his eyes at him. Old Wang, Lu Jiqing, look at this brat. Isn't he annoying? Lu Xiangwan didn't say anything. She held the bowl of brown sugar water and sipped it slowly. But from the very first sip, she frowned because the water was too sweet, almost to the point of making her teeth hurt. She swallowed hard. It was so dark and thick. How much sugar had been added? It was overly sweet and a bit bitter. Noticing her discomfort, Hua Jingchuan realized there was a problem with the sugar water he had made. So he immediately got up from the Kong bed, pretending nothing was wrong, and took away the water bowl that Wang Ziqing hadn't finished, along with the red sugar water bowl that Lu Xiangwan had just drunk from. He casually said, "The water's cold. I'll add some hot water." In the kitchen, Hua Jingchuan found a clean bowl from the cabinet and poured a little of the leftover red sugar water from Lu Xiangwan's bowl into it. He lifted the bowl, tasted it, and his reaction was exactly the same as Lu Xiangwan's. Earlier, he had been distracted by other things and didn't notice he had added too much red sugar. Actually, he had added too much. So, Hu Jingchuan took out more red sugar and made a new bowl. As for the original bowl, he didn't want to waste it, so he stored it in the cabinet for the baby. It's not that he's stingy, but there are other reasons he doesn't want others to know. In his view, losing money is okay because he can earn it back, but losing a person is truly gone forever. Hu Jingchuan brought the red sugar water to Lu Xiongwan, ignoring Wang Ziqing's bowl of water, which he had already thrown far away. Wife's family has a girl, she's pretty, and her family is reasonable. Maybe we can find a good time for the two to meet and see if there's a connection, Wang Ziqing said to Hu Daqing, but his eyes kept glancing at Hu Jingchuan. He couldn't help it, he liked this kid. If only his own daughter were still around, then he could take advantage of the situation. Before his father could speak, Hu Jingchuan, as the son, spoke first. No need. I already like someone. Hearing this, Lu Xiongwan, who was holding her bowl and drinking the red sugar water, was so surprised that her hand trembled and almost spilled the drink. You're such a brat. Why didn't you say this earlier? Why hide it? Are you waiting for me to die and say it at my grave? Hu Daqing was furious when he heard this. It turned out that he and his wife had been worried for nothing these days. He really was an ungrateful little rascal. Who is she?
Whose girl is she?
Bring her home, so we can see her too, Wang Ziqing said, feeling a bit disappointed when he heard Hu Jingchuan's words. But it was only temporary. After a while, he calmed down, thinking these two kids probably weren't meant for each other. Even Hu Daqing, hearing Wang Ziqing, looked at him with curiosity. Hu Jingchuan pretended to be mysterious and said 2 words, keep it secret, but his eyes were actually looking in the direction of Lu Xiongwan. Only Wang Ziqing and Hu Daqing, being a bit slow, didn't notice anything suspicious. Hu Daqing was so angry at his attitude that he nearly exploded. His mood was like a roller coaster, going up and down. He was so anxious he wanted to rip open his head to see what kind of nonsense was inside. You little brat, you're keeping secrets from your own father? Nonsense. Hurry up and tell me, so your mother can go to the girl's family and ask for your hand. You're not a kid anymore. If you don't get married soon, you'll lose your chance. The girl might get tired of waiting and marry someone else. Then you'll have no one to cry to. Jingchuan, your dad is right. Just listen to your dad. We won't hurt you, Wang Ziqing also kindly advised. But she doesn't like me. Hu Jingchuan really didn't want to hear their nagging anymore, so he just left. Lu Xiongwan, sitting on the chair, kept a calm and steady look, like a dog that's always alert. But inside, she was a little nervous. With such obvious and intense eyes that seemed to want her completely, anyone would have some thoughts about it. Well, it's still unrequited love. Hu Daqing sighed sadly, thinking it might take forever. Wang Ziqing also looked complicated, not knowing what to say. Finally, Lu Xiongwan broke the silence and awkwardness with her voice. Captain, I have one more question. Where do the bandages and medicines that the team members need when they're sick come from? The clinic can't be empty, right? I can see a doctor, but I don't have the other supplies. It's hard to do much without basic resources. Hu Daqing thought for a moment, then slowly said, I'll figure something out. In a few days, I'll go to the commune and ask the leaders for help. The issue raised by Lu Jiqing was indeed a problem. The bandages and supplies could be managed, but medicines were another story. After all, even the county hospitals sometimes didn't have enough supplies. How could a remote place like their Hongqi brigade get what they need? Lu Xiongwan said, All right, then I'll trouble Captain. I'll try to find a way to prepare some traditional medicines to save the team a bit of money. Wang Ziqing was surprised and almost dropped his jaw. Lu Jiqing, you can prepare medicines too. Lu Xiongwan modestly replied, I know a little, I learned from someone before. I didn't think I'd need to use it, but I didn't expect to use it so soon. At the back of the mountain, there are many common medicinal herbs. After processing, they can also cure illnesses and save lives. These are things left by our ancestors. Otherwise, those things on the mountain would just be wasted. I feel sad just thinking about it. Actually, Lu Xiongwan didn't want to be stuck in the medical room of the team headquarters every day. Saying this was just an excuse to go pick herbs on the mountain, so she could have a chance to relax. If she wasn't found in the medical room later, and no one at home, It would be obvious she was out gathering herbs. This way, she wouldn't be talked about, and she might even earn a good reputation for being hardworking and capable. She was thinking about the team members. At that time, she would hide in her space, sleep peacefully, enjoy delicious food, study medicine, and see if she could win a Nobel Prize in medicine in the future. With her knowledge accumulated over many years, she could easily apply the research results of her predecessors to herself, and winning several Nobel Prizes in medicine would be a breeze. But Liu Xiongwan didn't want to do that. Stealing others' research without permission was morally wrong, just like stabbing someone with a knife. Sometimes, she did act a bit ruthlessly, but those people had hurt her before. They hadn't wronged her, so there was no need for her to be so shameful. Right now, she just wanted her life to be comfortable within her ability. However, she could indeed prepare some common medicines with her hands, so she wasn't lying. Hu Daqing was very happy because this could save the team a lot of money. Their team was already quite poor, and the accounts were almost empty, with everyone just waiting to survive. Not to mention, the harvest season was coming soon. Many crops had been lost, and everyone was starting to face food shortages. So, Hu Daqing promised Liu Xiongwan that if she had any problems, she should speak up. As officials, they assured her of their full support to help her with her work in the future. Wang Ziqing also nodded nearby. Since the team leader had spoken, Liu Xiongwan had nothing more to say. She could only promise him that she would do her best in her duties and serve the team members. There was nothing else to discuss, so after saying goodbye to him with Wang Ziqing, she pulled back the curtain and left. Standing by the window and listening in, Hu Jingchuan saw the two come out. He cleared his throat awkwardly twice, trying to get Liu Xiongwan's attention. But his attempt failed. Instead, Wang Ziqing came over to ask about his well-being. Eventually, Hu Jingchuan couldn't take it anymore and asked him to leave. He then stroked his, with a slightly obsessed look in his eyes, watching Liu Xiongwan's figure until she turned the corner and disappeared from sight. Only then did he look away. He quickly ran back into the house and left a message for Hu Daqing, who was lying on the Kong bed. "I need to go out for a while. Don't cook my lunch today." Then he disappeared. Hu Daqing looked at the empty room, feeling angry. He kept pounding the wall. He was feeling uncomfortable because he needed to, but the chamber pot wasn't nearby. When Liu Jiqing came earlier, he wanted to but was too shy to ask, so he held it in. Finally, when the others left, that brat also left. He thought he could at least before they went. Now he was about to burst. This was unbearable. His wife and the others had just gone to the fields. When they returned, he'd probably have peed on the bed. In the end, Hu Daqing, overwhelmed by the urge, could only keep his legs tight and try to distract himself, telling himself he could hold on a little longer. Just as Liu Xiongwan was about to part ways with Wang Ziqing at the intersection, Wang Ziqing suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about San Matzi for the day. Without hesitation, he hurriedly took Liu Xiongwan to San Matzi's house. When they arrived, San Matzi was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, dead. His face was pale, and he had been dead for 3 days, yet he looked just as pale now. Wang Ziqing was shocked. Fearing that he might die, Wang Ziqing stepped forward to check his breathing. When he confirmed he was still alive, he finally relaxed his worried heart. But to be safe, Wang Ziqing patted his face and gently woke him up. As soon as he saw Wang Ziqing, San Matzi's eyes filled with tears, looking very upset. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he noticed Liu Xiongwan behind him. Frightened, San Matzi tried to run, but he couldn't move at all. Wang Ziqing saw he was very upset and was a bit confused. He quickly asked what was wrong and told him to speak if he had something to say. However, San Matzi mumbled incoherently, which made Wang Ziqing angry. He wondered why he suddenly couldn't speak after not coming for a day. Seeing that Wang Ziqing didn't understand him, San Matzi opened his mouth as wide as he could to show him. Wang Ziqing seemed to realize his intention and leaned in closer to look. But when he did, he was so shocked that he almost fell off the bed. "Where is your tongue? Where is your tongue?" He wanted to say that his tongue had been cut off by the woman behind him and that terrible woman, but all that came out was mumbling. He tried to point at Lu Xiongnuan, but his arms were tightly wrapped in cloth, so he couldn't move. Wang Ziqing couldn't understand what he was saying. He quickly turned to Lu Xiongnuan and asked for help. Lu Zhijing, come here and see what's going on. How come his tongue is gone all of a sudden? I remember he was fine the day before yesterday. Lu Xiongnuan looked at Sanmatsi on the bed with a blank expression. The coldness in her eyes made Sanmatsi tremble all over. Thinking about what happened last night, he was so scared he closed his mouth and dared not say anything. He didn't even dare to look at her anymore. Lu Xiongnuan casually lied. When I came to give him medicine yesterday, his tongue fell out. It seems he bit it off and didn't want to live anymore. Luckily, I came in time, or he wouldn't have survived today. Wang Ziqing was surprised by this and froze for a moment. Fortunately, he quickly reacted and asked awkwardly, can his tongue be sewn back on? Lu Xiongnuan shook her head, indicating it couldn't. This isn't a joke. Even if she had the ability to catch him, she wouldn't do it. Just after she finished, she and Wang Xiaoling secretly plotted to harm him, and he spread the news everywhere. She is not that kind of fool. Moreover, there was also the matter of his attempt to her, which failed. If that news got out, Wang Xiaoling would be in serious trouble. When Lu Xiongnuan finished speaking, Wang Ziqing turned his head back and started scolding Sanmazi, who was lying on the bed unable to move. You say, what can I say? Even our ancestors said, better to live badly than to die, and living is better than anything. Usually your life has been so bad and now you still want to live? Now your arm and leg are broken and you don't want to live anymore. Are you still one of us from the Red Flag Brigade? If others find out, it'll shame our team. Wang Ziqing believed Lu Xiongnuan's words without question. Meanwhile, Sanmazi, who was being scolded, cursed Lu Xiongnuan's ancestors in his mind. Wang Ziqing finally stopped talking after his mouth was dry. In a panic, he moved aside and asked Lu Xiongnuan to check Sanmazi's condition to see if he was getting better. Lu Xiongnuan didn't hold back. She casually examined him, even deliberately poking at his wound, causing Sanmazi to scream loudly in pain. Worried that his reaction might scare Lu Xiongnuan, Wang Ziqing grabbed an old, filthy, blackened shirt that hadn't been washed for months and stuffed it into Sanmazi's mouth. Seeing this, Lu Xiongnuan took the opportunity to care for him even more recklessly, since he had previously had bad intentions toward her. People like him should be castrated and made into eunuchs. Oh, no. He should say he's already a now. Others might fake it, but he is a real, genuine. Wang Xiaoling's cut was not wasted. Sanmazi, who was in so much pain he couldn't scream, broke out in a sweat. After Lu Xiongnuan finished checking him, he was soaked, as if he had just been pulled out of a river. Wang Ziqing leaned in and asked, how is he? Lu Xiongnuan replied, nothing serious. Just give him some medicine later and make sure he rests more. This illness will take a long time to recover, until Sanmazi's stomach made a strange gurgling sound, interrupting Wang Ziqing's words. Have you not eaten? Sanmazi nodded tiredly. He was so hungry he could chew bark. He couldn't remember the last time he had a proper meal. Lu Ziqing watched him with a meaningful look and made a gesture, as if wiping his neck. This scared Sanmazi, making his head twitch nervously. He kept praying in his heart that the team leader would come quickly. The woman in front of him was crazy, and if he didn't handle her well, she might take his life. He didn't want to die. Be honest. You still have a chance to survive. Lu Ziqing threatened him and then pretended to be calm, strolling around the yard. The smell inside the house was too strong and unpleasant. If Wang Ziqing hadn't called her over just now, she wouldn't want to step into this messy yard at all. It was so dirty there was nowhere to stand properly. Sanmazi, frightened and silent, kept quiet. Well, he couldn't speak now anyway. He was lying on the kong, a traditional bed, staring at the roof beams, counting how many spider eggs the pregnant mother spider had laid. After counting for a while, he couldn't finish because his mind was too fuzzy, and he ended up confusing himself. He wanted to close his eyes and rest, but the many cuts and wounds on his body hurt so much he wanted to cry. He couldn't sleep at all. Wang Ziqing had stolen 2 small steamed bread buns from home, not daring to take more, afraid his wife would scold him. His wife always looked down on Sanma for being lazy and good for nothing. If she found out he took the bread, the family would be in chaos. He also brought a bowl of hot water and hurried over with it. The steamed buns were already hard to eat and swallow, and they irritated his throat. The worst part was that Sanma had injuries in his mouth. Wang Zicheng had thought of this, so he broke the buns into small pieces and soaked them in the bowl for him to eat. Sanma looked at the bowl in front of him with a look of dislike and mumbled, "I want to eat rice porridge." Even though his stomach was growling loudly and his eyes were shining, Sanma was determined to stick to his choice. However, Wang Zicheng didn't understand what he said. He thought he was worried about the hot temperature and quickly explained, "The water isn't hot anymore, it's warm." But Sanma still looked displeased and clenched his teeth, refusing to eat.
He was injured now.
Even if he didn't mention meat, he should at least have eggs. The cornbread made from sorghum flour was just a joke to him. Lu Xiongwan saw his reaction and said coolly from the side, "He's not afraid of the heat. He just doesn't like this cornbread. He wants something better." This made Wang Zicheng upset. "What? Want something better? I also want to eat fine rice and white flour, and every meal I want braised pork, but we can't always have that." Sanma mumbled something unintelligible. "Uncle Wang, let's go." "He doesn't like these things," Lu Xiongwan said, and then left. It's typical, starve him for 10 or 15 days, and he wouldn't mind eating his own waste, let alone these simple foods. Seeing that Sanma was still like this, Wang Zicheng decided not to force him anymore. After all, it wasn't his stomach that was hungry. He, as an uncle, had already helped as much as he could. Since his own family wasn't well off, he carried the bowl of soaked cornbread and left. He didn't want to throw it away. He planned to keep it for himself to eat at night. He would come back tomorrow when he had free time to check again. If Sanma still refused to eat, then forget it. Sanma was stunned. Why was this person acting so unpredictably? He kept calling Wang Zicheng, but it was too late. Wang Zicheng and Lu Xiongwan had already left, chatting happily. Meanwhile, Hu Jingchuan went to the county police station and directly found Wang Jiefeng, who was working. Wang Jiefeng saw Hu Jingchuan coming again, and his eyes crinkled happily, like blooming flowers. He immediately went over to greet him like an old friend. "Captain Hu, shall we have a drink later?" Hu Jingchuan directly refused. "No drinks. He doesn't have much time left now. He's about to rejoin the team. He wants to use this time to do everything he can." "Why are you here today?" This time, Wang Jiefeng was stunned. He thought he might get to drink again today and boast about his old comrades when he saw them later. But unexpectedly, his wish was dashed. Hu Jingchuan, sitting in a chair, glanced at Wang Jiefeng and said calmly, "I have something to talk to you about." Feeling a bit stuffy in the room, he unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt. His faintly visible abs showed the charm of a grown man. Wang Jiefeng didn't know why, but seeing Hua in this way, he couldn't help but swallow nervously. No wonder he's called Hua. He can make that beautiful person so confused and obsessed, refusing to marry anyone else. If he were a woman, he would be crazy for him, passionate for him, and willing to hit walls for him. Noticing something was off, Hu Jingchuan shot him a quick look. Scared, Wang Jiefeng immediately straightened up, acting obediently. Too frightening. Wang Jiefeng patted his chest and said confidently, "Hua, just tell me what you need. As long as I can do it, I'll go through fire and water to help you. No need," Hu Jingchuan replied, then explained his purpose clearly. After hearing this, Wang Jiefeng frowned, looking troubled and silent. Hu Jingchuan sat upright, drinking his tea quietly, gazing ahead without speaking. After a while, Wang Jiefeng looked up and said, "Hua, wait for me here a moment. I need to go out." Hua nodded, and just as Wang Jiefeng left, he closed his eyes and pretended to rest for a while. He hadn't slept well in several days. In the afternoon, Lu Xiongwan still went to work in the fields because there was also a voting meeting among the team members. The Red Flag Brigade valued democracy and public opinion. Hua Daqing always prioritized the opinions of the team members. But it was already decided, Based on the current situation, there was little chance of change, almost zero, in fact. When Wang Xilan saw Lu Xiangwan carrying a coming over, she was a bit surprised and said, "Lu, why are you working again now? This morning, Wang told me you wouldn't be coming." When Lu Xiangwan heard her, she turned to look at Wang Xiaoling, who was silently smiling without speaking. She immediately understood what was going on. It seemed better that she didn't make a fuss about it. "Since the matter is settled, I came over," Lu Xiangwan said, her face bright with happiness. Her dimples appeared, making her look very cheerful. She was smiling happily, with her eyes curved beautifully, looking very attractive, like a goddess from a painting. This made Wang Xiaoling and Wang Xilan stare at her in awe, their eyes not wanting to blink. Lu Xiangwan saw they were standing still, frozen in place, and felt a bit puzzled. Usually these two are very active and hardworking. Even if the boss of heaven came, they wouldn't stop working with their hoes. She asked, "What's wrong with you two?" "Nothing." "Nothing," Wang Xiaoling quickly replied, a faint blush appearing on her face. Maybe it was because her face was dark, so the blush wasn't very obvious. Lu Xiangwan thought she was just sunburned from the bright sun overhead, so she didn't ask further. Instead, Wang Xilan burst out laughing and said plainly, "It's all because Lu Jiqing is so good-looking." I looked at her and got stunned. We're all born by our parents, so why is there such a big difference? Hearing her words, Lu Xiangwan only felt a flock of crows cawing loudly above her head. She didn't know how to reply, so she just awkwardly smiled. Then she changed the subject and let this matter go. Lu Xiangwan worked diligently in the field, determined to finish her last shift. She couldn't afford to leave a bad impression. She bent over, swinging her until her clothes were soaked with sweat. The sweat on her forehead dripped into her eyes, making it hard to see. She straightened up, wiped her face with her hands, and then took out a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe away the sweat. Her vision cleared, and after resting for a moment, she was about to continue working when Wang Xiaolan looked around sneakily and approached her cautiously. Lu Xiangwan immediately straightened her back, ready for her to come closer. "Lu Jijian, I have something I want to ask you. That place was really itchy and uncomfortable." She scratched so much that it almost bled, but nothing helped. It felt like there were bugs crawling around there. The itching was almost unbearable for her. It was her husband who told her to ask Lu Jiqing to take a look and see what was wrong, because earlier, Guoguzi fainted, and Lu Xiangwan helped wake him up. She casually mentioned that women in her family often had health issues like this. Coincidentally, Wang Xilan's husband was nearby, listening, and remembered it. Otherwise, Wang Xilan wouldn't have known or come to ask Lu Xiangwan. Lu Xiangwan was tired, but didn't mind getting dirty. She sat down comfortably and, with her ears perked up, asked, "What's the problem?" Wang Xilan looked around to see if anyone was watching, then leaned in and whispered, "It's my private part. I don't know what's wrong, but it's very itchy." "How long has it been like that?" Lu Xiangwan immediately understood which part she meant and asked seriously, showing no disgust, just focusing on the question. Wang Xilan honestly replied, "It's been several years. But recently, it's been especially itchy. I've scratched it so much, but it doesn't help. Does it have a bad smell down there?" "Lu Jiqing, how do you know?" "Every time I sleep, my husband says it smells really bad in my pants. I know myself." Wang Xilan looked a bit embarrassed and nervous, glancing anxiously at Lu Xiangwan. She was worried Lu Xiangwan might be disgusted, but she wasn't. Wang Xilan finally let out a small breath of relief. She hadn't planned to ask for help at first. Her problem was minor, not worth making a fuss or letting others know. But now she really couldn't stand it anymore. Lu Xiangwan asked in simple words, "Does it smell like fish?" Wang Xilan suddenly turned around, surprised. She thought, wow, Lu Jiqing really knows what she's talking about. She said there was a bad smell, and Lu Jiqing actually knew what it was. No wonder she managed to help that half-dead man, San Motzi, come back to life. So, the scene was set for Lu Xiangwan to ask questions and Wang Xilan to answer. When Lu Xiangwan asked about what happened between the two in bed, Wang Xilan's eyes drifted away, looking uncomfortable and unsure how to respond. It was strange. Lu Jiqing was a young woman, yet she wasn't shy about asking such questions.
Well,
That's how it was. We finished eating and went straight to bed. It's just that my husband, he does those kinds of things just like the ox on the team. I don't understand. Lu Xiangwan, who was drinking water, heard her say this and suddenly spat out the water. Frightened, Wang Xilan quickly stepped forward to pat her back. Lu Jiqing, what's wrong? You seemed fine just now. Nothing. If she kept patting, she might cause trouble for herself. I'm not asking about that. Forget it, better not ask anymore. If she kept asking, she might reveal even more wild stories, so Lu Xiangwan stopped there. From their conversation, Lu Xiangwan roughly understood what kind of gynecological issue she had. Basically, it was due to poor personal hygiene. Thinking about it, it was easy to see the signs just from using the toilet. The larger needs were wiped with dirt and the smaller ones were just pulled up with the pants. Plus, with all the other messy habits, the hygiene situation was clearly very bad. Moreover, at that time, knowledge about health and hygiene was limited, so sometimes it was understandable. In modern times, if someone had this problem, they could just go to the pharmacy for some medicine, take antibiotics, wash with medicine, and it would usually get better. The key was good personal hygiene. But at that time, that wasn't an option. She could only rely on traditional Chinese medicine. She didn't have any on hand, so she had to wait until she could go to the mountains to gather some herbs. Lu Xiangwan briefly explained to her to pay attention to personal hygiene. Every night before bed, she should wash with warm water and change her underwear daily. Wang Xiaolon frowned at this. Lu Jiqing, isn't that too troublesome? Work was already tiring enough. After eating, she just rinsed her feet with water and then lay down on the bed to rest. She rarely took a proper bath, not even once a year. In summer, she bathed more often, but in winter, she didn't bathe at all, fearing cold and illness. Another problem was fetching water. It was troublesome. Hearing this, Lu Xiangwan immediately looked serious and said firmly, "Auntie, this is for your own good. This illness is caused by poor hygiene. Not only you, but Uncle Dan also could catch it if he doesn't pay attention. So, for now, you two should sleep separately until your condition improves." Wang Xilan was stunned when she heard this, because what Lu Jiqing said was something she had never heard before in her life. It's not a disease. How can it be contagious? Lu Xiangwan deliberately exaggerated the seriousness of the illness to make her pay attention. It is contagious. If you want your condition to get better quickly, follow my advice. I won't harm you, Auntie. If you let it develop further, it won't be as simple as I said. You might need surgery and hospitalization at the county hospital. Not only will your body suffer, but your wallet will too. Think carefully about this. Some things can't be delayed for too long. Lu Xiangwan finished speaking, and now it was up to her to decide what to do. If she insisted on ignoring the advice, there was nothing more she could do. Sometimes, respecting others' choices is the best way to be responsible for oneself. When Wang Xilan heard that the illness was so serious, she quickly nodded in agreement, feeling worried about money. Lu Jiqing, I didn't mean it that way. I know you wouldn't harm me. I trust you, I trust you. Seeing her say this, a faint smile appeared on Lu Xiangwan's usually cold face. Doctors, after all, prefer patients who listen. Otherwise, the follow-up treatment wouldn't be able to proceed smoothly. Auntie, that's right. Just follow my instructions first. In a few days, when I have free time, I'll go to the mountain to pick some herbs. When you come over, I'll teach you how to prepare them. That's very kind of you, Lu Jiqing, Wang Xilan said, rubbing her hands nervously. Thank you so much, Lu Xiangwan replied. No problem. Anyway, she would need to see a doctor sooner or later, just a matter of time, since she was about to take on the role of doctor for Hongqi Brigade. By mentioning it early, she could also leave a good impression and remind her of this favor. If she ever needed help in the future, it would be easier to ask. Although, she didn't really need anyone's help at the moment. Just then, Wang Xiaoling arrived. Seeing Lu Xiangwan and Aunt Xilan talking together, she thought they were gossiping about something and hurried over. Wang Xilan wanted to say more, but noticing others were present, she wisely kept quiet. Wang Xiaoling asked, "What are you all talking about?" Lu Xiangwan immediately changed the subject and said, Not much to talk about. Is the work finished? Wang Xiaoling replied without hesitation. Not yet. Still early. Recently, she had been earning full work points, and both the scorekeeper and accountant praised her. She thought that if she worked hard, she could pay off all her debts next year. If she still had some money left over then, she wanted to buy Lu Xiangwan a fashionable, popular striped shirt from the supply and marketing cooperative to thank her for her help over the long time. When she was in Beijing, she saw many people wearing it. Lu Xiangwan has fair skin and is pretty, so she would look even better in it. In short, she planned to be very careful with her money. Lu Xiangwan stood up from the ground, picked up A and said, "Then go work." Oh, yes, work. After Lu Xiangwan said this, Wang Xiaoling completely forgot what she was here for. She quickly ran ahead, waving her and starting to work. Wang Xiaolan looked at Lu Xiangwan with gratitude. Lu Xiangwan forced a smile, trying to move past the matter. Hu Jingchuan waited in Wang Jiefeng's office for nearly 2 hours before Wang Jiefeng finally arrived. Along with him, he carried a large bundle of things. "Thanks," Hu Jingchuan said. No, Brother Hu, you don't need to thank me. That's what I should do," Wang Jiefeng said, not mentioning how difficult it was to get those things for Hu Jingchuan. He used every possible connection, begged and pleaded, and finally got what he needed, which made his family angry. They thought he was embarrassing the Wang family, but he didn't care about that. As long as he maintained good relations with Hu Jingchuan, it was all worth it. At his young age, he became a squad leader, and his future achievements would be even greater. Moreover, he owed his life to Hu Jingchuan. Without him, the grass on his grave would have grown tall. And the Wang family, which only had one heir, was now cut off from its lineage, not to mention how shameful it was. Everyone understood. Hu Jingchuan knew how hard it was to get these things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to him. "Consider this as me owing you a favor." When Wang Jiefeng heard him say that, he was so happy he almost lost his mind. He understood what owing someone meant. "Comrade Hua, don't be like that. If you keep acting like this, you'll make me angry. It was you who saved my life. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today." Wang Jiefeng immediately shut his mouth. Since he had received the item, Hu Jingchuan saw no reason to stay in the county town. He told Wang Jiefeng, and then picked up his bag and left. Of course, he also didn't forget to put the money into Wang Jiefeng's hand. Wang Jiefeng watched him walk away from the door, smiling so much that his teeth showed. When Wang Yuefu came out of the bathroom, he saw how happy Wang Jiefeng was. He couldn't help but tease him. "Boss, did it rain red rain from the sky? Or did you find some money outside? Do you want to hear?" Wang Yuefu stretched his neck and nodded. Yes, I won't tell you," Wang Jiefeng said playfully. After saying that, he swaggered back into his room. Left standing in the wind, feeling itchy inside, Wang Yuefu hated people who teased him. But he didn't have the courage to ask directly, so he could only endure silently. When Hu Jingchuan got home, it was already dark. As soon as he stepped into his father's house, he saw a pair of pants fly out from inside. He quickly dodged to avoid a disaster. But he still bent down to pick up the pants that had fallen on the ground. His hands were wet, and he could guess what had happened, even if he didn't want to use them. However, he showed no sign of guilt, instead looking completely honest. Then, one foot stepped into the house. Next came a flood of scolding from Hu Daqing. Maybe he was talking too fast, and spittle flew everywhere, splattering all over Hu Jiangwo, who was closest. Hu Jiangwo resignedly wiped the spit off his face with his hand.
"Dad, enough.
If you keep talking, you'll turn into a river." He handed something to his father. "Here, if you're still angry, hit me. Anyway, people are here now." After inspecting the item in his hand, Hu Daqing, as if holding a hot potato, disdainfully threw it on the ground. "What am I supposed to do with this?" "Go away." Hu Jiangwo smiled and said, "It's for hitting the third brother. He didn't mean to make you your pants. I gave you this to vent your anger so you won't feel bad inside." Hu Daqing replied irritably, "He's your brother." After saying that, he turned away and ignored him. When did sons start teasing their fathers like this? But he still felt a bit angry inside. If that brat hadn't run off perfectly fine, he couldn't hold it anymore. His body was injured and he couldn't move, so he had to on the bed. His wife had just laughed at him. She even said he was no better than a 3-year-old. That really embarrassed him. Meanwhile, Hu Jiangwo secretly chuckled. He knew his dad was reluctant to part with a third brother. Usually, he doted on him like a treasure, just joking around now. Hu Jingchuan threw the package in his hand onto the bed where Hu Daqing was lying. Then he crossed his arms, leaned against the door, and said casually, "Here." Hu Daqing looked unhappy, frowning. "You little brat, what are you trying to fool me with now?" Before he finished, he saw what was inside the package and was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. A stethoscope, cotton swabs, disinfectant, painkillers. All mixed together like a small treasure chest. Suddenly, Hu Daqing's face changed. He smiled like a loyal servant, forgetting his earlier anger. With these supplies, their team's clinic could finally operate. He had been worried earlier about what to do. He was afraid the higher-ups might think he was fooling them and refused to approve it. After all, no barefoot doctor had ever come out of their team in so many years. He never expected his third son to be so capable. Without a word, he had brought everything over. Hu Daqing smiled warmly and asked, "Third brother, did you go get this in the afternoon?" Hu Jingchuan nodded coldly, as if he was not talking to his father but to a stranger he didn't know. But Hu Daqing wasn't angry. He kept talking nicely, trying to flatter him. Hu Jingchuan found him a bit noisy, so he interrupted directly. "Pay up. What money?" This time, Hu Daqing was confused. But despite his confusion, he carefully retied the bag, worried it might be stolen again. He held it close to his chest like a mother hen protecting her chicks. This is about money. Hu Jingchuan's money now has its own plans. He wants to do his best to give her a good life. Although things are not settled yet, Hu Jingchuan is determined to prepare. He fears that when the day comes, he will have nothing, and that young girl will have to suffer with him. That's the last thing he wants to see. Also, he plans to buy a courtyard house in Beijing soon. He has a feeling that it's the kind she would like. If possible, he wants to spoil her like the stars in the sky, giving her everything he can. When Hu Daqing heard the word money, he got angry. The team is so poor now that it's almost nothing, and his third son still acts so selfish. He looked like a disappointed husband, loudly accusing his third son. "You, my son, talking about money? You have no conscience, do you?" Hu Jingchuan didn't react. Instead, he reached out his hand silently, watching him perform. Hu Jiangwo, who had been silent for a long time, couldn't hold back and spoke up. He rarely said something fair. "Dad, what you said really hurts third brother's feelings." "What do you mean he has no conscience?" "If he had no conscience, he wouldn't help you with those things. His father was like this, always using what they had to help the team. His reputation might be good, but can a good reputation buy food? Moreover, others are struggling, but is their family doing well? Their family is so poor that they only have simple steamed bread and thin porridge without rice. After eating and then going to the bathroom, everything was digested. They worked hard all year just to get a little more grain at the end of the year, but in the end, their father gave it all away. If their family were rich and doing well, they wouldn't complain. No matter what their father did, they wouldn't say a word. But that's not the case. Hu Jiangwo and his brother had been feeling uncomfortable for a long time but never dared to speak out, afraid it would hurt their relationship with Hu Daqing. Hu Daqing's face fell when his son spoke, and he turned to look at the stubborn third son. He couldn't help but sigh. "All right, fine, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you tomorrow." He had basically given in. Hu Jingchuan saw this and didn't say anything else. He simply left to go eat. Unknowingly, just after Hu Jingchuan left the police station, Wang Jiefeng received a call from the Beijing team. The call was to summon Hu Jingchuan back because there was an urgent task that only he could do. This made Wang Jiefeng very worried. If only the call had come a little earlier. Now, it was just bad timing. After quick talk, Wang Jiefeng hung up the phone. He knew from the conversation that it was an urgent task, and he was afraid of delaying important work, so he pushed his bicycle and headed out quickly. However, he didn't see Hu Jingchuan along the way. Although he didn't know exactly where Hao Jingchuan's home was because he had never been there, Wang Jiefeng roughly knew the location of Hao Jingchuan's team. He pedaled as if he were riding an unstoppable windfire wheel, never stopping. Finally, he arrived at the red flag team. Out of breath and with a red face, he didn't even look around and simply stretched out his arm to stop a passerby and ask where Hao Jingchuan's home was. Coincidentally, he stopped Lu Xiongnuan, who had just finished giving acupuncture to Wang Dagong. Lu Xiongnuan looked at the person blocking her way, feeling a bit annoyed. But seeing his polite attitude, she still told him, "Follow this road for about 400 or 500 meters, then turn right. The house with the most cow dung on the outer wall is theirs." Wang Jiefeng wiped the sweat from his eyes with his sleeve before finally seeing what the person in front looked like. Wow, how can this girl look so fresh and pretty? Her big, blinking eyes seemed to directly pierce into his heart. Wang Jiefeng felt like he was back at 18, full of youthful hormones. He thought to himself that he was back in action. This girl was just as beautiful as Duan Xiaowei, except her figure wasn't quite as good as Duan Xiaowei's. Noticing his flirty gaze, Lu Xiongnuan shot him a sharp look and then walked past him. Realizing he had just lost his composure, Wang Jiefeng quickly regained his calm, but the person had already walked away. However, Wang Jiefeng really wanted to meet him, so he grabbed his throat and loudly shouted, "Miss, thank you. My name is Wang Jiefeng, with the characters for 3 horizontal and 1 vertical. Wang Jiefeng, the character for liberation, and the character for release." Mississippi, he was too anxious and completely forgot to be polite. All he was left with was a blurry silhouette. Feeling too embarrassed to be sad, Wang Jiefeng remembered he still had tasks to complete. He quickly mounted his bike and headed in the direction that Lu Xiongnuan had just pointed out. Sure enough, the girl was right. He easily found the house with the most cow dung smeared on the wall. He parked his bike and stood at the door, shouting into the yard, "Is anyone there? Is anyone home?" Wang Guiying, who was busy in the kitchen warming food for her younger son, heard the noise. She hurried out without even taking off her apron. Seeing this unfamiliar face, she looked puzzled and asked, "Who are you looking for?" When Wang Jiefeng saw someone come out, he guessed it was Huituan's mother, so he politely said, "Ma'am, is this Hu Jingchuan's house?" "Yes, yes." "Are you here to see our son? I want to see him." Wang Jiefeng hadn't finished speaking when he spotted Hu Jingchuan coming out. He quickly waved his hand and called out, Hu Tuan, I'm here." Wang Guiying, confused by the situation, turned around and looked back at his call. Hu Jingchuan told Wang Guiying, "Mom, this is my friend. You go ahead and do your thing." Seeing that the two knew each other, Wang Guiying understood the situation. She warmly invited Wang Jiefeng inside, saying, "All right, a friend of our son's. Come in quickly. Have you eaten? I'll serve you a bowl of noodles." Wang Jiefeng thought, "No way, I didn't bring anything when I came. Plus, nowadays, no one is wealthy and he didn't want to take advantage, so he quickly refused. "Ma'am, there's no need to be so polite. I already ate when I arrived," he said. But as soon as he finished speaking, his stomach let out a loud growl. The sound was just loud enough for Huituan and his mother to hear. Wang Jiefeng patted his stomach, and his face turned red with embarrassment. Earlier that noon, he had eaten 2 big bowls of hand-pulled noodles his mother made. How could he be hungry just 4 or 5 hours later? "There's no need to be so polite, sister-in-law. Since you're here, you're family. Third brother, you go in and sit with him first. I'll go busy myself." After giving instructions, Wang Guiying hurriedly went into the kitchen to work. Even her 2 daughters-in-law, who heard the noise, went to help out. Lu Jietti quickly tried to make amends, shouting toward the kitchen, "Annie, there's no need to trouble yourself. Just keep it simple." She was afraid that her unwell stomach might leave a bad impression on Huituan, and that would be the end of her. "It's no trouble. Just go inside and rest," Wang Guiying said while also calling her eldest daughter-in-law to bring 2 bowls of water into the room. Meanwhile, she kept kneading the dough without stopping. Lu Jietti was so nervous, she didn't dare to breathe loudly. She shakily carried the bowls over, glanced at Wang Jiefeng, and was so scared her legs went weak. She immediately ran away. Wang Jiefeng stroked his, lost in self-doubt. He Tuan, do I look scary? It shouldn't be. Everyone says men are like blooming flowers at 31. With his build and face, he should be impressive. Although he doesn't compare to He Tuan, anyone he picks up would be instantly overwhelmed. Yet, at Hongqi Brigade, everyone seems to avoid him as if he's a troublemaker. That girl just now, thinking about how they only saw each other briefly and didn't get to greet each other, made Wang Jiefeng feel very sad. He thought he was sick and not lightly. He Tuan glanced at him, but said nothing. Then he asked, "What's the matter?" If there was no problem, he wouldn't be so eager to find him. Lu Jiri reached the kitchen and finally felt like she had survived. She took deep breaths, leaning heavily on the door. Gosh, that person looked terrifying. She had never seen anyone so. Words failed her to describe how frightening he was. Wang Guiying heard the noise, looked up, and noticed her eldest daughter-in-law's strange expression. She asked with concern, "What's wrong, sister-in-law? If you're not feeling well, go back inside and lie down. Funi and I are here." Funi, who always liked to show off in front of her mother-in-law, also stepped in to advise. "Big sister-in-law, mother is right. Making a bowl of noodles doesn't need so many people. Just go rest in your room." Lu Jiri waved her hand, refusing their kindness. "No need. I was just scared a moment ago. The mother-in-law was busy in the kitchen, so the daughter-in-law couldn't rest. If the head of the family found out, she would definitely be angry again." When Wang Guiying heard that her daughter-in-law was frightened, she also became a bit nervous. She put down the dough and tiptoed over, whispering like a thief. "What? You got scared? What happened? Did you see a ghost?" Wang Guiying often worshipped the gods, so she believed in spirits and ghosts. She also believed that if people didn't do good deeds, they would end up in the 18 levels of after death. Because of this, she had never done anything wrong over the years, except for favoring her third son. But nowadays, she was not allowed to do that anymore. Her husband even buried the statues of the gods she worshipped every day, hiding them underground. But Wang Guiying, being superstitious, still secretly visited them. When she heard about ghosts, Funi, who was sitting by the stove, also became scared and couldn't sit still. She was afraid that the ghost might bother her again. She didn't want to die. Her son was still so young. If she died, her husband might marry someone else, and her poor son would have a stepmother. So, she quickly hid behind her mother-in-law. Lu Zhaodi saw that they misunderstood her and hurriedly explained, "Mother-in-law, no, I was just scared by my younger brother's friend." When Wang Guiying heard it wasn't that, she breathed a sigh of relief inside. Funi also felt a little annoyed at her sister-in-law's fussing, but she quickly stepped forward and stretched out her arms to protect Wang Guiying. "Mom, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. If that ghost tries to bother you, it has to go through me first." Wang Guiying naturally saw through her second daughter-in-law's little trick, but she didn't expose her. After all, she hadn't done anything wrong normally. She worked hard every day to earn work points, though she liked to show off and take small advantages. People are never perfect. As long as she didn't make big mistakes, Wang Guiying, as the mother-in-law, sometimes turned a blind eye and let things go. She patted her daughter's arm and said, "It's okay, second daughter-in-law." Then she turned to ask Lu Zhaodi, who looked frightened, "Did he bully you?" While speaking, she rolled up her sleeve a little more, showing a ready-to-fight attitude. Li Zhaodi stammered, "No, he didn't bully
Me.
I just saw. He looked very strong, and I was scared." As soon as she finished speaking, the kitchen fell silent. Even a dropped needle could be heard on the floor. Wang Guiying and her daughter-in-law looked at Li Zhaodi, who was almost frightened to tears, feeling a bit speechless. After a long moment, Wang Guiying pinched her brow and relaxed her expression. "Old family, this is your own home. He can't eat you here. Why are you so afraid?" She was starting to doubt her own choice of daughter-in-law. Li Zhaodi was from her own family, honest and capable, an ideal candidate for a daughter-in-law. But her parents were not good people. They had 7 daughters and only wanted a son. They even sold their eldest daughter, Li Zhaodi, to a blind, limping man from the team who was old enough to be her grandfather. When Wang Guiying visited her own parents with her eldest son, she happened to meet them. Her kind-hearted son begged her to buy Li Xiaodi as a wife. Seeing her son's pleading face and the poor girl, Wang Guiying reluctantly paid 30 yuan to buy her. However, the family raised her poorly. She was a good girl but became timid and shy, easily frightened by strangers. Over the years, Wang Guiying couldn't teach her to be brave. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. Funi, the repeating machine, chimed in again. Mother's right, sister-in-law. They didn't bully you. Why are you so scared? She couldn't stand Li Xiaodi's timid nature. Since they hadn't split the household yet, she worried outsiders might see her and shame their family. Her daughter and son would get married someday, and Funi didn't want their reputation to be damaged. Li Xiaodi knew whatever she said now would be wrong. She hung her head and didn't dare speak. Wang Guiying saw her like that and shook her head, calling her second daughter-in-law over to help start the fire. To prevent Li Xiaodi from overthinking, Wang Guiying told her to go pick a few green vegetables from the garden. Under the flickering candlelight, Hu Jingchuan's face flickered with shadows. His expression suddenly became serious. Thanks. Then he stood up and began packing his things. He didn't have many. 2 short-sleeve shirts, 2 pairs of pants, and a few socks with holes in them. Regarding the military coat at the bottom of the bag, which was meant for his father, Jingchuan took it out and touched the thick fabric. He changed his mind. His father was old and could handle the cold. Young Ji was still young and didn't mind the cold. Seeing his serious and silent expression, Wang Jiefeng dared not speak and just waited for him to pack his things before taking him to the county town to catch a bus. Wang Guiying was worried about embarrassing her third son in front of friends, so she gritted her teeth, went to the chicken coop, and took 2 eggs. She brought them to the kitchen and fried them. Funi, sitting by the stove and lighting the fire, kept swallowing her saliva because of the delicious smell, but she dared not say anything. She was afraid of her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law was fierce enough to hit even her father-in-law, who was the team leader. She didn't have the courage to challenge her mother-in-law yet. Soon, 2 bowls of hot noodles were ready. This time, Wang Guiying didn't order her daughter-in-law to serve the food. Instead, she called Funi, the younger daughter-in-law, to bring the bowls over. When Wang Guiying came in, she sensed something was wrong. She put the bowl down on the table and asked, "Why are you packing things now? What are you going to do so late at night?" Funi, who was behind her, quietly slipped out after setting down her bowl because earlier, her mother-in-law couldn't fit all the rice in the bowl, and there was some noodle soup left in the pot. She was afraid her older sister-in-law might sneak and drink it again. Jiefeng quickly stepped forward to explain kindly, "Ma, there's something urgent at the army unit. Tuan needs to go back quickly." "What? You've only been home a few days, and now you're in such a rush?" Wang Guiying was surprised when she heard this and couldn't stay calm. Mainly because she had already made plans for tomorrow. Someone was supposed to bring a girl to visit, but now that person had run off. She didn't know how to sneak someone in anymore. More importantly, as a mother, she was reluctant. She hadn't even had a good look at the girl yet, and now she was leaving. Jiefeng noticed her emotional change and quickly tried to cheer her up with jokes. "Ma, don't be upset. If you miss Tuan so much, you can go see him at the police station. I work at the police station. As long as you don't mind, it's the same," he added. When Wang Guiying heard police station, she was surprised. What kind of friend was her third son talking about? How could he have a connection to the police? But she kept her face calm and said, "No, I don't mind." Then, Wang Guiying told them to hurry and eat, as the food would not taste good if it cooled down. She quickly rushed to the kitchen. Although she felt very upset inside, she knew it was her son's work. As a mother, all she could do was support him. When she entered the house, she saw her second daughter-in-law holding a spoon and drinking soup. Wang Guiying no longer cared about being angry and quickly asked the 2 of them to get to work. She then scooped 2 ladles of cornmeal from the bag to make dough. Fanny, who was caught in the act, was very scared inside, worried her mother-in-law would scold her. But seeing her mother-in-law's current calmness, she felt relieved and quickly rolled up her sleeves to work. Fanny asked, "Mom, why are we making dough so late at night?" "To make pancakes," Wang Guiying replied. She was so worried the pancakes wouldn't turn out well and her son might leave early that she wished she had 8 hands to help. Thinking about the hot, fragrant pancakes made her mouth water, and she sped up her movements. Additionally, Wang Guiying asked her eldest daughter-in-law to take out 6 eggs from the cupboard where she had hidden them for changing, and she boiled them. Later, she planned to pack everything for the third son so he could eat on the way, saving him from suffering if the train meal was bad. Lao Sen was really hungry. As soon as Wang Guiying left, he didn't hold back anymore. He sat down heavily in a chair and slurped the noodles in his bowl. "Ma'am, your cooking is really good," Lao Sen said while eating, though the noodles were so hot they made his tongue burn. His tongue turned red from the heat. Hu Jingchuan looked up at the moon outside, guessing she wasn't asleep yet. He told Lao Sen goodbye and went out. Lao Sen quickly finished the last bite of noodles and followed him. From a distance, he saw Huatuan stop at the gate of a yard. Just as he was about to walk forward, he saw Huatuan raise his hand to knock on the door, then pull his foot back. Lu Xiangnuan, lying on the kong and busy drying her hair, naturally heard the loud knocking outside. The knocking was so forceful it seemed like it might break the door. Afraid that the door might get damaged and cost money to repair later, Lu Xiangnuan quickly put on her coat, got off the kong, and hurried outside without even putting on her shoes. Wang Shaoling was quick to act. Worried that a thief might be coming, she immediately grabbed a kitchen knife and chased after Lu Xiangnuan. When Lu Xiangnuan opened the door, they realized it was the young son of the village chief. Wang Shaoling suddenly became very nervous. She rushed out from behind Lu Xiangnuan and firmly protected her. She knew what this man was up to. Hu Jingchuan stepped past Wang Shaoling and looked directly at Lu Xiangnuan, saying, "Lu Jiqing, I need to talk to you." He knew he was being abrupt, but he didn't have time. He might not return for a long while. Lu Xiangnuan didn't say anything. The air grew quiet. Just when Hu Jingchuan thought she might refuse, she suddenly spoke. "Okay," Wang Shaoling exclaimed in surprise. "Lu Xiangnuan, it was late at night. If a man and a woman were seen alone together, it would be bad. A young lady's reputation is very important." From this, it was clear that the man had some tricky plans. He looked like a good-for-nothing. Wang Shaoling didn't like him at all. Lu Xiangnuan comforted her, saying, "It's okay. Only he would have a problem, not her." Seeing her determined look, Wang Shaoling had no choice but to compromise. She held her knife and moved to the side, standing far away to watch over them. She was afraid that Hu Jingchuan, who looked like a troublemaker, might suddenly lose control again and do something crazy. Meanwhile, Wang Jiefeng saw Hua and a girl talking. Curious, he changed his angle and looked closer. His eyes widened in shock. "Wow, isn't it the girl I saw before?" It was late and dark and he wondered what she was doing out. Wait, he suddenly remembered something. He recalled that Hua had told him he liked a girl. Judging by the current situation, could it be the girl in front of him? Thinking about how she looked recently, Wang Jiefeng quickly understood. No wonder Hua was so lovesick. Such a beautiful person. If he didn't like her, he must be blind. He should go to the hospital. But then again, Duan Xiaowei was also pretty, so why didn't Hua even glance at her?
Hua was Hua.
His mind was just different from theirs. However, he hasn't even fallen in love yet, so how could he start feeling heartbroken? Wang Jiefeng thought sadly. Oh heavens, you are so unfair. Such a good girl, but none of them are meant for him. Wang Shaoling, with her sharp eyesight of 5.0, saw Wang Jiefeng from far away, secretly watching nearby. She raised a kitchen knife and quietly moved closer to him. Having spent years in the military, her anti-surveillance skills were sharp. So, when Wang Shaoling approached, Wang Jiefeng saw her. But it was too dark to see her face clearly, only the shiny kitchen knife in her hand reflecting the moonlight. Wang Jiefeng's heart trembled with fear. It was obvious to anyone that she was coming for him. Afraid he might lose his life, Wang Jiefeng decided to act first. In the blink of an eye, with his quick reflexes, he pushed her to the ground. Wang Shaoling cried out in pain, aloud, Strong scream. Her voice was deep and powerful. The knife in her hand fell, accidentally hitting Wang Jiefeng's foot, making him grimace in pain. Lu Xiongwan heard the noise and, ignoring what the man was saying, quickly ran over. Hu Jingchuan cursed silently, then followed her. He looked unhappy, annoyed that his rare moment of privacy was disturbed. He hoped it was something important, or he might lose control and go crazy. His fists, clenched under his sleeve, were tight. Lu Xiongwan stepped forward and, under the moonlight, recognized the man she had just seen. She didn't like him much, and seeing him bullying Wang Xiaoling made her angry. She shouted, "Let her go." Hu Jingchuan also came over and, upon seeing the scene, quickly guessed what was happening. He said, "Jiefeng, let her go." Wang Jiefeng, upon recognizing him, reluctantly released her hand. He then realized, with some delay, and looked down at his foot in frustration. Fortunately, he wasn't hurt, just hit by the back of the knife earlier. If it had been that blade, Wang Jiefeng probably would have broken his already injured leg completely. He felt very wronged inside. Lu Xiongwan helped Wang Xiaoling to stand up, speaking gently with a tone that showed her concern, though she didn't realize it herself. What happened? After checking her and seeing she wasn't hurt, her worried frown eased a little. Maybe because Lu Xiongwan was nearby, Wang Xiaoling gained a lot of courage. She crossed her arms and looked at the man in front of her with strong dissatisfaction, accusing him of almost hurting her. That man was secretly watching you just now, sneaky and suspicious. I could tell he had bad intentions, so I went over to check. Wang Xiaoling couldn't continue, since they had already seen what happened and didn't want to waste more words. How can you say I had bad intentions? Wang Jiefeng suddenly felt something was off. He scratched the back of his head, slow to react, and looked at the dark-skinned person in front of him, startled. You're a woman. When Wang Xiaoling heard him insult her like that, her teeth almost ground to dust, and she exploded. She picked up a kitchen knife from the ground and rushed at Wang Jiefeng to attack him. Jiefeng was very principled. He wouldn't hit a woman or a face. After realizing she was a woman, he didn't dare to fight back. He could only run away and hide. He also hurriedly apologized. Sorry, miss, I didn't mean to offend. It's late, and I couldn't see clearly. I didn't notice you were a woman. Sorry. Fortunately, he didn't finish his sentence, or he might have been in real trouble. Thinking about how he hadn't yet helped the Wang family continue their lineage, Wang Jiefeng quickly hid behind Hu Jingchuan. Wang Xiaoling was so angry at his shamelessness that she wanted to drag him out and beat him up. In the end, Lu Xiongwan couldn't stand the chaos anymore and spoke up to stop the scene. Hu Jingchuan stayed silent the whole time, watching Lu Xiongwan with a look that others couldn't understand. In short, she wanted to ingrain her image deep into his mind and heart. Wang Xiaoling no longer dared to make a move. She stood in front of Lu Xiongwan, acting as obedient as possible, like a little lamb. However, her angry eyes betrayed her feelings. Wang Jiefeng, who had just calmed down a bit, knew that his previous action had been wrong. He was a man, and he would never dare to touch a woman, especially not her. If it was a serious matter, he would act properly, like a different person. So he quickly tried to make amends and said, Miss, I'm really sorry. I'm not a thief. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Jiefeng. I work at the local police station. If you ever need help, just come to me, and I'll help you. Last time, when Lu Xiongwan went to Wang Guan's house for dinner, she overheard her older brother casually mention that their boss, Zhou Bapai, would often exploit them. It seemed his name was Wang Jiefeng. Her older brother worked at the police station. Could it really be such a coincidence? Lu Xiongwan couldn't shake her doubts and asked, Wang Jiefeng, the director of the police station? When Wang Xiaoling heard this, her heart skipped a beat with fear. She looked at the man in front of her with suspicion. How could she not see it? Could Lu Xiongwan have mistaken someone else? Thinking about her earlier actions, Wang Xiaoling felt a cold sweat on her neck. She silently prayed it wasn't him. If it was, she would be in big trouble. Wang Jiefeng, feeling nervous, pointed at himself excitedly. Yes, it's me. Do you know me? This girl knew him? What should he do? He felt light, as if he might float away. But then, a cough from Hu Jingchuan brought him back to reality. He instinctively looked toward Hu Jingchuan. Seeing the sharp look in his eyes, Wang Jiefeng immediately sobered up. He forgot, she was the girl Hu Tuan liked. When Wang Xiaoling heard this, her eyes went blurry, and she almost fainted. But then she remembered her foolish actions earlier. She quickly stepped forward like a loyal dog and said, "It's okay, it's my fault. I apologize. Please don't hold it against me. Let's forget what happened today." The quick change in attitude surprised Wang Jiefeng so much that he felt a bit dizzy. It was the first time he had seen such a girl. Only Lu Xiangwan looked at Wang Xiaoling's flexible attitude and couldn't help but smile. But her smile was noticed by the sharp-eyed Hu Jingchuan, who thought she was laughing at Wang Jiefeng. He felt jealous, like a jar of old vinegar spilling over, sour and bitter. It was like a small spark that could ignite a big fire, quickly getting out of control. He had the urge to give Wang Jiefeng a good punch, but he managed to stay calm. Wang Jiefeng saw that Lu Xiangwan didn't answer him earlier, so he asked again, "Do you know me?" He didn't recognize her, but he thought someone as pretty as her should have left an impression. However, he searched his mind and couldn't remember her. If she knew him, why did she act like she didn't recognize him when they spoke earlier? He was usually quick-witted, but now he was confused. Then, Lu Xiangwan explained that her older brother also worked at the police station. Wang Jiefeng was surprised to learn she was the younger sister of Wang Yuefu, that annoying kid. He was jealous and envious. That kid had such a pretty sister, and he wondered why no one introduced her to him, a single man of many years. Meanwhile, Wang Yuefu was busy making yunli on the bed when he suddenly sneezed loudly, feeling his nose itch. Li Xiaowan hugged his neck and asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" "Maybe someone was cursing me behind my back," Wang Yuefu said, rubbing his nose, then went back to his serious work. He also reminded Li Xiaowan to focus. This made Li Xiaowan angry, and she swung her small fist at him. Lu Xiangwan's words reached Hu Jingchuan's ears, revealing that her so-called older brother was actually her fiancé. Hu Jingchuan felt like he wanted to swallow him whole. Lu Xiangwan was a very ordinary person, knowing what kind of people could help her. Even if someone couldn't be helpful, as long as they didn't cross her bottom line, she usually wouldn't easily make enemies. Moreover, the local leader was a powerful figure in this small town, and building a good relationship with him would only bring benefits, not harm. So, she casually joined their conversation with him and Wang Xiaoling. This made Hu Jingchuan feel left out. At that moment, he felt very cold and a bit excited inside. But since he remembered he had important things to do, he spoke up to interrupt. Wang Jiefeng knew the two wanted to talk, so he kindly advised Wang Xiaoling, who was standing stiffly in front of Lu Xiangwan like a stone lion. "It's okay. Don't worry about Hua. He won't cause trouble." Before she could finish saying, "How do you know?" Wang Xiaoling quickly changed her tone to a gentle smile, pretending to be friendly. "Comrade Wang, knowing a person's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. Some people still need to be cautious." Today, she decided to clarify everything so that He wouldn't keep wandering around her. After telling Lu Xiangwan, she followed Hu Jingchuan and left. Wang Xiaoling looked sadly at Lu Xiangwan's back, feeling even more annoyed with Hu Jingchuan in her heart. "I'm leaving now. If you need anything, talk to Wang Jiefeng. He's a good person. Do you have anything you want to say to me? Safe travels." Lu Xiangwan didn't say this out loud, feeling it was too much to say after everything that happened. It was already a big step for her to say those words, so Hu Jingchuan felt very satisfied. At this moment, Lu Xiangwan was about to go back to bed, so her tone sounded a little impatient. "Is there anything else?" Seeing her annoyed look, Hu Jingchuan really wanted to brush her hair behind her ear. But he knew that if he did, it would only push her further away, so he held back his impulse. "Lu Jiqing, what kind of person is he?" Lu Xiangwan understood who he was talking about, so she asked back, "Is that really important to you?" Hu Jingchuan hesitated and nodded. Seeing that he was determined to find out everything, Lu Xiangwan casually made up a few stories. After all, they were just fictional characters she created herself, so she could say whatever she wanted without fear of being exposed. There's no way anyone would be bored enough to go to Beijing and investigate her, right? It turned out there really are such people. Good-looking, sweet-talking, kind to me, able to make money, and most importantly, I like him, and he likes me. With these conditions, any girl would be tempted, right? If I had to choose one, it would be Lu Xiangwan. To her, men are like rotten cabbages that can't control themselves. Hu Jingchuan heard the first part and thought he could also meet that standard, but the second part hit him hard, making his already sad mood even worse. Still, he forced himself to ask with a little strength, even as his nails dug into his flesh without feeling pain. What do you like? I like money. I love money. Lu Xiangwan's eyes sparkled when she mentioned money. After all, money is like a treasure. More you look at it, more appealing. Seeing her so obsessed with money, Hu Jingchuan felt a gentle, indulgent smile. Unbeknownst to him, in the days to come, Lu Xiangwan's words today would make Hu Jingchuan work very hard behind the scenes. He didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to see her carefree smile forever. Lu Xiangwan stretched lazily, covering her mouth as she yawned. Anything else? If not, I'm going to sleep. She looked a little sleepy. She really was a bit crazy late at night, chatting with him here. Even her body was covered with mosquito bites, some big bumps that itched so much, she kept scratching. Lu Xiangwan decided she would take some medicine to prevent herself from acting silly when she got home. She remembered Su Lo had given her a bottle before. She didn't need it then, so she never opened it and just left it in her space to gather dust. She planned to look for it later. Hu Jingchuan also noticed she wasn't feeling well. He looked at her deeply and said, "Take care of yourself." Lu Xiangwan turned and left without replying, also calling someone. What was her name again? She couldn't remember now. Anyway, she called Wang Xiaoling to come over. Hu Jingchuan stood outside her door for a while. Next to him, Wang Jiefeng could tell he was in a bad mood. After all, his wife hadn't been won over yet, and he was about to leave. Plus, she already had someone else. It's clear how difficult it is to pursue her, and whether he can succeed is another story. If it were him, he'd feel terrible, like eating a fly. So, he didn't dare to bother him, but felt 1,000 sympathies for Hu Jingchuan in his heart. Thinking about it, the little discomfort in his heart just now didn't seem so important anymore. Hu Jingchuan took one last look at Lu Xiangwan's small courtyard, then turned and said, "Let's go." Then, Wang Jiefeng quickly followed behind. After Wang Guiying finished making the pancakes, she returned to Hu Jingchuan's house and found that no one was there. Only a bowl of untouched noodles remained on the table. Thinking her son had left, she felt upset and patted her thigh. Wang Guiying muttered some complaints, but inside, she was truly worried. You know, this kid, he leaves without saying a word. Even if he's in a hurry, he should at least say something. Fanny hurried forward, pushing her sister-in-law aside, and linked her arm with Wang Guiying's, saying, "Mom, little brother is busy with work. We should understand. Don't be angry. If you get too upset, it's not worth it." Lu Xiaodi, who was pushed aside, almost fell to the ground. But she didn't criticize Fanny. Instead, she lowered her head in grievance and said nothing. Wang Guiying took out a handkerchief, wiped her tears, and muttered, this naughty boy. I really owe him in my past life. Now he's here to collect his debt. He keeps making me worry all the time. Mom, you're talking nonsense. Little brother is a good person. Everyone in our team envies you and Dad." Fanny spoke, but her eyes were fixed on the few pancakes and eggs her mother-in-law had wrapped up. The smell was so tempting. She kept sniffing, as if she could taste that aroma and it would fill her stomach. It was so delicious. Just now, she watched from the side as her mother-in-law made the pancakes. Her hands were skillful, and the pig-fat jar beside the stove was almost half empty. If only she could have won. Thinking of this, Fanny's mouth watered like honey, and she kept flattering Wang Guiying. She just hoped her mother-in-law would be happy and give her a piece of pancake to eat. Compared to her, Lu Xiaodi looked dull and less lively. Although Wang Guiying was sad, she wasn't stupid. She understood why her second daughter-in-law put in so much effort. Since her third son had left, These pancakes couldn't be taken away anymore. Plus, it was a bit hot now, and these things were precious. It was better to share them with everyone. Let's consider this as an early reward for the harvest, but it's a pity to waste her 2 big bowls of cornmeal and tender pork fat. Wang Guiying spoke, "Oldest son, go call the men and women at home. Let's eat some pancakes." When she mentioned pancakes, Funi immediately became lively, as if she had been energized. Her eyes widened greatly, almost leaning close to Wang Guiying's face. "Mom, don't bother the eldest sister-in-law. I'll go." After saying that, she quickly ran out. As soon as Funi stepped outside, she saw Hu Jingchuan, which stunned her completely. Little uncle, you're back." Hu Jingchuan nodded. "Yes." Then he bypassed her and went inside with Wang Jiefang to get some things. Inside the house, Wang Guiying also heard the noise outside and happily ran out. Seeing her third son, tears unexpectedly welled up in her eyes. "Where did you go? I couldn't find you earlier. I thought you had left." Hu Jingchuan instinctively hid what he had just been doing. Just out for some errands, because he knew his mother's personality. "That's good. Luckily, I just finished making pancakes and boiling eggs for you. Take them later and eat on the way." "Mom, no need. There's food in the car." Hearing this, Wang Guiying was displeased. "The food in the car can't be as good as what I made. Be obedient, take it. Otherwise, it will just go to waste at home, and no one here likes it." Funi was stunned. "Mom, we're not going to eat these pancakes." She had been looking forward to eating the pancakes, and now they were finally about to be eaten, but her little uncle had come back again. She wanted to cry. No, she just wanted to eat the pancakes. Wang Guiying looked at her second daughter-in-law, who seemed helpless, and couldn't help but feel a headache. Her third son rarely came home, so what if he ate something good? She usually didn't let her eat well, or maybe she was starving. There were others around, and she was so clueless that she made others laugh. So her tone became a bit sharp.
Eat, eat, eat.
Are you a starving ghost? Didn't we just finish dinner? Why are you hungry again? There's still some leftover corn cakes in the cabinet. If you're hungry, just eat those. Seeing the woman who had just spoken gently to him suddenly turn into a fierce mother figure like his own mother, Wang Jiefang couldn't help but swallow hard and gave a big thumbs up to Hu Jingchuan. Hu Jingchuan, pretending not to see, went back inside. When he saw the third son go into the house, Wang Guiying stopped scolding her second daughter-in-law and quickly followed him inside. Funi felt wronged and almost cried. She hadn't said anything wrong. It was clearly her mother-in-law who said the food was okay to eat. But her mother-in-law would come and scold her anyway. Her younger brother-in-law was her treasure, but as a daughter-in-law, she felt like just a. Now her younger brother-in-law wasn't even married yet, and this was how things were. When he did get married, the new wife would probably end up bossing over the whole family. Funi thought bitterly. But then she remembered her mother-in-law talking about the half basket of cornbread in the cupboard, and all her worries and bad feelings suddenly disappeared. Thinking that even a fly is food, she quickly ran to grab some cornbread, afraid her older sister-in-law would hear and try to take it from her. Unaware, Lu Zhaodi saw Wang Jiefang and quickly hid back inside the house in fear. Wang Guiying finally forced Hu Jingchuan to eat the bowl of noodles that had already been spilled. After all, it was good food, and she had even fried an egg for him, so she didn't want to waste it. She also shoved the food she was holding into his hands, and after sending him to the door, she repeatedly warned him, "Third son, be careful when you do things. Think of me and your father. Don't be impulsive. Remember to send a letter home when you arrive." Hu Jingchuan nodded, and then rode away on Wang Jiefang's new Phoenix brand bicycle, taking him with him. Only after he was out of sight did Wang Guiying look disappointed and turn back into the house. Hu Daqing was awakened by a full bladder. Since his waist injury, he had been eating, sleeping, and gaining a little weight. He now just wanted his waist to heal quickly. The harvest season was coming, and he couldn't be absent. He needed to stand up and lead. Seeing his wife looking like she had been crying, he frowned and asked, "Why are you crying so late at night? Did someone bully you?" Wang Guiying lit the kerosene lamp and couldn't help but complain beside him, "Besides your son, Who else could it be? Tell me about the third one. What's wrong with him? Wang Guiying replied impatiently. He is left. Hu Daqing, who was feeling a bit sleepy, suddenly became wide awake when he heard his son had gone. Lying on the bed, he propped himself up on one arm and asked his wife, "He left? When did he leave?" "I didn't hear anything. You were sleeping like a pig. Of course you didn't hear anything." His loud snoring could be heard for miles, making it impossible for her to sleep all night. She wondered how she had managed to endure so many years married to him. But now Wang Guiying has come to accept it. After all, her son was doing this kind of work, so she returned to her usual calm. If he left, he left. I think there must be something at his work team, or else they wouldn't come calling him late at night. Hu Daqing listened to her and agreed. "All right, then you should go to bed now." "Yes, you sleep your way. I'll sleep later," Wang Guiying said. She casually picked up her sewing kit and sat by the kerosene lamp, mending her husband's torn coat. She had been sewing and patching for 3 years, patching and sewing again and again. Meanwhile, Lu Xiongwan, just before going to sleep, noticed the hickeys on Wang Xiaoling's neck under the kerosene lamp by the bed. They had healed quite a bit. Wang Xiaoling saw Lu Xiongwan staring and blushed immediately. She hesitated, unsure whether to take off her clothes or leave them on, feeling caught in between. Lu Xiongwan cleared her throat and said, "You can move out tomorrow." She had already taken care of her for 2 days, and that was enough. Now she was used to being free and preferred living alone without worries. Moreover, this wasn't some kind of shelter. Wang Xiaoling's hand, which had been hanging in midair, froze for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. She looked at Lu Xiongwan gratefully and said, "Yes, I'll move out tomorrow. Thanks for taking care of me these days." Lu Xiongwan replied, and her heavy eyelids immediately closed. But this time, she had a dream. Honestly, it was a nightmare. She dreamt of Su Lo, but it was different. She had become Su Li's mother. A mother who was as close as possible, full of love. By the time she woke up the next morning, she still felt the dream was surreal. She thought that maybe she had been working too hard lately and that her mind was acting strangely. Hu Jingchuan was riding his bike and asked, "Wang Yuefu, is someone from your office?" He spoke with certainty. "Yes, the guy who poured water for you last time. I didn't expect him to be that young girl's older brother." "What a coincidence, Hu Tuan. Don't you think it's really a coincidence? The older brother, the romantic brother," Hu Jingchuan thought to himself. He wasn't paying attention to the road and almost hit a tree. Fortunately, he quickly grabbed the brakes and stopped. "Hu Tuan, maybe I should do it," Wang Jiefeng said nervously, worried about something happening and losing his life. "No need," Hu Jingchuan said, then got on his bike and left. Suddenly, Hu Jingchuan blurted out, "How is Wang Yuefu?" Wang Jiefeng honestly replied, "He's a decent person, quite honest. But he takes things too seriously and sticks to his own ideas. People like that can easily get into trouble at work." Since he was under his own supervision, Wang Jiefeng knew him somewhat. Hu Jingchuan clenched the handlebar tightly, veins bulging on his arm. "How does he look?" Hu Jingchuan asked, then immediately regretted it. He must have been out of his mind to ask such a stupid question. No need to say more. This young man had high standards, and he was definitely a good match for her. Just thinking about it felt like someone was stabbing him in the heart.
How to say?
He's quite honest. Really quite honest. Wang Jiefeng struggled to find words to describe him, so he simply used honest as a general term. But after saying that, he suddenly felt a chill and quickly flattered him. "Of course, he's not as good as me." Hu Jingchuan wasn't pleased by his words. Instead, he vented his anger by stomping on the foot pedal, making the bike speed forward as if he was riding a wind-fire wheel. Wang Jiefeng felt that the two of them just kept silent, and the awkward atmosphere was hard to bear, so he started to find topics to talk about. "You say, Wang Yuefu is not good-looking, but he's lucky. His father works at the youth office, his mother works at the commune, and even his wife is quite nice. She works at a textile factory." Hu Jingchuan immediately tightened the brake, while Wang Jiefeng kept talking casually, not noticing that, due to the sudden stop, he almost fell from the back seat. Hu Jingchuan looked at Wang Jiefeng seriously, with a hint of quiet relief in his tone. His wife. At the same time, his heart nearly jumped into his throat. He knew that on the battlefield, even when surrounded by enemies, he could stay calm and keep his heart steady like still water. It shows how important Lu Xiongwan is to him, even though they had only met a few times. Wang Jiefeng felt that his life was probably in his hands soon. Who rides a bike like that? Even someone with a healthy heart would get nervous. If it were someone else, he would have already cursed. But since it was his admired hero and his lifesaver in front of him, he asked obediently, "What's wrong?" If his subordinates saw this scene, his hard-earned authority would be gone. Wang Yuefu's wife. Wang Jiefeng said, "What's wrong with her? She has 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Everyone has that. Nothing special. But marrying Wang Yuefu was like putting a flower in a pigsty." No one knew what kind of tricks Wang Yuefu used to make that girl fall so deeply for him, insisting on marrying only him. If it doesn't work out someday, he also plans to find a way to learn some skills for chasing girls. At this moment, Hu Jingchuan didn't want to know anything else. He just wanted to ask one question, so he repeated patiently, is he married? He was someone with very little patience, but whenever she was around, he became especially patient. Yes, he got married not long ago. I even gave some money for the wedding. I went to a state-run restaurant and joined a table for a good meal, Wang Jiefeng said, puzzled by Hu Jingchuan's obsession with Wang Yuefu's wife. He couldn't quite understand what was going on. Hu Jingchuan heard this and chuckled lightly, showing his perfect set of white teeth. His smile startled Wang Jiefeng, who had just calmed down. That kind of smile was a little frightening. He was so scared he wanted to go home and find his mother. He had just looked upset, like he owed someone 800 yuan, but now he suddenly looked like this. He just remembered what he said earlier. Wait, I think he mentioned Wang Yuefu's marriage. All his doubts disappeared. He looked at the awkward Hu Jingchuan and couldn't help teasing him. You were jealous just now, weren't you? You probably think Lu Jiqing is the girl Wang Yuefu likes, right? Hu Jingchuan didn't speak, but his expression gave him away. Experienced people like Wang Jiefeng immediately understood. He smiled with a mischievous look, a little bit sly. Luckily, no one could see him late at night, and the only person nearby didn't care at all because Hu Jingchuan's eyes were full of love for his girl. You're doomed. You probably fell for Lu Jiqing's charm. No need to guess. Anyone with ears could tell they were like siblings, not lovers. It was impossible. It seemed like a hero couldn't win over a beautiful woman. But if this got out to the team, it would be a big joke, and everyone would laugh at them. Wang Jiefeng felt he had uncovered a big secret, so he kept asking Hu Jingchuan questions all the way. Since Hu Jingchuan was in a good mood, he occasionally responded to Wang Jiefeng. Most of the time, though, he stayed silent. Wang Jiefeng was so happy he hummed a song. But he also secretly decided that in the future, he would try to get closer to that Lu Jiqing to leave a good impression. Because, as someone experienced, Wang Jiefeng knew Hu Jingchuan would fall hard and not be able to get out. Time passed quickly. In less than an hour, Hu Jingchuan took Wang Jiefeng to the county town. Wang Jiefeng had arranged tickets through connections, and they arrived. The train was at 5 a.m. the next day. So, waiting anywhere was the same, and staying at the train station would be too uncomfortable. Therefore, Wang Jiefeng took Hu Jingchuan to his home, where he lived. Because he was staying at home, he found his mother constantly nagging in his ear and urging him to get married and have children. He doesn't even have a partner now, so where would the children come from? Additionally, Wang Jiefeng had found a bottle of white wine from under his bed, a gift from his subordinates, and wanted to share it with Hu Jingchuan. But Hu Jingchuan refused, and after saying so, he took out a 100 yuan bill from his bag and placed it on the table. Over the years, although he sent some allowance home every month, it wasn't much, and he saved the rest. He also had bonuses from previous missions, though the danger level of those missions was obvious. His many scars on his body proved that. He never told his parents about these, worried they would be concerned. Wang Jiefeng looked at him throwing a stack of money onto the table so generously, stunned for about 2 seconds before regaining his senses and asking, "What is this for?" "Keep the money. Find a chance to help her dig a well, but don't let her know it's from me," Hu Jingchuan originally planned to help her dig a well in the yard himself, so she wouldn't have to go far to fetch water later. But the recall order from his team disrupted his plan, so he had to ask Wang Jiefeng for help. This mission would take a long time, so long that even Hu Jingchuan couldn't estimate how long. He also understood why his team urgently recalled him, and he couldn't refuse. Only by successfully completing the mission and wiping out the hostile forces in Huagua could peace be restored to the border regions. Then the local people could live and work happily. Doing good deeds and not leaving your name, Hu Jingchuan replied vaguely. Just keep the money. When I'm not around, please help take care of her. His hand in his pocket was gently feeling a woman's button. Seeing his serious expression, Wang Jiefeng also became serious and patted his chest, promising to take good care of Lu Jiqing. Hu Jingchuan finally relaxed, trusting Wang Jiefeng's character. The next morning, Lu Xiongwan woke up early for once and changed into a more mature and steady outfit. Today, she had an important task to do. Wang Xiaoling had already gotten up and even went to fetch some water, filling the water tank at Lu Xiongwan's house. For breakfast, they had steamed bread mixed with some wild vegetables she had picked from the mountain, making it less plain. Additionally, she had cooked a thick porridge several times before, which looked very appetizing. She remembered that Lu Xiongwan liked to drink it last time. She specifically found the largest bowl at Lu Xiongwan's house and filled it completely for her. After washing up, Lu Xiongwan came over and saw the two bowls on the table. She silently swapped the bowls in front of her and Wang Xiaoling. That morning, she was frightened by a dream. During her trip to the bathroom, she entered her space, ate a crab stick sandwich, and had a KFC egg to calm her nerves. So, she wasn't very hungry. Besides, her stomach usually didn't feel good early in the morning. Eating a whole bowl of porridge might make her feel sick again. This is for you. Wang Xiaoling quickly picked up her own bowl to swap with Lu Xiongwan's. I can't finish it, Lu Xiongwan said, ignoring her and started drinking the porridge quickly. Wang Xiaoling divided the porridge into two halves, drinking half herself and saving the other half for Lu Xiongwan to eat at noon. She didn't want to bother cooking again by herself. Seeing this, Lu Xiongwan didn't say anything. After finishing her meal, she picked up her bowl and went to the kitchen to clean up. Wang Xiaoling followed closely, helping her with the dishes. There were only 2 bowls and a pot, all without oil or water, so cleaning was easy. In less than 2 minutes, they finished tidying up the kitchen. Wang Xiaoling quickly went inside to pack her things. As for the leftover food she brought with her, she left it for Lu Xiongwan. After all, she had troubled her these past few days. When Lu Xiongwan saw the torn bag she was carrying, she went to the kitchen and took out the leftover food Wang Xiaoling had deliberately left behind. Take your things and leave so you don't take up space in my house. Wang Xiaoling looked up, about to speak, but saw Lu Xiongwan leave for work. Wang Ziqing had already arrived. When he came, only a few people from the team had gathered. He also carried a small drum, ready to bang it a few times to quiet everyone down if they couldn't control the scene later. After all, today was an important day for their red flag team, and nothing could go wrong. Most of the workers had arrived, except for the children going to school. Everyone was waiting to hear Wang Ziqing give instructions on collecting tools from the warehouse for their work. However, he didn't speak at all. Instead, he whispered with Guoguzi beside him. This made the hardworking team members a bit anxious because they were hoping to earn more work points to get more grain. Old Wang, are you done? If not, I'll go to work now. Yeah, if we don't start soon, it'll be late. Wait a moment. Wang Ziqing, who was not very tall, tiptoed to count the people. When he saw most of them had arrived, he called Lu Xiongwan over. Everyone looked at the 3 people with confusion, not knowing what was happening. Only Wang Xiaoling seemed to guess what was going on because Lu Xiongwan had casually mentioned it last night and she remembered. But she didn't tell anyone else nearby. Seeing the team members getting more excited, Guoguzi quickly grabbed the small drum from Wang Ziqing and started banging loudly. The team members' ears were ringing from the noise, and they didn't dare to make trouble anymore. They just stared at the 3 people with wide eyes. Wang Ziqing saw that everyone finally quieted down. He slowly spoke and explained that Lu Xiongwan was now their team's doctor. He also said this was decided by the team leader, and today's meeting was to ask for their opinions. When the team members heard this, they all started talking loudly. Chun Xian crossed her arms and looked at Lu Xiongwan with suspicion. Lu the young worker is so small, a gust of wind could her away. How can she treat us? Guoguzi, who is a big fan of Lu Xiongwan, was annoyed by her and said excitedly, how can she not? If Lu the young worker didn't know how to treat us, how did she wake me up? And that San Motzi, who was almost eaten by a wild boar, wasn't he saved by Lu Xiongwan? If she still can't do it, Sister Chun Xian, you go ahead. You serve our team members, and they will be truly grateful to you. Spring Fairy immediately backed down upon seeing him protect the young educated youth, saying, this won't do. I don't know anything. Just pretend I never said that. As the team's doctor, I have no objections, she added. Wang Ziqing knew that Guoguzi was quick-tempered. After calming him down, he let him stay quiet on the side. Old Gua is right. When Lu Jiqing saved him, I was there. Soon after, Old Gua recovered quickly, which was amazing. He even said Old Gua had that certain illness. What was it called? Li Xiongwan, standing nearby, reminded him, fainting at the sight of blood. Guoguzi, after Li Xiongwan's reminder, finally remembered and quickly nodded, saying, yes, fainting at the sight of blood. If it weren't for Lu Jiqing being nearby, I might have fainted and gone to see my wife. Even Wang Jiqing's wife, Manhwa, was speaking up for Li Xiongwan. At that moment, everyone's hearts leaned more toward Li Xiongwan. After all, having a doctor in the team was only good for them, with no disadvantages. Only a fool would disagree. People get sick from eating, drinking, and daily life. There's no avoiding it. The people at the educated youth station, excluding Wang Yuxiang, felt very proud. They also felt very envious, since becoming a doctor meant they no longer had to do hard manual labor in the fields. They wanted to, but without the right skills, they dared not take on such work. They could only think about it in their minds. Thus, Li Xiongwan naturally became the first doctor in the Hongqi Brigade, a groundbreaking achievement. And she was a female doctor. Hu Jingchuan also brought over the medical supplies he got from Wang Jiefeng, which were sent by De Qing. Seeing these things, Li Xiongwan was very happy and sincerely thanked Wang Guiying. Wang Guiying, seeing how obedient Li Xiongwan was, felt a complex mix of emotions. Such a good girl. Why was her third son so unlucky? Wang Guiying kept sighing inwardly. Before leaving, Hu Jingchuan told Wang Jiefeng to remember to get Li Xiongwan's files from the commune and send them over. Knowing your enemy and yourself is key to winning every battle. Hu Jingchuan believed this principle applied not only on the battlefield but also in love. If it didn't work out in the end, he would quietly wait. Wang Jiefeng agreed and repeatedly assured him that he would complete the task successfully. Hu Jingchuan reluctantly boarded the train to Beijing. 3 days passed quickly. During this time, Lu Xiongwan mainly treated the team members and spent the rest of her time gathering herbs in the mountains. The back mountain of the Red Flag Brigade is a treasure trove, full of various medicinal herbs like honeysuckle, plantain, drooping grass, golden lampgrass, and old copper coins. These are common herbs found in traditional medicine shops, and they are wild, making their medicinal value much higher than cultivated ones. If the Red Flag Brigade could properly use and sell these herbs, they could become rich and live better lives. Unfortunately, no one thought of this. And given the current situation, Lu Xiongwan wouldn't take on this responsibility herself. Some things become very complicated when they involve interests. She is just a doctor now and should focus on her work. Most importantly, she doesn't have strong feelings for the Red Flag Brigade and plans to leave if she gets the chance. After drying the herbs, she stored them for future use. Hu Daqing also told her in advance that the herbs she collected could count as work points. They aren't many, but any is better than none. Although Lu Xiongwan isn't short of money, she still needs to earn some to make her future clear. Hu Daqing's injury on his waist has mostly healed, and he can now walk around. This is mainly thanks to Lu Xiongwan's daily efforts. Her diligent acupuncture treatments helped him recover quickly. To thank her, Wang Guiying specially went to the meat factory, gritted her teeth, and cut half a kilogram of pork to invite Lu Xiongwan to her home for a meal. Unable to refuse, Lu Xiongwan accepted, bringing 2 ounces of brown sugar and some peach cookies she bought at the supply store. There's also a bit of gratitude behind this. She knows well that the reason their house was built quickly and cheaply was because the brigade leader's family put in a lot of effort. Although she disliked that troublemaker, she sincerely appreciated them because the trouble didn't affect others. Nowadays, especially in the countryside, you can't be too generous, and the things she was holding were already quite good for their team. Take it slow. One day, she would repay the kindness she owed. When Wang Guiying saw the things Lu Xiongwan was carrying, she got angry. Lu Jiqing, what can I say? Why are you so distant from your aunt? Next time, listen to your aunt and take it back. Funny, smelling the aroma through the oil paper, stared eagerly at the package her mother-in-law was holding, unable to look away. Lu Xiongwan saw this scene clearly but said nothing. Instead, Wang Guiying felt a bit unsteady. Funny pouted, and Wang Guiying knew exactly what she was up to. Wang Guiying quickly protected the items with her hand and told Funny to go help the eldest daughter-in-law in the kitchen. Reluctantly, Funny tore her eyes away and slowly headed to the kitchen. Big sister-in-law, guess what I saw just now? Lu Zhaodi, without looking up, replied, What? Funny knew she wouldn't guess, so she proudly said, It's the baked fruit. It smells so good. If Grandma could give me a piece later, that would be great. Lu Zhaodi said, Oh, Grandma's things Lu Zhaodi never dared to think about. Seeing her uninterested, Funny swallowed her words and turned away, sitting by the stove to start a fire. She secretly buried a sweet potato in the stove, planning to save it for her son to eat when he was hungry at night. Inside the house, Lu Xiongwan casually chatted with Daqing, and they happened to talk about Yang Tianjin, which was bothering him. Wang Guiying came in calling them to eat. Lu Xiongwan immediately got up and followed her out. She had no opinion about Yang Tianjin's matter. She wasn't a team leader, so if she gave bad advice and something went wrong, it wouldn't be surprising if it was blamed on her. In her past life, she had often taken the blame for leaders. Furthermore, the reason Yang Tianjin is the way she is now is largely due to the responsibility of several village officials, including Huodaking. It was their indulgence that allowed Yang Tianjin to act so recklessly. If they had been strict from the start, these problems wouldn't have happened. But now it's easy to fix. Just send her to the farm for 10 days or half a month to work hard, and she will surely become more obedient. The only dish of meat on the table was also brought over by Wang Guiying and placed in front of Lu Xiongwan. How Mei Li and the other little girls were so hungry they almost drooled, staring at the plate of meat with shining eyes. But sensible as they were, no one reached out to grab the meat. Lu Xiongwan, who had come through hard times herself, understood their longing. So during the meal, she only lightly took 2 pieces of meat. There was no need for her to fight over a bite with them because she had plenty of meat in her own space, more than she could ever finish eating. Time was almost up, so after finishing her meal, Lu Xiongwan went straight home. Wang Guiying asked her to take the things she planned to bring in the future, but Lu Xiongwan refused stubbornly and quickly ran off. Seeing her wife's awkwardness, Huodaking said, Accept Lu Jiqing's kindness. Spend more time with her when you're free. A young girl like her is all alone here, and that's pretty sad. Wang Guiying thought for a moment and sighed, all right then. She then hung the items in a broken basket on the beam in the kitchen. Of course, she also took out 2 pieces of peach pastry, giving one to each of them to share. Funi was naturally very happy, secretly hoping Lu Xiongwan would come more often. Not only was there meat, but also delicious peach pastry that made her mouth water. Meanwhile, Huodaking put on his clothes and went out to discuss something with Wang Jiqing. When Lu Xiongwan arrived home, Wang Xiaoling was sitting at the gate of her yard, holding a basket and lost in thought. Get up, Lu Xiongwan said as she opened the door. Wang Xiaoling saw Lu Xiongwan coming and quickly stood up, brushing dirt off her bottom. She said, Lu Xiongwan, I want to dig some wild greens on the back mountain. They're very tender. I brought some for you to try. See if they're tasty or not. Kai Kai, shepherd's purse, was picked by Aunt Xiaolan after work. She told Shilon that it tastes good when made into cold dishes or wrapped in cornmeal and steamed, so she thought of Lu Xiongwan. She didn't even have time to prepare a meal and just came over. Lu Xiongwan saw the light sweat on her forehead and accepted it. This Kai Kai is the best for making dumplings. For a moment, Lu Xiongwan's hand itched to start making them. Wang Xiaoling saw her accept it and felt happy. After all, Lu Xiongwan had helped her a lot, so she wanted to do something for her. Lu Xiongwan cleared some space and returned the basket to her. She also took out 2 tomatoes from inside the house, which she had received yesterday from Lotus as a thank you gift, and handed them to Wang Xiaoling. Seeing her staring blankly, Lu Xiongwan said, "Go back now. It's getting late and I need to rest." "Okay, sleep early," Wang Xiaoling replied, holding the 2 tomatoes warmly in her heart as she headed home. After she left, Lu Xiongwan started closing the doors and windows. Fortunately, she now had time. She wasn't very tired, so she became interested. She lit a kerosene lamp, moved a small stool to the kitchen, and sat down to pick the Kai Kai. After all, nothing beats homemade dumplings. Handmade ones are healthier and more nutritious than store-bought quick dumplings. The Kai Kai was very tender, as if a gentle squeeze could make it release water. Even before eating, Lu Xiongwan knew how delicious the dumplings with fresh meat and Kai Kai would be. She washed the picked Kai Kai and set it aside. Then she started preparing the minced meat filling. She minced the meat in her space to avoid making too much noise in the kitchen. For the meat filling, she used lean meat with no fat at all. It might be a bit dry to eat, but Lu Xiongwan liked it that way. Besides, she also prepared a filling with corn and shrimp. She used fresh, sweet corn. Of course, she also made the classic chive and egg filling. Fortunately, when she stocked up earlier, she thought ahead and bought enough. Otherwise, chives would be hard to find now. Lu Xiongwan was lazy and used the dumpling wrappers from her space, saving her the trouble of rolling each one out. She skillfully wrapped one dumpling after another and neatly placed them on the cutting board. They were plump and white, looking very cute. So cute that before Lu Xiongwan finished wrapping all the dumplings, she started adding water to the pot and putting in firewood to cook them. Earlier, at the captain's house, she was worried that her large appetite might scare them, and she also wanted to avoid eating them out of house and home. During the meal, she deliberately controlled her portion. After working hard for a while, her stomach was really starting to feel hungry. She brought the water to a boil, added cold water, and repeated this process 3 times. Only then did she scoop the dumplings into a bowl. She learned this method from an online content creator she followed while surfing the internet. She remembered that the first time she cooked dumplings, she was afraid they wouldn't be cooked through and would cause stomach upset. So she cooked them into a kind of noodle soup instead. She even got scolded harshly for it, being grabbed by her hair and slammed against the wall until she fainted. Those people didn't let her go. Thinking about those past events made Lu Xiongwan feel upset and clench her fists tightly. Having lived so many years like a tough, she had developed a strong, unfeeling heart. Back to the main topic, Lu Xiongwan also made a versatile dipping sauce, 3 spoonfuls of lao gan ma, 2 large spoons of aged vinegar, and a little sesame oil. She mixed them well and then took it to her space to enjoy. Indeed, homemade food always tastes better. After finishing the 10 or so dumplings on her plate, she also ate an Oreo sundae from Mishua Bingcheng. A fruit after the meal was a must. 10 dumplings aren't much. For a northern girl like her, she could eat 2 big bowls of dumplings. Feeling full and satisfied, Lu Xiongwan cleaned the pots and dishes, then went into her space to finish wrapping the remaining dumpling filling. Only after that did she stop. Fortunately, her space was still and quiet, like a giant refrigerator. She was very confident in placing the wrapped dumplings inside, knowing she could take them out whenever she wanted. She counted and found there were about 200 dumplings, enough for her to eat for a while. After finishing everything, Lu Xiongwan didn't leave the room. She lay in a rocking chair and casually picked up a medical book, reading it with interest. She eventually fell asleep because her eyelids couldn't stay open. When she woke up, it was already 9 a.m. the next day. The team members had been working in the fields for quite a while. However, Lu Xiangwan was not in a hurry. She slowly put on her clothes and then cooked a dumpling filled with corn and shrimp, which she had prepared the night before. She drank a glass of milk and ate it slowly. After tidying up the mess she made, she leisurely carried her basket to the team headquarters. Everyone was busy working in the fields, so no one noticed Lu Xiangwan being lazy at this time. She stayed there for over half an hour, but no one came to see her or check on her health. Bored and unable to do anything, she decided to carry her basket up the mountain and even left a note on the door. However, Lu Xiangwan forgot that most people in the team couldn't read. Meanwhile, He Da-ching, who had just recovered from his injury, finished a meeting with the team members and also inspected their work in the fields. Seeing that everyone was doing well, he felt relieved. He then called Wang Ziqing and Guo Gosher, and the three of them headed to San Ma Zi's house one after another. San Ma Zi, lying on the kong, a traditional heated bed, was not getting better. Lu Xiangwan hadn't given him further treatment, only a simple anti-inflammatory for his wound. His life was hanging by a thread, and it could be summed up in 4 words: worse than death. Even his basic needs, like urinating and defecating, were done on the kong. When He Da-ching and the others entered, they smelled a foul odor and frowned, pinching their noses. Seeing the team leader arrive, San Ma Zi's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. He hesitantly revealed that Lu Xiangwan and Wang Xiaoling were plotting to harm him. However, his words were jumbled and incomprehensible to everyone. "What's wrong with him?" He Da-ching pointed at San Ma Zi and asked Wang Ziqing and Guo Gosher. Wang Ziqing volunteered to explain, revealing that Guo Gosher had attempted to bite his tongue to end his life but failed, and his tongue was bitten off. How Da-ching suddenly felt like a small knife had cut his backside. He realized that the 3 gamblers who usually spent their time drinking, gambling, and cheating could actually do something very brave and serious. If it had been Hao Da-ching himself, he would rather die than live. No matter what, he would try to survive. During the Great Famine years, he ate bark and grass roots just to stay alive. Life is much better now than back then. Hao Da-ching expressed his sympathy for San Ma Zi's situation. But sympathy is one thing, and solving the problem is another. If they let him fend for himself, he might not last more than 10 or 15 days. Since Hao Da-ching and the others had known San Ma Zi since he was a child, they couldn't just abandon him without feeling guilty. After some discussion, the 3 of them, led by Hao Da-ching, decided to hold a meeting tomorrow morning when they went to work. Whoever took care of San Ma Zi would get to keep his house. San Ma Zi's rooms in the team were among the best, so the team members probably would be happy to take care of him. But when San Ma Zi overheard their conversation, he refused and started crying loudly. Finally, Guo Guzi noticed his strange behavior. "Is he hungry?" Wang Ziqing said, "Not hungry. This morning, I stole 2 steamed buns from home and saw him eat them." Talking about this, he felt sad because he usually only ate 1 bun himself. "What's wrong with him then?" Wang Ziqing replied, "I don't know. As long as he's not hungry or thirsty, it's probably nothing serious." Hao Da-ching and Guo Guzi agreed with this and decided not to worry about him anymore. They turned around and left. San Ma Zi, behind them, was crying so hard that tears and snot were streaming down his face. It was really disgusting to see. He now regretted why he had been so foolish as to provoke those 2 girls, which led to his current miserable situation. If heaven gave him a second chance, he would definitely change his ways, turn over a new leaf, and become a better person. But life has no what-ifs, and there's no second chance. Soon, San Ma Zi couldn't survive the winter and passed away. San Ma Zi is offline now. Yang Tianjin recently gave up her plan to run away. She had originally planned to pack her things and take the train to the city to return to Beijing. However, she found that without a letter of introduction from the team leader, she could hardly move forward. Not to mention taking the train, she couldn't even buy a train ticket. She also called her family, but no one answered. In the end, with no other options, she had to stay at the youth commune, quietly waiting for her parents to come pick her up. Fortunately, her life at the youth commune wasn't too bad. At least she didn't have to work in the fields anymore. Since she decided not to work, the few officials from the team came to see her twice, but after that, they never looked for her again. This made her even more carefree. She had plenty of money and didn't need to earn work points like Wang Xiaoling to support herself. Her carefully maintained, delicate hands finally stayed safe, no longer worried about being blistered by the. Even her skin wouldn't be sunburned anymore. Now, Wang Yuxiang would bring her meals, and she was still the little princess in her parents' eyes. While Yang Tianjin was bored and napping on the bed, Hou Daqing and the others arrived at the youth commune. Hou Daqing called out Yang Tianjin's name 3 times in the yard, then she appeared, nervously twisting her small leather shoes. Team leader, Hou Daqing snorted softly. Seeing that his face looked a bit unhappy, Yang Tianjin didn't rush to show affection or get close. She turned to go back to her room. But Hou Daqing called her back. He patiently asked, Yang Ziqing, why aren't you going to work? Yang Tianjin replied indifferently, if I don't want to go, I just won't. I'm not like you guys. I don't need those work points to support myself. Her words made Guoguzi and Wang Ziqing angry. Even if they had money, they couldn't do that. If everyone in the team thought like her, what would happen to the crops in the fields? Would farmers still have food to eat? Hou Daqing looked at her sharply. Yang Ziqing, I ask you one last time, are you going to work or not? Yang Tianjin confidently said, no, I won't. Then, since that's the case, our Red Flag Brigade can't keep you here. The commune now has no team willing to accept you, Yang Ziqing. For the sake of our Red Flag team and yourself, go inside and pack your things. Pack my things? Am I going back to Beijing? Hou Daqing looked at her with a stubborn expression, as if he wasn't afraid of boiling water. He had completely lost his patience and said seriously, it's not about going back to Beijing. You're going to Qingshan Farm for reform. When you're done, I will come to pick you up. As the leader of the Red Flag team, if he continued to let her act like this, the whole team's atmosphere would be spoiled. Hearing the word, reform, Yang Tianjin panicked. I won't go, team leader. I won't go. Once Hou Daqing said it, there was no taking it back. He was firm and said, no room for discussion. I've given you several chances, but you didn't cherish them. Yang Tianjin looked at the 3 of them. Seeing their determined expressions to send her away, she clenched her fists and said, if you dare to send me, I will. She looked around, searching for a place to hit that wouldn't hurt. At home, she would do this whenever her parents were slightly upset, cry, make a fuss, or threaten to hang herself. Her parents would immediately panic. She could tell them to do something, and they would do it without hesitation. No one had ever threatened her like this before. Hou Daqing's anger flared up instantly. You just what? Yang Tianjin hesitated and said, I will hit the wall. Guoguzi, hearing this, chuckled. I'm not easily scared. Yang Ziqing, even if you say the sky is falling today, you still have to pack your things and go to Qingshan Farm. Wang Ziqing, though silent, showed his attitude clearly. His face was full of impatience with Yang Tianjin. He was already an adult, yet he was less sensible than a 3-year-old in the team. Seeing they kept pressuring her, Yang Tianjin finally ran toward the wall and hit it. She just wanted to scare them, to make them afraid to send her to that farm for reform. But she ran too fast, slipped, and hit the wall hard. Almost before they could stop him, Hou Daqing and the others rushed forward. Yang Tianjin, blood covering her face, let out a cry of pain and then fainted. The 3 of them saw this scene and became very worried. Just as Hou Daqing was about to say something, Guoguzi, seeing the situation, also fainted in frustration. Wang Ziqing patted his thigh and said, Old Gu, fainting from blood again. Lu Jiqing said you shouldn't see blood. Hou Daqing explained to Wang Ziqing, stay here and watch. I'll go to the team office and call Lu Jiqing over. Wang Ziqing stepped forward and grabbed his arm, saying, forget it. Your back wound just healed. Don't run around again, or it might get worse. I'll go. After saying that, he ran off quickly, leaving Hou Daqing alone, looking at the 2 people lying on the ground, feeling helpless. Hou Daqing looked at Yang Tianjin's bleeding forehead and thought that bleeding like this wasn't good. Finally, with no other choice, he tore a piece of his clothes and hurriedly wrapped the wound as best as he could. However, because of today's events, Yang Tianjin left a bad impression in his mind. At the same time, he made up his mind that when she woke up, he would send her to the farm for a good re-education. Only by experiencing some hardship can a person learn lessons and remember them. Wang Ziqing went to the team office and found the door of the clinic tightly shut. There was a note posted on the door, which he understood. He quickly ran to the mountain to find Lu Xiangnuo, calling out her name loudly. Lu Xiangnuo, who was resting in her space, heard someone calling her and, after checking around and seeing no one, finally felt safe enough to come out. She saw that she was dirty from grabbing some dirt from the ground and rubbing it in her hands until her small, delicate hands were covered in dirt. Only then did she stop. Then she waved toward Wang Ziqing's direction and said, "Uncle Wang, I'm here." Wang Ziqing seemed to hear Lu Ziqing's voice, so he stopped and looked around. Sure enough, he saw her in the east-west direction. He quickly ran toward that direction. Seeing him panting and out of breath, Lu Xiangnuo frowned and asked, "Did something happen at the team?" He was running too fast and almost couldn't catch his breath. Stumbling, he said, "Yes, yes."
Yang Ziqing.
Something happened to Yang Jiqing. Yang Shenzhen? Of course, she was the only Yang at the youth station, so Lu Xiangwan immediately thought of her. However, she had just settled down for a few days. Could she be causing trouble again? Yes, it's her. And Uncle Gua. Where are they? At the youth station. At this moment, Wang Ziqing finally caught his breath. Really, people just can't resist aging. All right, Uncle Wang, I'll go first, Lu Xiangwan said, then quickly ran off. As for the basket she accidentally dropped, Wang Ziqing saw it clearly. Looking at the full basket of things, Wang Ziqing couldn't help but sigh. Lu Ziqing really works hard. What he didn't know is that these were things Lu Xiangwan had taken from her space earlier, used to fool him. She hadn't picked a single one today. 20 minutes later, Lu Xiangwan arrived at the youth station. When Hu Daqing saw her, he hurried over like he'd seen a treasure. Lu Ziqing, come quickly and see Yang Ziqing. She just bumped her head against the wall. Lu Xiangwan looked up at the blood-stained wall, then glanced at Yang Shenzhen and crouched down to treat her. She also told Hu Daqing to go to the brigade office and bring her medical kit. Yang Shenzhen's wound was quite large. With current medical conditions, her forehead would definitely scar. Although Lu Xiangwan had a scar-removing magic tool, she wouldn't use it on Yang Shenzhen. Not just her, she wouldn't give it to anyone else either. That thing was incredibly powerful and could cause big trouble if misused. Hu Daqing, hearing this, quickly hurried away. As for Guoguzi, lying next to Yang Shenzhen, Lu Xiangwan wasn't worried. She simply unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt. It was obvious he was having a seizure. Hu Daqing rushed back with her homemade medical kit, and on the way, he met Wang Ziqing. So, the two of them came together. Lu Xiangwan took the item from Hu Daqing's hand, retrieved her homemade hemostatic herbs, applied them to her wound, and then began to bandage it with gauze. Actually, her wound needed 2 stitches, but she had no tools, so she could only do a simple bandage. Yang Tianjin was sent to the farm for rehabilitation, which can be considered as completely stepping back from the scene.